of Paris Planning Commission meeting, December 20th, 2023. We're almost there. Almost. I'm just waiting for our secretary to come back. And we're calling the meeting together today at 6:02 p.m. Thank you. And we're ready for our roll call. Thanks.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Gomez,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Vice Chair Shively,
Here.
Chair Hammond.
Here. Thank you. We move on to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Jimenez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4 is presentation. I don't believe we have any presentations. So we move to consent calendar. Now, we have two items in consent calendar, 5A and 5B. Planning Commission minutes for December 6, 2023. And street name reviews for track map. I'll go through that in a second. Would any commissioners like to pull any of these out separately?
Kipple B, please.
Okay, she wants to pull B. Commissioner minutes would like to pull out B. Okay. Okay, that's okay with everybody, right? Yes. Okay. Planning Commission minutes for December 6, 2023. Are there any corrections, deletions, additions? Okay.
I'm downloading mine, sorry.
Oh, okay.
None for me.
Just the minutes. Okay. Okay. Do we need to take separate votes for each, for this one and then come back to, okay, the usual, okay. So no changes, no additions, no deletions? Okay, okay. I will call for a public comment after item B, okay, don't worry. Okay, it's time for a motion, since we have no corrections, deletions, additions. For the minutes, 6A, 5A. Been moved by Commissioner Lopez. And seconded by Commissioner Gomez. Thank you.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Sorry about that. We move on to item 5B, street naming review for track map 31157-1, -2, -3, and 31157. A proposal for the following 4 street naming reviews related to track map 31157, generally located east of the Paris Valley Storm Drain Channel, west of Dunlap Drive, between Nuevo Road and San Jacinto Avenue. And it's for the record, I have to read this, so it's going to be boring. Street name review 23-05176 on tentative track map 31157-1A. Proposal to name 8 streets within tentative track map 31157-1. Street name review, 23-05240, tentative track map number 31157-2A. Proposal to name 4 streets within tentative track map number 31157-2. Street name review, 23-05241. Tentative track map number 31157-3A. Proposal to name 12 streets within tentative track maps number 311573. Street name review, 23-05242. Tentative track map number 31157-A. Proposal to name 9 streets within track map number 31157. Requested action, approve street naming reviews, 23-05176, 23-05240, 23-05241, 23-05242, related to tentative track map 31157-1, -2, -3, and 31157. And with that, the city has a presentation. Okay. I'm glad I don't have to read that one again.
Excuse me, can we get a copy of the map? Because I don't have a copy, I just got that later.
I have,
Okay, I only have this. This is what I got in the mail. I don't have that.
I can give her a copy of these.
Yeah, please. I really need it because I like to know what's going on.
You're more than welcome to have this.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. If you have another one, I can get it because I got somebody with me.
I'm so sorry, I only have one copy.
thank you.
I'm happy to take your email after the meeting and I can email them to you.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want your PowerPoint back? I can give. Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we have street naming review for tentative track map 31157. To provide you with some background information, January 30th, 2007, the City Council approved tentative track map 31157 to subdivide 534 acres into 529 single-family residential lots located east of the Paris Valley Storm Drain Channel, west of Dunlap Drive, between Nuevo Road and San Jacinto Avenue. In order to process the final map, the applicant is requesting approval of street naming review to name 8 streets within tentative track map 31157-1, 4 streets within tentative track map 31157-2, 12 streets within tentative track map 31157-3, and 9 streets within tentative track map 31157, for a total of 33 street names. As you can see in the vicinity map, track 31157 encompasses the northern portion of the West Pacific Plan. For this application, staff worked with the applicant, Greg Fick, who is in attendance tonight, and with the County of Riverside's GIS personnel, to ensure the proposed street names are adequate, per their standards, and to avoid duplicity in naming streets throughout the county. The proposed names for track 31157-1 are Street D, Gallatin Circle, Street E, Knott Court, Street F, Monarch Court, Street G, Delrin Circle, Street H, Bryant Street, Street I, Grayling Way, Street J, Pacific Street, and Street K, Chavez Circle. The proposed names for track 31157-2 are Street L, Soldier Street, Street M, Kaufman Street, Street N, Arlington Court, Street O, National Street.
And the proposed street names for track 31157-3 are Street P, Westmont Street, Street Q, Tulane Circle, Street S, Purdue Court, Street T, Villanova Court, Street U, Baylor Court, Street V, Kent Circle, Street W, Santa Clara Court, Street X, Santa Cruz Circle, Street Y, DePaul Street, Street Z, Loyola Circle, Street B, Clarington Circle, Street JJ, University Way. And the proposed street names for track 31157 are Street AA, Smoky Mountain Way, Street BB, Victoria Court, Street CC, Tulum Court, Street DD, Carlsbad Circle, Street EE, Banff Way, Street FF, Badlands Circle, Street GG, Serengeti Street, Street HH, Waterton Street, Street II, Grand Canyon Way, Staff recommends approval of street naming review for tentative track map 31157-1, -2, -3, and 31157. This concludes my presentation. I am available, as is the applicant, for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the applicant on street names would have a presentation. You're welcome to come forward if you like. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission and staff. My name is Greg Fick with Mission Pacific, and just want to thank staff for the presentation. We don't really have anything else to add, but thank you for your consideration tonight, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything.
Okay, thank you. At this time, do we have questions for staff? Questions for the developer concerning the names of streets?
I did make a few notes, so I wanted to check with staff and the applicant. For letter I,
Okay, let's see, which,
can we do, instead of Grayling Way, I would like Aberdeen or even Bird. Thank you, this is easier.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
For I, and then I had for L, instead of Soldier Street, can we do Sycamore? For JJ, instead of University Way. I don't know if this matches, let me check. I'm double checking to make sure that they match. Well, I'm making sure they match, because my notes aren't matching. Because for JJ, I had Concordia Way was an alternate in the presentation, and I don't see it here.
I see it. For track 31157-3, JJ?
On here it says option B is Sanford or option C is Oral Roberts. So I don't think the names are matching. Yeah,
And this is for street JJ?
yeah, you see Concordia, right?
And College Way.
Okay. But for JJ, what names?
For JJ, University Way is option A. Option B,
Okay. So yes, for S instead of Purdue, can we do Concordia?
for S, yes.
Yeah.
S.
I don't think they're matching. Are they matching what they had in the presentation?
It's that the order that they are in the exhibits are not alphabetically.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's probably throwing you off. The alternate street name, that, I don't know if you can see it right now, but this is in alphabetical order.
That's what it is. Okay, because I was like, it's not matching what I had because I went down.
Yeah, it's different.
They are different because for N, and that's how I did my notes because I didn't write the original streets, and I have to go back and find. And let me see where's instead of Baylor for U Street, can we do? Well, I don't know which one reference then because in the presentation it said N and here it says U. So should I say instead of Baylor Court, can we do Fullerton Court?
Can I hand these up to you?
Well, I'm looking on here, but it's not. I don't know if it's matching. Is what I'm.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
This is a little different, slightly different.
It's a little bit different. Arlington, no, unless I wrote the wrong ones down. Okay. And then
Oh, okay. Arlington.
for W, instead of Santa Clara Court, can we do Gonzaga Circle?
Okay, which one is that? That was X.
X.
No, that,
Well,
that,
it's,
Yeah.
it's different because the way that he has them is he's got P,
I think
he's
it's
got
different in
Q,
here than
they're
in
not,
But even if you go to the street names, it's different.
okay.
So do we go by this or do we go by the table is what she's asking?
Well, we can go by this. So do you want me to remove this one?
So let's go to which map?
Okay.
go to the second one.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Jimenez, I'm sorry for the confusion. In regards to track map 31157-1, what changes would you like for that map?
Okay, you got Gallatin, then you have Rockingham.
For instead of Grayling Way, can we do Aberdeen?
Okay,
That was the only one I had for this one.
okay, great. 31157-2,
L Soldier Street to Sycamore.
Yeah, got it.
And that was it for this one.
okay. 31157-3,
University Way JJ to Concordia. See, that's the ones that I was saying wasn't matching because it was S on the other one.
Right, you're right.
Yeah. And then, let me see.
Santa Cruz to Gonzaga.
Yeah, Santa Cruz to Gonzaga. And there was Santa Clara Court to Fullerton Court too.
okay. Is that it for this one?
I was a little bit concerned about Purdue and Loyola because it's a lot of university names, but I'll leave that to my fellow commissioners because they're not as noticeable as having University Way. Okay, that was it for this one, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
And 31157,
Banif to Los Roques Way,
Oh, that's
or
what I
even
missed.
Kruger, one of the two, because Banif is a funky spelling.
Yeah, Kruger.
Okay.
okay.
Kruger?
Kruger.
Okay, I'm good with Kruger. And then Badlands Circle to Hot Springs Circle. And then Grand Canyon Way to Ambora Way.
okay, I got your changes.
I got one.
Okay.
Let's go back. Okay. To the, just the last one you just did, the universities, the streets. Okay. One is obvious I'm going to make. From Tulane Circle to Trojan Circle.
Yeah.
Because I'm a Trojan. That's obvious. Okay. We don't want Tulane anywhere on here. Okay. So Trojan Circle should always be number one. Okay. Sorry.
Not
I'm the chair. Trojan Circle from Tulane. Okay. No.
No?
Well,
Trojan.
Biola is close.
Loyola's kind of close.
Santa-
Fullerton.
Fullerton. We good?
Yeah, if you can go back to the last section. Rocky
dash one, I
Mountain,
guess.
Rocky Mountain to Galapagos.
Track map 3115, the dash 2?
Dash 4, I think it is.
I have dash 1, dash 2.
The street name is Smoky Mountain to
Oh, okay.
Galapagos.
that one was the one I was thinking about it.
Okay.
Okay, it's 31157 from Smoky Mountain to,
Galapagos Way.
okay, got it.
Okay. We good? Okay. We can go back over the changes. I scribbled, so don't count on me. Okay.
I can
You got 'em?
read them back if you'd like.
Oh, yeah, yeah, thank you.
And if the applicant's okay with the changes.
Yeah, we're fine with the changes, don't have any issues. The only note that I'd make is for -2, L Street, changing Soldier Street to, they're all stadiums. It's a theme for like stadiums, Park West. So changing it to Sycamore would disrupt that. There are other options, but that we're not hung up on Soldier Street or anything like that. But that's just for your consideration. Otherwise, we're fine with all the changes.
Was the other options also a stadium?
Yeah.
Can we go to that map, please, that shows the L? Oh, thank you. Can we go back to the site naming map that has L? That one. Haywood is a stadium, right?
No, the other options would be Riverfront, Shea, Yankee, Cardiff, Tinsley are all stadiums.
Oh, but it's not giving me the options like I was going just straight across.
We've checked with Riverside County GIS, and it really doesn't matter. They're all approved names, so it wouldn't have to fit within.
The category.
Oh, okay.
You can mix and match. Yankee,
Those are all stadiums, yeah.
Riverfront.
I'm not hung up on any of the other ones. It doesn't.
Can I suggest Riverfront?
Riverfront? Okay,
Perfect. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yes. It's all yours.
Okay, so the changes, as the commission would like, for track map 31157-1, Street I instead of Grayling Way, Aberdeen Way. For track map 31157-2, Street L instead of Soldier Street, we're going to Riverfront Court. For track map 3157-3, for Street Q, instead of Tulane, we're going with Trojan Circle. For Street JJ, instead of University, we're going to Concordia Way. For Street W, instead of Santa Clara Court, we're going to Fullerton Court. And for Street X, instead of Santa Cruz Circle, we're going to Gonzaga Circle. And for map 31157, instead of Street AA, instead of Smoky Mountain Way, we're going with Galapagos Way. For Street EE, instead of Banff Way, we're going with Kruger Way. Street FF, instead of Badlands Circle, we're going with Hot Springs Circle. And Street II, instead of Grand Canyon Way, we're going with Ambora Way. Those are the changes.
That should do it. Very good. I couldn't read my own writing, so I'm glad you did. Okay. Okay. No more questions for staff? No more questions for them? We open up to public comment on the street naming, and you're welcome to come to the public and address the commission on this particular item, this item only. Seeing none, we close the public comment portion. I don't know if we need discussion here. There's no discussion.
Just a quick comment. Just being a former,
Okay, you gotta state your name and
David
spell your last name for us. Full
Castillo.
name.
Okay, David Castillo. I live in Paris. Just my 2 cents, just being a former Marine. I would like to go with Soldier Way. That's just I do believe that the names have energy. So if it's Soldier Way, hey, man, like, I don't know. That's, America was founded, right, with wars and so forth. So I've been in Paris since 1992. So my family and myself, we watched the city grow, and we know that we're here to talk about the warehouses and names and so forth. But there's energy. So with the name Soldier Way, that's just my 2 cents. I'm for it. But again, it's just whatever the case is.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment portion, bring it to the, for discussion, we bring it to the commissioners. It's the quietest I've ever seen this group, I think. Discussion? Yeah.
I will make a comment just so we won't leave it empty. This is Commissioner Gomez. I think in the future, I just want to put it out there, developers can include some of our local universities, local landmarks here in the city of Paris for the next development. I think that would be add a really nice touch. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Jimenez, do you have any issues with revising it back to Soldier? Are you okay with?
I like to leave it as is, just because I feel the sentiment is a powerful name, and it's because of that I have so much respect for soldiers and people that serve, that I don't think naming a street like that it gives them the respect they deserve.
I do agree with you too, but in respect for the soldiers and what they do, I appreciate what they do. They're very honorable what they do. In respect for some of the items that do occur to them, I would agree with you.
Yeah, I won't belabor the point. I think I'm not hung up on the names, so we just do that because sometimes we see things. One of the reasons why I think in the future we didn't understand the context of why these were named that. So when they just name streets, we don't know if it's a stadium. We didn't know it was a stadium. We don't know if it's after a person. So it's kind of hard. You're just kind of going just the name. So that's one reason why we kind of went, okay, maybe we should try this. But like Kruger National, you had to know what Kruger National Park is. You know what these things are. We weren't sure about that, but the stadiums, that's something different. So it's not a problem with me. Okay, that's it. Since there's no more discussion that I see here, ready for a motion? Here we go. Boy, I was trying. Street naming reviews for track map. Yeah, I think I'll go back to this one. No, I'm gonna go back to this. I like this better here. Street naming reviews, track map number 31157-1-2-3 and 31157. Proposal for the following 4 street name reviews related to track map 31157, generally located east of the Paris Valley Storm Drain Channel, west of Dunlap Drive between Nuevo Road and San Jacinto Avenue. I'll go through it if you want. Okay. Street name review 23-05176, tentative track map 31157-1. Proposal to name 8 streets within tentative track map 31157-1. Street name review 23-05240, tentative track map 31157-2. Proposal to name 4 streets within tentative track map 311572. Street name review 23-05241, tentative track map number 31157-3. Proposal to name 12 streets within tentative track map number 31157-3. Street name review 23-05242, tentative track map number 31157-A. Proposal to name 9 streets within tentative track map number 31157. Requested action, approve street name reviews 23-05176, 23-05240, 23-05241, 23-05242, related to tentative track map 3117-1, -2-3, and 31157, with the appropriate name changes as stated earlier. I don't think we have to repeat that, with the site changes and to include Soldier Street that we had taken out before. Have we covered it all?
Did we say we're gonna put it back in?
Yeah, we're gonna put it back in. What do you guys want? Soldier Street.
I'm okay with it either way, Commissioner
I'm
Jimenez.
okay with either one. I would have liked. I think I would have liked to keep that for a bigger street or something a little bit more meaningful, but I'm okay including it if,
Yeah, I mean, this is somewhat of a small street.
it is a very small street. I feel like something like that deserves a lot more. So let's keep the original name.
Right. Okay. In keeping with the Paris spirit, as he stated, but we do honor veterans here tremendously, probably better than anybody. So anyway, we'll keep the street in. And with that, we just need a motion. Moved by Commissioner Jimenez, and seconded by Vice Chair Shively.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote 5-0, this motion is approved.
We move on to item 6B. What's the matter with me? Item 6A. That's what you get for reading all that stuff. Public hearing 6A. This is a scoping meeting for an environmental impact report associated with specific plan 22-05380. Tentative parcel map 22-05328, TPM 38730. Development plan review 22-00037. And development plan review 22-00038. Continued from the December 6, 2023 meeting. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate construction of a 291,098 square foot industrial warehouse building, 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants, and a 52,008 square foot 4-story hotel on 17.1 acres. Number 1, Pacific Plan Amendment to rezone 12.6 acres of the 17.1 acre site from commercial zone to light industrial zone within the Paris Valley Commerce Center. Pacific Plan. Number 2, tentative parcel map to consolidate 2 parcels into 4 parcels. And number 3, development plan reviews for review of the industrial and commercial site plan and building elevations. Project site is generally located on the south side of Remote Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue. Applicant Marwan Alabasi. Requested action, conduct a public scoping meeting to review, discuss, and provide comments on the potential environmental impacts associated with the project. I put in emphasis, this is a scoping meeting. We're not to get into the details, not to get into the plans about architecture and all the other things we'd like to, we can't. So this is a scoping meeting, and I'm sure staff will explain once again what this is a scoping meeting. Is there, now this is key, any ex parte communication? Thank you. Any site visits? I didn't say drive-bys. Site visits or any ex parte communications or anything that we need to state at this point?
Chair Hammond, I must recuse myself on this project. There's a parcel that's across the street next to the Papa John's. I have a financial obligation to it from H&A Realty.
Okay.
I pass this site only in my daily travels.
I am familiar with the site. I drive by it as well.
It's also on my daily commute.
Yes, I constantly drive by it. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Now we're ready for city presentation. We haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Nathan. Avoiding us, right?
Good evening, Chairman Hammond, members of the Planning Commission, Nathan Perez, Senior Planner. Tonight, the first item we have before you is the environmental scoping meeting for the Distribution Park Commercial and Industrial Project. Tonight's presentation will be broken up into 2 pieces. I'll provide the first presentation, which is an overview of the project, and the second component will be provided by the environmental consultant for the environmental portion of the project. So what's the purpose of the scoping meeting? Well, it's to provide information about what the project's going to be. And also, the scoping meeting allows the Planning Commission, interested persons from the public, organizations, and public agencies the opportunity to comment on the preliminary assessment of the environmental issues that would need to be addressed in the project-specific environmental impact report. And as Chairman Hammond mentioned, there's no actions required at this time. This is just to conduct an environmental scoping meeting for this project. Okay, so the project is located on the south side of Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue within a 17-acre site within the commercial community zone. And per the aerial, there's vacant land to the north, Camper Resorts of America is to the east. An industrial building to the south, which is occupied by Whirlpool. To the west is an existing multifamily residential subdivision and also commercial along Ramona Expressway. Here's some site photos of my visit. As you can see, the current site is currently vacant. And this is a view south along Ramona Expressway. Here's looking west, and behind there is the existing conforming multifamily residential neighborhood. Here's looking east, which is behind there is Campers Resorts of America. And here's looking north from Dawes Street. So as part of the project, the applicant's proposing a specific plan amendment. Currently, the zoning, as mentioned earlier, is commercial. However, the applicant's proposing to rezone 12.6 acres from commercial to light industrial to facilitate the industrial development that's along Dawes Street. Some of the surrounding zoning is commercial to the north, also east, and to the south is light industrial, and to the west is MFR and also commercial. And there's the area that's the applicant's proposing to rezone. So this is the first component, the commercial component. And I'll start off with the two standalone sit-down restaurants. Building 1, which is on the right-hand side, is 4,000 square feet, and Building 2 is 5,000 square feet. Also, as part of the sit-down restaurants, they will have an outdoor patio, which will provide an outdoor eating area for each restaurant. Also, as part of the commercial, the applicant's proposing a 4-story hotel with 107 rooms, which is outlined in the orange area. Also, the hotel will provide swimming pool and gazebo, just to name a few amenities that the hotel will provide. There's a total of 226 parking stalls and 4 RV parking stalls located on the west side of the Porsche site. And there's actually 2 points of access also along Ramona Expressway. The westerly driveway is a 30-foot or 31-foot wide right-in, right-out driveway. And the easterly driveway is a 26-foot wide right-in, right-out driveway. Here's some elevations of the restaurant for Building 1. And these were actually shared with the ad hoc committee earlier, a couple weeks ago. Here's the restaurant elevations for Building 2, kind of like a farmhouse architecture. And here are the hotel elevations. I'd like to also point out that the hotel is actually sits a little bit behind, a little bit far away from Ramona Expressway, and it varies in height, between 45 and 55 feet in height. Now, the industrial component I mentioned earlier is located in the back, Dawes Street. As mentioned earlier, the applicant's proposing to pretty much process a specific plan amendment to rezone 12.6 acres from commercial to light industrial to pretty much facilitate the 291,098 square foot industrial building. So as you can see here, the applicant's also proposing 156 parking stalls, which are located on the west side of the building and also north of the building. The applicant also proposes 34 high dock doors with 78 trailer spaces, which are located on the east side of the building. 2 points of access are also provided on Dawes Street. On the easterly driveway, there's a 40-foot wide driveway, which will be utilized for trucks and will have enough distance to allow queuing of trucks coming in and out. And also there's a westerly driveway, which is 26 feet wide, which will only be used for passenger vehicles. I'll also like to point out the applicant is planning to utilize the truck route of Dawes Street all the way up to Redlands Avenue, passing Ramona, all the way up to Harley Knox to the I-215 freeway. I just wanted to point that out. Here are the industrial elevations. The only elevation that will be clearly visible from the right would be the south elevation facing Dawes Street. As you could tell, the applicant has been upgrading their architecture, has varying roof heights, staggering walls. The existing industrial building will be 46 feet in height. Now, this concludes my presentation for this brief introduction of the project. I'd like to hand it over to the applicant, environmental consultant, and his name is Ryan Birdsong, and he'll pretty much provide the environmental scoping portion, and he'll conclude the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Birdsey, Birdsey Planning Group. I'll be working with the city and the applicant on preparation of the EIR for this project. Very quickly, the presentation we're going to discuss tonight is regarding the California Environmental Quality Act and the purpose of a scoping meeting, and Nathan touched on that earlier. Purpose of the EIR, environmental factors that we anticipate analyzing in the draft EIR, technical studies that we've prepared to date, the preliminary schedule, and certainly an opportunity to comment and contact information with respect to the scoping process, as was mentioned earlier. The purpose of CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, as we know, is to inform governmental decision makers and the public about the project and potential environmental effects, and as well as to identify methods of reducing or avoiding environmental impacts, to prevent significant environmental impacts by requiring changes or alternatives or mitigation measures that could be incorporated into the project to do just that, and to disclose to the public why a project was approved if it would result in significant environmental impacts. The purpose of the EIR then is to share information regarding the impacts of the project, identify methods to avoid or reduce these impacts, identify mitigation measures, analyze project alternatives, and promote interagency coordination and public review, as well as provide a comprehensive document to inform decision makers. So the EIR process is laid out here in this slide and shows basically from the event this evening, which is the notice of preparation, which was sent out last month for a 30-day public review period. So the process then concludes tomorrow, and that ends the notice of preparation of that 30-day public review period to review the project and to provide comment regarding the scope of the EIR. And the next phase is then to prepare the draft EIR and then go through the process of review and so forth with city staff, go out for public review and comment on the EIR and so forth. And then it culminates with the city's decision on the project. So the notice of preparation that was sent out on November 22nd, I believe it was, November 21st, excuse me, contains a brief description of the project, its location, where the documents relating to the project can be found, notifies responsible agencies and other interested parties that an EIR will be prepared, solicits input regarding the scope, focus, and content of the EIR, and distributed the available package, as I said earlier, for 30-day public review and comment period. So as I said earlier, this purpose of this EIR scoping meeting is to provide a description of the project, with Nathan provided earlier, solicit comments from staff, the commission, and certainly from the public on the scope of the document, which, as I said earlier, the notice of preparation period then ends tomorrow. And the scope of the environmental analysis is determined by, in part, the notice of preparation comments and input from the community, staff, and planning commission. So these are the environmental issues that we evaluated in the initial study. This project, it's already gone a rather extensive environmental review process. We prepared a very thorough initial study for this project, evaluating all of the 20 topical areas that are required under CEQA. We've prepared the following technical studies, from air quality and greenhouse gas all the way down to the traffic and then vehicle miles traveled technical studies. So we've got a wide range of information and sources of data that we use to prepare the initial study and that we would use then to look at the EIR. So based on the findings in the initial study, we have looked at these particular areas as those that would require evaluation in the EIR. And that's aesthetics, air quality, greenhouse gas, and energy. So the pollutant emissions, biological resources, cultural resources, land use and planning, public services, noise, transportation, and then tribal cultural resources. That's what we're anticipating at this date. And then, of course, other EIR topics, which include the cumulative impact discussion, alternatives, which would include a no-action alternative, as well as an alternative to the proposed project. The EIR schedule is shown here. As I said, the notice of preparation was published November 22nd, closes tomorrow. We anticipate having a draft or a preliminary draft EIR in early 2024 with response to comments, final EIR, and then Planning Commission recommendations, City Council action, spring of next year. We welcome any comments or questions regarding the scope, focus, and content of the EIR, suggested mitigation measures, and then suggested alternatives to avoid or reduce environmental effects. So the comments can provide written comments this evening, or provide then to Nathan Perez, the City of Paris, at this address, or via email to Nathan as well, by tomorrow at 5 p.m. when the scoping process closes. I think that's it. My presentation. Ask or answer any questions you might have. The applicant's here if you have a specific question on the scope of the project.
Thank you very much, sir. And at this time, we always open it up to the applicant. If the applicant would like to make a presentation of any kind, I know you are, but state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Marwan Alabasi, last name Alabbasi. First of all, thank you for the change to the Trojans. I'm a Trojan too. That was a good change. We welcome any comments or any questions. We'll have our turn, hopefully, when we come in front of you. I know this is just a scoping agreement, so I just want to say hello. And if you have any question, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we move it to the Planning Commission for questions, not about the architecture.
Oh, no.
Landscaping.
No, I just want to make one suggestion. Can you require a light study on the potential impact of this this project on how this projected project will reduce the amount of sun on the neighboring residents?
Okay. So a shade shadow evaluation?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
We can follow up with the lighting, but in regards to the parking or the lighting for the actual warehouse area and how that would impact the sensitive receptors for the residential areas as well, including the RV parking as well. We need to make sure
Yep.
how that's going to be impacted and how it will be mitigated.
Okay.
Can we go back to the slides where you reviewed what was going to be looked at? I just want to make sure it matches what we have in our report. So aesthetics, air quality, biological, cultural resources. I don't see energy on here.
It's under the second one. I put them together, air quality, greenhouse gas, and energy.
And energy, okay.
Yeah.
Land use and planning. I saw noise, public, transportation, and tribal. Okay. I would also like to ask, same thing with the noise level from trucks as they're docking into the parking spaces, because I think there's like tents or RVs right on the other side of that street, so kind of that impact of the noise of having a 18-wheeler backing up there versus having a commercial still designation and having a commercial type setting, as well as the lighting for the dock doors and the building to those sensitive receptors. As part of your study, are you also gonna have, I noticed you said alternate. There are a lot of alternative options instead of just this or nothing. So can we look at a series of maybe reducing, because it's 12.66, I think that's going to be rezoned, maybe only rezoning 10%, having a smaller building, increasing landscaping. I don't think that was mentioned on what the intended landscaping was, increasing that for pollution. Under transportation, under vehicles miles traveled, I would also like to see the impact on the wear and tear of the cityscape streets. Of potentially whatever traffic flow that would be in big rigs versus if it was all commercial, what that would be if it was just regular automobiles.
Okay.
You have a list? Okay, good, because I was trying to jot down a list. And then public services, I'm glad you have that there. I know that the campground is also a big recreation area, and I know a lot of people come for seasonal. The impact that having this would have on their, I guess, normal business throughout the year, because that is part of our recreation within our city. During peak season, low season. Also, a lot in during non-peak season, because working in an education system, I know that a lot of our homeless youth actually live at this campsite. So this is their year-round home. It's not like they're there to visit, they're doing homework, they're trying to live their daily lives. That's it for now. I know I had a couple more that I jotted down, but I'll give Chair Hammond a chance.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the impact of the sunrise and the sunset with the residential areas on both sides. Can we add to include, at what size of a building would it not impact as much or mitigate as much so that the residents continue to have a regular sense of, so that their sunrise and their sunset doesn't change or it's not impacted as much? So what size of a building would that continue to keep it the same?
Okay.
Okay. I'm kind of piggybacking with, I'm kind of compartmentalize what they've said, and I may add a few things in a different way. I'm focusing more on the alternatives, which obviously I know CEQA very well, so I know you have to have alternatives, but some potential things to look at. Number one, the reduction in the building size. If you're talking 291, if it went down and reduced size, what would be that impact? Because that would reduce the number of trucks, that would be reduce the number of VMTs. So if the reduction in size would make it, that's just an alternative. Not saying we're going, we're just saying that's one alternative. The sensitive receptors in more detail, because on both sides you have residential. One of the things, the configuration of this, which would be looked at in CEQA, is if the trucks are parked on the east side and you had a reduced building, they park on the south side. Nothing on the east side. That changes the whole entire noise and pollution thing when you study it, because if it's on the south is other industrial building, that changes the whole dynamic. That's one alternative. That's number two. The other one is all commercial, community commercial. And the vehicle miles traveled on that versus not having that, versus the nothing project where nobody goes for that. So these are just alternates to look at, not saying we're in favor of any of those, but those things you have to do because it's CEQA. So all those would be, VMTs would be really changed because the vehicle miles, if it's on the south side, and the trucks are coming in the south, that's different. And then your noise receptors are going to be farther away from the east and farther away from the west. That changes the whole dynamic. And so, and that's one of those things too, that when you have something this size, obviously the height of building is going to have some aesthetic issues, but I'm more with the noise, because I'm not concerned about construction. Everywhere is construction. Residential construction, you could deal with that. Operation, again, if you're non-refrigerated, refrigerated, those things are looked at. And we don't have a tenant, I doubt it. So the idea is, if you look at a non-refrigerated stuff, that's one thing. If you look at refrigeration, that's the thing. So those are just some basic points, and they're big points. Also, too, if you're talking about the hotel and you're talking about commercial, you also have noise receptors, because if there's no wall in between the two, you're going to have sound going over to the hotel. Okay. And so you have that big giant building facing the hotel. There's nothing in between if there's no trees and things. So how's that sound going to be mitigated if it needs to be mitigated? So the distancing from that building to the parking and to the actual structure is going to be a consideration too, because that makes a big difference when you have a project like this. Understanding that obviously to the south you have, and I approved that project to the south years ago, but the object of that project to the south is industrial, and so there's nothing you can do with that, because that's set. But then we're talking about residential to the northeast of there and the northwest of there, and this one is directly there, and there's a clubhouse there too. So that sound thing is going to be important. Where the receptor is going to be done within both communities. And that's just something to study. So we're not getting into, we're not getting into all the other stuff, just basically things that relate to this EIR. So I think those are some issues. Noise is a big issue, obviously. Remote expressway, as you were talking passenger vehicles, that's one thing. But the VMTs is really more trucks and the truck noise and the sounds, and we're talking about that coming in and a budding neighborhood. You're going to have to figure out, what is that noise level? Is it 80 decibels? Is it 90? That's right up against that fence. So you got an issue there. So that has to be studied. I think I've covered a lot of stuff. And yeah, unless there's something else. But we're going pretty light on you this time, I can tell you. But I think that's it. And I think you covered all the other things and issues that are normally covered in secret report. Those are just standard things. But I think those are because people, residents, are writing abutting it. That's really important. Okay, so I think I gave at least the 4 points that would be those alternates to look at.
Okay. Yes.
Under greenhouse gas emissions, it says that it was already, the technical report was prepared. I would also like to see that with the alternatives, as well as not just the impact of this project, but the overall impact of what's already there for the residents, because that's very different, because the impact of this, a building that's not very large is going to be minimal, but along with the impact of the surrounding industrial that's already there, that might make a bigger difference. Also, I wanted to look at, under noise and also the greenhouse emissions, the hours of operation of having industrial versus commercial hours, and the traffic flow, the noise, and the emissions of having a 24-hour operation versus 10 to 9, 10 to 8 on weekends.
Okay.
That's it? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Any questions of the developer? Okay, we open it up for public comment. I do have some names here, hopefully. I won't take it in any particular order. I'm not sure about the last name, but I believe there's a Nanette, and I can't get the last name, so you'll have to help me. Placera?
I think I wrote down the wrong one. It was for another one.
Oh, okay, for another one, okay.
Okay, I mean, I could say something on this one too. Is it?
It's that, okay. Okay,
Yeah, but I wrote down the wrong.
okay. Just state your full name for us and for me,
Okay.
and spell your last name for me, okay?
Okay, Nanette Placencia.
Okay.
Hi. Well, just hearing this, I really didn't even know that this was going on. But I live right in that area, so my commute is every day, anywhere around there, even with my kids. So I know that area really well. And for it to be rezoned right there, it's going to make a huge impact for all the, the neighborhoods right there, especially more of the, of course, the trucks coming in that area. It's already packed as it is. I think there's a great solution, and just, don't rezone it. I don't know if you already have rezoned it. I don't know. I'm not sure as what I was listening to. But if it's zoned for commercial, leave it commercial. There's a reason why it's that, because of all our homes around that area. So we don't want our kids to deal with all that pollution and noise and having to deal with being next to those trucks and all that stuff going on every day. So there's a reason why it's zoned the way it is. If the company wanted that area to begin with, and if they already bought it, which I don't know, they knew what it was zoned for originally. So why now do they want it rezoned for something else? I mean, if they bought it originally as commercial, then use it as commercial. Don't all of a sudden say, well, I want to come up here and rezone it for industrial because I want a warehouse there. Well, then you should have never bought it to begin with. So I think that you need to consider all the residents who live in that area first before the developer comes in and wants to create a warehouse there. I mean, think about us first, because we already have hundreds of them there. We don't need any more, and we really don't want them around our area. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on this particular item? Okay. We would allow this time that the, okay. I don't think, okay. No problem. I didn't have the name, so. All right, just state your full name for us and spell your last name for us.
Tecla Long.
Go closer.
One
more time.
Tecla Long, L-O-N-G. And I'm actually questioning, I didn't quite understand this red square that I got in the mail. I would like to know what is the zoning going to be on there, what in Placentia and Marietta, that Wilson, Placentia, Marietta, this square.
Oh, that's a
is-
different project.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I see. Well, I would like, are you going to be explaining that, please?
Later. But that's
Okay.
a different, it's on this specific item.
All right, thank
Specific
you.
moment space. Thank you. Anyone else on item 6A? Okay, at this time, as we always do, we allow the developer to come up. If they would like to make a comment, is welcome to come and respond to the public comments or whatever you'd like to, but this is your opportunity. Since I have your name anyway, you could come up anyway.
Marwan Alabasi, Alabbasi, and I think my son Ramzi wants to take over, so I'll allow him to speak.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, my name is Ramzi Alabasi, Alabbasi. I've been working on this project extensively. As you all may know, our office is actually right down the street from here, so we're a lot of the issues the community has, we share those concerns too. I spend 10 hours a day there, 50 hours a week right down the street from here. When we designed this project, there's two options for the project. If you want to leave it commercial, I heard that comment, I live across the street right now from the Galleria at Tyler. Commercial, 17 acres, if you put a Target there, you're still going to have traffic, you're still going to have pollution, it's still going to be a very heavy use. 17-acre commercial site is not going to be a single coffee shop. That's not what's going to happen there. It's still going to be a very heavy use for that site. There's still going to be trucks. There's still going to be lights. There's still going to be vehicles. So we kind of approach to this project is, we've been in the community now for, I think, 16 years in the city of Paris. The number one thing we always hear that Paris is missing is a hotel and sit-down restaurants. And we really wanted to bring that to the city. We kind of designed the project around that. Unfortunately, the reason that there is no sit-down restaurants and hotels within Paris is the economics just don't make sense. So we kind of said, how can we make that work? And the hotel, the warehouse is kind of the crutch for what we want to see here, which is to bring a hotel and the restaurants and and it's kind of subsidizing that part of the project. And, these are not like pie in the sky project we're talking about. The hotel, we already signed a contract with IHG. That will be a Candlewood Suites, 107 rooms. So that will happen right off the bat. And the sit-down restaurants, we also already have a contract signed with a tenant for River Ranch. They're already in downtown Riverside, so we'll be bringing a nice steakhouse to the city. So we think we could have brought in all, tier 2, if you will, lower end commercial. We think we really brought something that's really going to add true value to the city And then, we have the warehouse kind of which offsets it a little bit, if you will. So like I said, you can go all commercial, but that's also not going to be pretty there. It's 17-acre site. You're going to have heavy use of something that size. It's not going to be very light use. So I think we made the best possible use of that site. And, we're really excited and looking forward to it. And I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
If I could come back and add a couple of things. Thank you, Ramzi. We've been in Paris for about 17 years. I started the first project, and all the faces here only recognize Commissioner Hammond was here. The Ramona Expressway Shopping Center on Ramona and Webster. And yes, commercial is good. Everybody loves commercial. I had a building I built for the young lady that made comments. We love commercial, but it was vacant for 4 years. And you know what meant? Police was called every day for homeless people breaking in. So we don't want to just have commercial if we can't fill it. Nowadays, with the economy, with the COVID, with the internet ordering, not many commercial sites are desirable. So when we do things, we're not a public agency, we're private. We have about 10 projects going on in Paris, and we do a lot of your public work also. So we try to do things to accommodate the community and keep their health and welfare as an interest, but we also have to keep the bottom line in the positive. If we start shrinking the building size, it really wouldn't make sense too much to build it. And like Ramzi mentioned, now the warehouse desire is really shrinking. There's not much desire on it. But the hotel is what we need to look at the positive of this project. The hotel is something that I think Paris needs. Talking to the leadership in Paris, that's something I think we bring in. We're proud to bring that. Intercontinental Hotel. We're not talking about Motel 6. Sit-down restaurant, steakhouse, and hopefully Mexican restaurant. Something that we could bring more than just, I know everybody proud of In-N-Out and Jack in the Box, but this will be a sit-down restaurant. So really to think commercial, it's ideal, it's perfect, but that's why there is a process to come to you, and we are presenting this process to try and hopefully succeed in the zone change of presenting a mixed project where the frontage is still commercial, different than anything that Paris has between the sit-down restaurants and the hotel, and still sneak the warehouse in the back with a size that could still make sense without major impact, and the environmental studies will show that. And again, going back to the commercial, it took us 17 years from 2005 till recently we were able to build Carl's Jr. and there's still one pad available that's not being built. And that's why you see a lot of around Ramona Expressway. It's really difficult to bring in more commercials, especially like Ramzi said, to bring in like a Target or a big 17-acre development. It could be an option, but it's not a viable option. It's not something we could build on. But we have entertained a lot. I'm sure Ryan will be able to show some of the options. But I think we're presenting a nice project that I hope when it comes in front of you, you will entertain that and you'll see the benefits to the city of Paris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we close the public hearing portion and move to the Planning Commission. Remember to say scoping meeting, so any further questions we might have missed or any of the topics? We're good. Based on scoping. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, come.
Yes, I can go ahead and start. Earlier this year, we had a developer come to us and tell us that they could not build commercial because there was not enough households to be able to make worthwhile. Later on, they came up with a mixed use and asked for a zone change as well from commercial to light industrial. It only takes one to open that door, and this is what we've been seeing. It's interesting that we couldn't build commercial restaurants or any kind of stores on Ramona Expressway because the expressway just wasn't, it didn't accommodate traffic to come in and out of those establishments. However, with these continued mixed uses coming in and requests for zone change, we're starting to see that it is possible. You're proposing a restaurant where customers and patrons can enjoy their meal while they're next to the debris trucks that are passing by. A restaurant that, seafood is, a plate of seafood is $35, your steaks are $25, and your chicken is $20 a plate. They would not make that gamble if that economic power was not here in the city of Paris. So I'd like the applicant to understand that we're looking for more. This is a scoping meeting, and I believe that we put forth our concerns in the questions. They're in the scoping questions. Those are our concerns. We're not asking questions just because. Those are our concerns. So there needs to be a really good mitigation for the potential impacts to our city and to our residents, or you need to rethink your project. Lastly, please don't use our city as a crutch. Make sure that you bring us substance, because that is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I think essentially, without getting into specifics, essentially we're a scoping meeting, and I've done 21 years of these, so please, I've been an expert. You're going to have alternatives. That's mandatory under CEQA. So we're going to bring alternatives. Doesn't mean we're in favor, doesn't mean we're against, but they have to do it. And it's just looking at what is the impact, environmental impact on the area if you had no project, if you had a smaller project, if you had this, we have to do it. That's our responsibility. So it's not, I don't care the next person, I'm gonna do the same thing. The next, I'm gonna do the same thing. Have to look at different alternatives because we're mandated to look at different alternatives. Now, when we get to the other stuff, we'll get into it. But for right now, the scoping meeting is looking at aesthetics, noise, energy, and all the categories. And we want to make sure they cover those in detail with the consideration of what's on the east and what's on the south, what's on the west. Those are considerations that are part of the scoping meeting, part of the sequence. That's just mandated. You guys have been through it a lot. I've been through it an awful lot, probably about 500 EIRA meetings. I've had enough. I could always do it in my sleep. I'm seeing so many of them. But I'm used to it because I know that you have to look at alternatives. So whether we're not going to talk about the goodness or the badness, we're not going to talk about, we're just talking about what is the impact. And when we see actual numbers, then we get a better clue. But we have to look at that because we are responsible as planning commissioners to ask all the questions. This is the public hearing. This is it. So there's no other general public meeting that we bring people and say, this is your comment. But we've got to look at them. Okay? So we're not trying to be mean. We're not trying. We just have to do it. Okay? And with that, there's no vote, so we will close this, and thank you. I hope they got all that down. We give you quite a bit of things to look at. And with that, we close item 6A. Okay. Okay, yeah. What do we get? Wake him up. Welcome back, sir. Did we wake you? Yes. Item 6B, scoping meeting, another scoping meeting. Scoping meeting for an environmental impact report associated with a specific plan. I'm going to read this. 22-05298. tentative parcel map number 23-05103, TPM 38550, and development plan review 21-00015. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of a 578,265 square foot industrial building. Number one, specific plan amendment to amend the circulation plan map of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan to remove a segment of Murrieta Road between Placentia Avenue and the Paris Valley Storm Drain Channel. Number two, tentative parcel map to consolidate 12 parcels into one parcel totaling 27.9 acres and vacate a paper street. And number three, development plan review for review of the site plan and building elevation. The project site is located at the northeast corner of Placentia Avenue and Wilson Street in the light industrial zone within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Michael Johnson of the Cubes, that's a good one, the Cubes of Placentia. Requested action, conduct a public scoping meeting to review, discuss, and provide comments on the potential environmental impacts associated with the project. Is an ex parte communication, any site visits, or the usual?
Pass the site very frequently.
I also pass by the site.
None for me.
Passed by today and several other days. Thank you. Okay, and now the city presentation. Mr. Matthew Evans. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Hammond, members of the Planning Commission, Project Planner Matthew Evans. Thank you for that introduction. Just like Nathan said, scoping meeting, so there is two parts. I will begin my presentation, and then the environmental consultant will come up and give their presentation. So we'll move forward. So just like Nathan's project, the purpose of the scoping meeting is to provide information on the proposed development plan review. As you noted, the project is called the Cubes at Placentia, to allow the Planning Commission, interested persons, organizations, and agencies the opportunity to comment on the preliminary assessment of the environmental issues that will need to be addressed in the project-specific environmental impact report. And just like the other project, no action is required at this time. So here you have an aerial view. The area in yellow is the project site, and then the white blocks are streets that are surrounding the site, and there are quite a few. You have Placentia Avenue, obviously. Wilson Street is running north and south to Ryder Street. You also have Redlands Avenue, Paris Boulevard, and Indian Avenue. Those are all streets nearby. And Orange Avenue, I believe, is the one furthest to the south. That's the next largest. So here you have some site photos of the site. This is looking northward. I believe the building that you see off in the distance there is known as the Wilson 2 Industrial Building. Again, there's that northeast view from Wilson at Placentia. The southeast view, and an eastern view. And this would be from Wilson. So again, this is the general land use designation and zoning. So you have surrounding zoning here. The subject property is within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. It is zoned light industrial. To the south, you have R10,000. To the east, you have the drainage channel lateral B. To the west, you have more light industrial, and to the north, you have more light industrial. And you do have some fairly recent projects around here, as I've noted. You have the Wilson 2 project, industrial project, the Wilson 3 industrial project, which is located to the west of this site, a little bit northwest. And then the Evans at Ryder apartment complex that we approved a couple months ago is also in the picture here, just off Ryder Street. So here you have the site plan, and then we're just showing how the access within the internal site is working here. You have 2 truck driveways off of Wilson Avenue, and then you have 1 automobile access for the parking which is located west of the building. And those are your access points. I should go back to this quickly. There is one driveway that is provided off of Placentia Avenue that is a fire access only. So here you have building elevations. So you have the west elevation, so this is what it would look like from Wilson Avenue. And then the south elevation, Placentia Avenue. Even though you see those dock doors, what you don't see is a 14-foot tall screen wall, and then a drainage channel and landscaping that'll actually be blocking that view from the residential properties to the south on the opposite side of Placentia Avenue. Then you have the north elevations. This is the internal elevation. This is facing that Wilson 2 project. And then the east elevations, this is also from that storm drain channel. And imagine if Placentia Avenue was to continue through, if you were driving westward, this would be your elevation as well. So with that, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I don't believe Ms. Saunders is here, but I believe somebody is here for her.
And if you could state your full name and spell your last name for us, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission, and thank you, Matthew. My name is William Halligan with Harrison Associates, and my last name is spelled Halligan. And with me tonight is Ileana Ortega, and she'll be taking notes of all of your comments as well as comments from the public. So the applicant is Lake Creek Industrial LLC, and obviously the city is the lead agency. And this is similar to the previous presentation, so I'll summarize. But obviously the key components of CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, is to disclose potential significant impacts, ways to avoid or reduce those impacts, alternatives, which is very important, and fostering interagency coordination and enhanced public participation. And we're at the beginning of the EIR process. This is the scoping meeting tonight, and purpose is to provide a description of the project and then really get your comments as well as the comments from the public. Here's the EIR process. So we're right at the beginning. And after we receive comments on the notice of preparation, we will prepare the draft EIR and technical studies. And the NOP is currently out for a 30-day public review period. The NOP contains a brief description of the project, notifies responsible agencies and other interested parties about this upcoming EIR that's being prepared, solicits input, and it goes out for a 30-day public review period. And so that will close just shortly after New Year's on January 4th. And so the initial study evaluates all of the 20 topics in the Appendix G initial study. And through that initial study process, we determined which environmental categories will be carried forward for analysis in the EIR. That's aesthetics, air quality, greenhouse gas, energy, biological resources, cultural resources. Energy is listed twice, sorry about that. Geology and soils, greenhouse gas, hazards, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, transportation, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. And then cumulative impacts is a big part of the analysis. So we look at the impacts of this project as well as impacts of other development going on in the city of Paris. And then alternatives to the proposed project are a very important part of the EIR. And a required alternative is the no project alternative. So the schedule The NOP was published December 1st, closes January 2nd. The estimated release of the draft EIR would be spring 2024, response to comments and final EIR in summer of 2024, and then both Planning Commission and City Council in fall of 2024. And at this time, we'd welcome your comments. And for members of the public, you may provide comments this evening, and we'll take notes of those comments. You can send in a letter via U.S. mail or email to Matthew Evans, and his email is listed here. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the applicant? The applicant, okay, yes. The applicant would like to make a presentation of any kind, or just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Bob Kubicek. Kubicek is K-U-B as in boy, I-C-H-E-K. I'm with Lake Creek Industrial. I have no comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. This time, if there are any questions? Oh, I thought you were coming back. Okay. Any questions for the staff? Excuse me, or the applicant at this time? Remember, this is a scoping meeting, so looking at all the different various categories.
Matthew,
Who would like to start?
Matthew, can you go show the site plan again?
Absolutely, yeah. Can we get the site plan, or the previous presentation? Thank you so much.
I'm interested in where it ties into the zoning. Yep,
So here's
go
your site
back
plan.
one.
Yep.
Go back one. We're showing the zoning.
Apologies.
There you go.
Yeah, here we go.
The parcel that's across from the channel, the MRSP-MF, that is family residential. I forget what that is.
Excuse me, the
Or it's,
parcel.
immediately east after the small triangle of light industrial parcel, across from channel.
Across from the channel. Yeah, there's multifamily residential.
Okay. That's the only question I had for right now, but
Okay, excellent.
I'd just like to include an alternative study with the certain changes of a lower building height and a larger setback along Placentia Avenue. That'll be it.
So, again, I would like to investigate the aesthetics of the building, especially on the side that's facing the residential portions. And the portion to the north. I'd like to verify and see the review of the aesthetics of the building and landscaping along that easterly side of the property, paying important attention to the northeasterly section itself. I also notice your diagram here is not as rectangular as what your site plan is. I'm not sure if this red dash here is correct or not. Compared to the site plan.
Yeah, so here's the site plan. It should match up with, so there is a diagonal there, and the reason for that diagonal is because that's a area that has to be dedicated for flood control.
I'm talking about the northwestern side.
Northwestern side.
There's a rectangle that's cut out on the northwest side of the red diagram.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I understand now, yes. The area that's in the green, that's landscaped, that was a recent purchase by the applicant. So that cutout there is actually no longer there. So they actually have full control. So it is more of a square rather than having that little notch out on the top. So good observation. But that area has been acquired and landscaping has been provided.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Likewise, I would like to, when we look at this and we're looking at transportation, the potential transportation impact if we had only left them for trucks on the southern exit and right turn out on the northerly access. That way they stay within the truck route and the pollution of that. A smaller size lot, I also wanted to look at the impact of the lighting along the southern side, across the street towards those residential houses that are already there. The noise level, and not just from the doctors, which I know is what we usually have for a good neighbor, but looking at it from the boundary of the lot line to the lot line of the houses. If people are using their backyards, I know we like to go door to door, but people like to use their backyards. So just that impact of noise level, greenhouse emissions. Those are the front yards? They are front yards, they're facing them, yes. So front yards, thank you. And kind of what they're gonna see, having that line of vision impact of lighting onto their front yards, noise levels for when they're taking strolls along their neighborhood, because they will, sleeping, second story especially, because I know the noise carries. So looking at noise levels and greenhouse emissions and everything from that second story level. Lighting, because I know lighting impacts sleep patterns and and also same on the westernly side, that is zoned for residential, so doing kind of the same thing where we do that impact. I know that there's that channel and it's pretty large, but still there would be some impact. And same thing as the previous one with the transportation, looking not only at the vehicles that are on there, but the impact to the ground, because that's people's everyday travel, and it'll impact when you have a huge 18-wheeler versus a passenger car. And there was one more. Also looking at this one very closely when we're looking at public response time, because I know there's a couple of schools, and then with those apartments coming in, just looking at the response time for emergency vehicles to schools, because I know there's a couple of schools off of Ryder, and then going up a little bit, there's Lakeside and Sierra Vista, so all those schools will be impacted by having more vehicles. So I think that's it for now. And maybe potentially the impact on transportation if we had a longer queuing space, so maybe reducing the size and having a larger queuing to get into the property instead of queuing on the street. That's it for me. Thank you.
I have a question for staff for clarification. The, according to the initial EIR, it says that the population and housing would result in less than significant environmental impact and therefore will not be further analyzed. What does that mean?
So as part of the initial analysis of the project, when it was first filed here, the initial study was prepared to determine what sort of topics would need to be done. But there was a preliminary analysis that looked at impacts associated with population and housing. For example, this project does not provide any housing. It doesn't take any housing away. Taking housing away is a potential environmental act, that sort of thing. Those impacts will be summarized in the EIR. It's not as though they're completely written off, now we're not looking at it. There will be a discussion of that, as well as, for example, mineral resources, wildfire, things like that that have already been determined to be less than significant. So those will be summarized in the EIR, and they will be considered. If it is something of your concern, and it seems like it may be, or you're voicing it right now, we'll be sure that, there's adequate discussion for you, in the document.
Yes, because if, for example, if there is a significant impact and the city, there's not much that the city can do to regulate to find out if there is a significant impact. As I was reading in a different EIR, I'm just wondering if the residents were pushed out because they didn't want to live there anymore, would that be an impact on housing? You're not taking the house away, but you're taking away their housing in a way that is, not physical, but more because of the air quality and the noise and just the sense of how it affects you in your sensitive human receptors to have a huge concrete building right across the street.
That is a very interesting way of bringing the various environmental topics into the subject of population and housing. I'm not going to say that we're going to ignore it. That's a very
Look into
valid
that.
concern, and we will. I think we'll do our best to take a look at that in the document.
And just to have in mind, sometimes it goes as far as, and this is where my mind is going, it goes as far as the doctor's like, you need to move because you're going to be on oxygen, et cetera, if you don't move. And you have to take a loss. If there's an economic impact, you're going to have to take a loss on your home because you have to sell it and you have to leave. And there's no way for you to work around that. You won't be able to sell it at a prime rate because people aren't going to buy it because there's an industrial warehouse right across the street.
Very good. Like I say, I don't. That's a unique way of looking at the various components, and so since it is obviously an issue of concern to you, then we'll make sure that that's considered in the document. Thank you for raising that.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for looking into that for us. I have another question. Since we're in the discussion of the homes that are right across the street, we have their front doors are on the street there. So can we include in the study what type of impact it would have if we were to rearrange the 104 dock doors on the south side and trailer parking spaces to another side, maybe on the east side, or work it around to where the dock doors, the smog, the NOx or whatever it is that comes out, those fumes come out, don't directly impact the across the street, because it's not a wide street, even though even our engineer probably tells us it's going to be widened. It's going to be possibly, although they're not supposed to be on that street. It's still not a wide street, so what would be a difference, or as our chair would say, an alternative to putting that parking on a different part? Possibly, if we cannot accommodate that many doors, then possibly, we already mentioned making the building smaller, or altogether just putting business office spaces there. We can include that some way.
Yes, the appropriate place would be in the alternative section, and we can look at an alternative site plan
Very well.
that fits that criteria.
Right, thank you.
Okay. I guess I'm last. I'll be short. Try. Essentially, compartmentalizing what they've stated, I think, in alternatives. it's kind of been stated, but I'm going to kind of put it to where it can be compartmentalized and look at it in the sense of, number one, the alternative one, obviously no project, we're not even, it's there, but we're not going to discuss no project. The other thing is the smaller size building itself. That's an alternative to be looked at because that reduces the number of trucks, the number of vehicle miles traveled, so forth and so on. Thirdly, is distancing, the changing, as she has said, you put the locks, all the trailer trucks on the west side, north side, and have the automobile access on the south side. That changes your sensitive receptors, that changes all the other things there. That would have made more sense to me as a developer to put it on the south, all auto, and you eliminate that problem. So west side trucks, north side trucks, period. That's something that's an alternative, number three. That's possible. Otherwise, you're talking about setbacks away from, I drive that street a lot. Just I have sat there today. In fact, I go probably more than anybody. I sit there. I just drive, I sit there. And that's a very narrow street. And so if you're standing on the sidewalk, you can barely get by now. And right across the street, and it says 150 feet, what is the sound receptors of that as opposed to putting in the west side and north side or even east side? There would be a significant difference. So we're saying everything has to go up that street, Wilson North. We don't want them going any other direction. We want them going that direction. Get to Harley Knox or go across Morgan or whatever, but to go north. So they're coming out that way. So we're not talking about south. So we want that distance. So those are some of the alternatives that have been mentioned. The building height is a potential, but there's kind of a, that's, it's one of those things where you have to determine, you have warehouses, you're going to have stacking, you have offices. That's something to look at. So I think those compartmentalize the areas. Changing the location of the truck parking would change a lot because that entrance is coming all on Wilson with trucks and the vehicle on the bottom means that your distance from the parking lot of automotive to the houses is going to be different than trucks parking there to the houses. So if 200 feet with trucks as opposed to 500 feet make a big difference. So those are things to look at, and it might be a big difference. So building size is one of them. I think that's pretty much it for me. I think you'll pretty much cover it. I think without getting into the details of the project, which we're not going to do, aesthetics and all that, but I think essentially those are areas to look at. It's zone light industrial, so you're pretty much light industrial. So it's a matter of building size, it's a matter of parking spaces, a matter of entrance, all that stuff is consideration. So I think you got that, I hope. Okay, and I'm done. Anything else? Okay. And since we have no vote on this project, no more questions? Okay, 6B, we're ready for public comment. No more questions for staff, right? No. Okay, we are ready for this item to have public comment, and you're welcome to come to the rostrum, podium, whatever you want to call it. This is item 6B. State your full name and spell your last name for us, if you would. Thank you.
John Williams, Williams. Okay, I live across the street from that project. Now, I'm not here to try to stop the project. I'm here because of some promises the city have made us about our sewer on that street. They promised us several times about bringing sewer in. There's sewer on that street, but we don't have, we have separate things. Now, they're gonna put that big building in front of us. They're just gonna bring our property value down. And the last time I checked, well, first they said they're gonna put a freeway there. That didn't happen. I came down, they said, well, we're gonna put a gated community in the rear. When we do that, we'll hook you up to sewer. Then they said they're gonna put a freeway through there. So I'm confused now. We don't have no sewer. We don't have no sidewalk and that school down there, the kids have to walk up, down that street to get to school. So we are very confused and concerned about this project. Now, in your proposal, on page, what page was that on? Page, what's that, 8? Page 8, we talk about the utilities, and it says, the proposed project will include the installation of on-site storm drains, water qualities, water, sewer, electrical, natural gas, and telecommunication infrastructure system. And this is what gets me. To serve the proposed warehouse. They don't say nothing about the residents. Somebody said it was light industry. No, everything on the other side of that street is residents except one empty block, empty lot. Now, what do we get from the city or the proposed project? Do we get a sewer? Or do we continue on septic tank until you put another big building behind us? And instead of call it the cube, we call that one the bit. We'd be in between the cube and the bit. So what are we gonna do?
Okay, thank you. I can always, as the engineer there, if they'd like to respond or give you their phone number, because we can't. But there's the city engineer right there, so if he'd like to answer it now, or he can give you his card. City engineer. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
In general to him? Do you normally fix those kind of things when you build a project on the same street? Is that what you normally do? The planning department told me to come here to get my answers.
I was just his son, and I was just here to help him understand what was going on. But I really appreciate the things you said. You answered a lot of our questions. Our door is right there. So if they need to build a wall, they need to do something to keep it away. And everything you guys proposed, we agree with that 100%.
Do me a favor, just for the record, state your full name.
My name is John Williams Jr.
Okay.
Okay, I'm his son, so
That's okay.
he's elderly, and I would like to help, make sure he understands what's going on.
Okay.
I know this lady right here has a comment too.
Thank you. Once again for us, just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Yes, I'm Tecla, Tecla, Long, L-O-N-G. And I also live in Placentia Avenue with no sewer. I'm interested on knowing the reason why the sewer stopped on Wilson, one house from Wilson Corner, and we didn't get the sewer. And all the properties in Placentia from Wilson to Marietta, they don't have any sewer on our side of the street, which is where the buildings are. The sewer is across the street because I can see it. I have the ability, I'm a real estate agent, by the way, and I know how to find information like that. And I have a question, why was that done like that, and will it be corrected?
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No further public comment? Okay, we close the public comment portion and move to the Planning Commission for discussion. Yeah.
Commissioner Hammond, you should permit the applicant to provide.
Okay. Scoping, okay. Because it's scoping, I said, okay. If the applicant would like to reply to that, you're free to. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, thank you very much. Because it was scoping, I just got to know. Okay, thank you very much. Now we close the comment and move to the Planning Commission.
I guess the only thing I want to say is to respond the concerns for our residents. Just the one thing, if your sewer's cut off, it may be because you may still be under the county jurisdiction. That's the only thing that I can possibly think of, but the city staff will be more than happy to answer your questions, and that's it.
Thank you very much. We're moving you to the experts as opposed to us trying to answer it. So there's no sense winging it up here. So he's very good, very nice. We know him very well, so we'll leave it with city staff. I'm not going to just give you some BS. Okay, so I'd rather take you to the person that has the knowledge. Okay, with that, no further discussion. That's a scoping session, and we're done with that one. Thank you. Okay. We okay? Okay. Need a break? Yeah. Okay. We're about 5 minutes? 10. Okay. 10 minutes, okay. Okay, we're coming back together in a second. Okay. Let's see. Good evening. We're reconvening the Planning Commission meeting at 8:04 p.m., December 20th, 2023, and item 6C. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05047, tentative parcel map 23-5306, TPM 38606, conditional use permit 22-01580, and development plan reviews 22-00006 and 22-00019. Pardon me. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of OLC3/Ramona Promenade Project, consisting of 4 commercial buildings totaling 45,000 square feet on 4.34 acres, and a 774,419 square foot industrial building on 36 acres. Number 1, specific plan amendment to amend the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan to rezone approximately 36 acres from commercial zone to light industrial zone. Number 2, tentative parcel map 22-05306, TPM 38606, to consolidate 8 parcels into 5 parcels, totaling 48.35 acres. And number 3, conditional use permit to allow of a drive-through retail establishment and alcohol sales for on-site and off-site consumption. And number 4, development plan review for the review of the site plan and building elevations for the proposed industrial and commercial components of the project. Applicant Mike Nagar. Requested action, adopt resolution 23-40, recommending that the city council certify the final environmental impact report, SCH 2023-04385, adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, and approve specific plan amendment 22-0547, tentative parcel map 23-05306, TPM 38606, conditional use permit 22-01580, development plan review 22-0006, and 22-00019, to facilitate the construction 774,419 square foot industrial building on 36 acres, and 4 commercial buildings totaling 45,000 square feet on 4.35 acres, based on the findings and the conditions of approval, and if the city would come forward quickly and make the presentation. After I state who did the who did site visits, and ex parte communications, or the recusals.
I drive by the site.
Chair Hammond, I must recuse myself again. Same item as the prior. Item number 1, I have financial interest in the property that just borders on the southern side of this, again with H&A Realty.
I drive by the site at least twice daily.
I also drive by the site regularly.
And yes, I've been by the site several times. Thank you. And the city proposal? Okay. Mr. Matthew Evans.
Yes, thank you for having me back. This is the OLC Ramona Promenade project, as you described. Thank you for that introduction, Chair Hammond. So you have before you the following applications. You have a specific plan amendment to change the zone designation of 36 acres within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan from commercial to light industrial. You have a tentative parcel map that should read 23-05306 for TPM 38606 to combine 8 parcels into 5 parcels totaling 48.7 acres. I believe it's just 48 acres, so there's net and gross acreage involved here, so we apologize for all of these different acreage numbers. Conditional use permit 22-01580 to allow a single drive-through use and to allow for alcohol sales for on and off-site consumption. and development plan reviews 22-00006 and 22-00019 for the site planning, building architecture associated with the 38,500 square foot. That's a correction over the 45,000 square foot. That's what it was analyzed at, so our apologies over that. 38,500 square foot commercial center and 774,419 industrial building. Also what is known as the project. So here's your location of the project. It's generally located at the southeast intersection of Perry Street and Paris Boulevard, and also generally located at the northeast corner of Ramona Expressway and Paris Boulevard. So here are just some site photos of the site. This is a north view of the site. This is a view looking northeast from the drive aisle and back of that existing commercial development on the corner of Paris Boulevard and Ramona Expressway. This is, again, looking northeast at the project site. This is Paris Boulevard at Perry Street, a southeast view of the project site. And then here you have a southwest view from an adjacent industrial project just to the east of the site, looking southwest. And then your final photo here is Paris Boulevard. This is your eastern view of the site. So existing zoning, the project site again is located in that Paris Valley Commerce Specific Plan, Paris Valley Commerce Center, yes, specific plan, commercial zone designation. And then the proposed zone designation, you have a 36-acre site, light industrial, with surrounded by commercial to the west and to the south. And the remaining commercial is approximately 9 acres. Here's your overall project site. Again, this is the net acreage of 45 acres. It includes both the OLC industrial building and the Ramona Promenade building, or excuse me, retail site. So we're going to start with the Ramona Promenade commercial retail site. These are some renderings of what the project will look like. Here you have the site plan. Some things of note, you will have a signalized intersection to the easterly driveway. This lines up with an existing driveway across the street. That's why that driveway is positioned as it is. Again, it will be signalized, and that is the main entrance and exit from the site. You also have a secondary right-in, right-out to the west of the primary driveway site. And then internally within the project, you have some internal circulation to adjacent future properties for future commercial development. So when those properties develop, we can make sure that their driveways line up and we have access throughout all those sites so people aren't having to get back on Ramona Expressway just to get over to another commercial site adjacent to the project. You also have an exhibit that shows drainage channel line E as it traverses through the site. As you can see, it comes from the west and kind of makes a curve there through the site and through the parking lot of the overall site for Ramona Promenade. These are just the driveways I'm just highlighting here, so you can see. Commercial development standards. As you can see, the project is consistent with the lot coverage requirement, the floor area ratio requirement, maximum building height, setbacks, and landscape coverage. And parking standards. 193 spaces are required, 197 are provided. Thus, it's also consistent with the parking standards. And then here you have the conceptual elevations. This particular elevation that you're looking at here is Building A, which is 15,508 square feet. You have Building B at 14,962 square feet. Building C, this is the drive-through restaurant site. It's 3,300 square feet. And then finally, you have Building D. This is the one located adjacent to Ramona Expressway at the east corner. at 5,000 square feet. And here you have a materials board. So these are all the various materials and colors being proposed at the project site. As noted in the staff report, you have all sorts of different materials here: wood, metal siding, metal roofing, brick veneer, all sorts of good stuff. And then here is the aerial rendering of the overall project site. And then some facades that you can see, what kind of give an idea of what these buildings will like as they're built out. Yeah, again, you have brick facades, board and batten siding, wood siding, light colors with roof overhangs that are a little bit darker, trellis structures, and then that larger setback between the parking lot and the building to provide for that outdoor space, the outdoor furniture area, water features. I think there's some playground equipment in there, areas for shade structures, and of course some additional landscaping as well. Conceptual landscape plan, you have 36-inch box trees along Ramona Expressway. A total of 121 trees ranging in size between 24 to 36-inch box sizes. 535 shrubs ranging in size between 5 and 15 gallons. And of course, the trees are selected from the city's preferred tree list. You have 14.57% overall landscaping, where 10% is required. On to the OLC 3 industrial building. So here's your overall site plan. As you can see here, you have the building. It's oriented east-west with the dock doors facing Perry Street and Ramona Expressway. And then your parking plan. So you have ADA spaces required at 7, provided at 7, EV parking spaces at 12, EV ready spaces at 81. Total required parking spaces is 177 spaces. 325 spaces are provided. Pedestrian access and ADA path of travel exhibit. So as you can see here, you do have, because the truck driveway does go around the entire building, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, you do have the need for pedestrian crossing over the driveway, and so that's what this will look like. As conditioned, the project will be providing stop signs at these locations, flashing pedestrian lights with integrated lights into the pavement at the crosswalk. So when somebody comes up and pushes that button when they need to cross, those lights will flash. Employee amenities, we have quite a few here. We have a half basketball court, 2 pickleball courts, a bocce ball court, probably 5 seating areas that are shaded seating areas, and then 1 indoor amenity as noted just to the south of the potential office space at the northwest corner of the building. Wall and fencing plan, as you can see here, the loading areas, the truck trailer yards, as we like to call those, are all screened in with 14-foot high decorative tilt-up screen walls. All other fencing is 8-foot high tube steel fencing. That is mainly to separate the automobile parking lot from the truck drive aisle, as well as to provide some fencing along that eastern boundary there between the existing industrial project to the east. Truck queuing. So you have a truck queuing exhibit here. So as I've indicated in the staff report, all truck traffic to the site is from Redlands Avenue to Perry Street, westbound to the driveway. And this driveway is located at this location for a very important reason, and that's to match up with an existing driveway for the industrial project site to the north. Trucks will turn left and turn in a counterclockwise movement throughout the site, so they'll actually stack up all the way to the guard shack, which is over here at the first truck courtyard. And so as you can see from this exhibit, you've got enough stacking for about 24 truck trailers between Perry Street and that guard gate entrance. And then trucks will exit back out onto Perry Street. As you can see here by the design of the driveway, trucks are forced to make a right-hand turn, so there are no trucks going out onto Paris Boulevard where they're not allowed. This will force those trucks back onto Redlands up to Harley Knox. Light industrial development standards, lot coverage, floor area ratio, building height, setbacks, and landscape coverage are all consistent with the development standards. And then those parking standards, 177 spaces are required, 325 spaces are proposed. And then here you have your building elevations. This is Perry Street North and Paris Boulevard West elevations. Elevations northwest, south, and east. And then here you have your building materials, and as you can see, all of the office towers are appointed with two different building materials, which is stacked stone and a porcelain tile. You also have other materials, as is described in the staff report. You have Formaliner, like board, cement board, precast, vertical siding, horizontal siding, and some tubular steel entrances above the doorways. And again, this is the daytime rendering of that northwest corner at Perry Street, and your nighttime rendering. Conceptual landscaping. So you have 48, 36, and 24-inch box street trees provided along Perry Street, combination of those three. Total of 300 trees ranging in size between 15, 24, 36, and 48 box sizes. 12.3% total landscaping where 12% is required. On to community benefits. So as proposed by the applicant is proposing to construct the two multi-tenant commercial buildings, A and B, totaling 30,200 square feet within the Ramona Promenade Commercial Center in conjunction with the proposed industrial warehouse building. Occupancy of at least one tenant in the commercial building with occupancy of one of the industrial building, and an option to include a $1 million deposit into an escrow account that will not be refundable if the developer cannot find secure occupancy of the commercial tenant. This option would relieve the applicant developer of the obligation to secure occupancy of the industrial building, although it should be noted that as required in the as conditioned, the site and the two buildings will be built concurrently with the warehouse, so there's no untethering of those two. And that includes grading permit, building permit, et cetera, all the way up to occupancy. And then the installation and construction of the backbone improvements for the commercial development, as I just described, including a perimeter parking lot, landscaping, improved parking area, drive aisles, construction of utilities, up to the commercial project site on Ramona Expressway, entrance to the Ramona Promenade Commercial Center, and construction of off-site improvements along Ramona Expressway. If the applicant estimates these improvements will cost roughly about $12 million. As shown on the second slide here, you have line E, and as you can see, there is a community benefit being provided by constructing the remaining portion of that from the project site to the basin just on the other side of Redlands Avenue. Environmental process. An environmental impact report was prepared for the project. The EIR was prepared in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. The EIR concludes that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below significant level with the implementation of mitigation measures except for impacts related to air quality, cumulative GHG emissions. Transportation should have been stricken out of the staff report. That's actually not included, so that's why I've redlined it here, which have been identified as significant and unavoidable. Adoption of the statement of overriding consideration will be required in order to approve the project. To this date, staff has received 12 letters in support of the project. Those are available on our website via a link that was provided in the staff report. And I did receive one today right before I came here, and I was unfortunate. It was unfortunate I wasn't able to. I didn't have enough time to print it off, but it will be available at the link provided in the staff report. Public hearing notice. Public agencies and property owners within 300-foot radius were notified of the project. No comments were received prior to the December 20th Planning Commission meeting. No additional comments have been received as of the writing of the staff report originally on December 6th. Recommendation is to adopt Resolution 23-40, recommending that the City Council take the following actions. That would be to certify the environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 202-304-385, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and report program, and approve specific plan 22-0547, tentative parcel map 23-05306, conditional use permit 22-01580, and development plan reviews 22-00006 and 22-0019, subject to conditions of approval. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I can just, before the applicant is called to the podium, I'd like to add that revisions to the engineering
just about to
conditions
say.
have been distributed for the Commission's consideration. And I would also like to add a condition that was inadvertently omitted in the planning conditions for off-site tree planting or funding, requiring the developer to plant one 24-inch box tree per 5,000 square feet of building size, industrial building size, irrigation lines and controllers at an off-site location to be determined by the city, or to provide funding equivalent to such cost at the discretion of the city prior to the issuance of building permit.
Okay, what number was that? Because that's normally part of it.
That would be a condition that would be added as it was inadvertently
To
omitted.
the
from
end, to the end.
To the, yes.
30,
In the planning conditions,
yeah, I'm just trying to get the number. What would, 30, no, 40, I don't know. 70, 80, 88? 88,
yes,
okay.
yes. And staff has communicated that condition to the applicant, and he's in agreement with that condition. Also, the applicant has indicated a concern with condition number 41 in the planning conditions, but I will let the applicant express his concerns to the commission when he comes to the podium. Thank you.
Okay.
Just one more matter of record as well. You should have revised engineering conditions in front of you. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was just about, she beat me to it. I was going to introduce that. And I won't go through all the revisions, just to note that December 15, 2023, revised December 19, 2023. And there's several different things that were changed in here. And number 15, there were changes in number 15. And number 19. And number 43. And those are specific conditions that were changed. If you like a copy, I'm sure you can deal with the city. But it's just too long to go through each one at this moment. But those are engineering conditions, and we have the engineer here, so you can beat him up, okay? Also, before I go to the rest of the commissioners in your presentation, some slight changes that might have been made conditions of approval, because conformance to approved plans. So number 9 in COA, it's just wording, and I'm very picky about wording, but number 9, conformance to approved plans. Okay, it says approved by the Planning Commission, assuming it is, on December 20th, 2023, or as amended by the Planning Commission for final approval by the City Council. I think that's the way it should be worded. I used to write contracts, so I'm used to. Also, number 37, since we're into that. Again, number 37 really just deals with the languages that we normally add to it about the public works statement on landscaping after 1-year maintenance. I think referring to the landscaping language from your own Public Works Department. Property maintenance wording is not adequate. It should reflect 1-year maintenance and plant establishment period, the applicants, so forth and so on. That would tie in and be consistent with all the other ones about 1-year maintenance. So that's just the wording we always put into all. We've started adding that to all of them. But it's from your Public Works memorandum, and I think that's the only other things before we even get into the nitty-gritty stuff. So those are just some basic things that I saw too. Also, we mentioned 7 ADA spaces, and then we mentioned 8. Is it 8 or 7 ADA spaces? I'll defer to the applicant on that, I'm sorry. ADA spaces, I think we mentioned them in the staff report as either 8 or 7. So, and that's only the commercial part. I didn't see any for the industrial.
So
Yeah.
the industrial, I can actually go to the slide here, my apologies. Let me, just for clarifications real quick.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't know which one it is.
So for the commercial site, you have, I believe you have a total of 8.
Okay,
And
so it's
again,
8.
I'll confer with the applicant on that. 8.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
correct. And then on the industrial, I believe there is 7. And yes, so
Okay,
this
so
is the
actually
addition,
for the
yeah.
industrial, okay.
Yeah,
So
you have 7
industrial 7,
spaces.
8 for the commercial.
Yeah, 8 for the commercial.
Okay, okay. I know it's nitpicking, but I can't help it. Okay. At this time, I know you've been very patient. If the applicant would like to come forward, we'll come up with other stuff. Don't worry, don't go far. The applicant would like to come forward and, like we've never seen you before, I know, but just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Hi there, Mike Nagar, N-A-G-G-A-R. Yeah, from the fine city of Paris. Let's see here. Your IT told me how to work this, so I'm gonna see if I can key it up properly. Come on. All right, well, let's start there. I think I just took a screenshot. Let's see. Okay. I think I'm gonna get there. Yeah.
Don't ask me.
All right, real good. Commissioners, first of all, the best of the holidays to you. Looks like the weather's coming in, and it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I remember back a little over a year ago, back in July of 2022, I sat here for our scoping meeting, and I was reminded of that as the 2 scoping meetings went before us. And I was reminded, because a lot of the same comments that I heard tonight were consistent with the comments I heard over a year and a half ago. And we heard them loud and clear, and I think you're going to be pleased with what we came back with. We've adopted, in particular with the promenade, we call the Ramona Promenade, we've adopted the belief that if you build it, they will come. And that's very consistent with what you were saying, Commissioner Gomez. It is true that the regionals don't necessarily drive, the regional commercial users would not necessarily drive through the area, but they would look at the demographic reports and they'd say there's no rooftops. And even the sub-regionals would do that. But we have been hearing not only from this commission and from the city council that that's just not correct. You feel that people will come and that we need to have faith in the city of Paris that they will. Well, we're taking the attitude of if we build it, they will come. And so that is exactly what we're going to do. And I want to say it, if I'm redundant, forgive me, because I think that it's very important. As we're constructing the industrial building, buildings A and B of the Ramona Promenade will also be under construction. Both certificates of occupancy will be given at the same time. So there is no situation in which the Ramona Promenade does not get built. And I think that's very important to mention, because I think that once it's on the ground and we have something that is turnkey and people see that it's there, I think it's going to attract the type of user that we want. I'm going to talk a little bit later about the type of user that we are hoping to get there. We're not shooting for another retail shopping center or strip center. We're looking for a very specific use, and we're going to appreciate encouragement from the Planning Commission to do that. Mr. Chair, if I may, I brought my entire team with me here, and if I can just say their name and have them stand up real quick. I think it's important that the commission know that we came ready to answer questions, and we came ready to talk to you and really to get your approval and see what you think about what we've put on the table here. So, you know me, I'm Mike Nagar. We brought Ruben Choi from HPA Architects. Ruben, if you can stand up real quick. Ruben and his company did the industrial design. We have Greg Simonoff from SMS Architects. He's did the design of the Ramona Promenade. Greg's going to give a more detailed presentation on the promenade. Interesting note, and something that I'm pleased with, Greg's company is also the architect for one of the scoping meetings that you just held, which is going to be right across the street, the hotel project as well. And we're very enthusiastic about that, because we believe that with our project and when that project comes, we are literally fulfilling what the citizens of the north part of Paris want and what the city has been pursuing, literally changing that area into an area where you start to have high-end restaurants, where you have to start getting higher-end retail, more shopping opportunities, et cetera. We've also brought Yara Fisher, who's our environmental consultant on all CEQA aspects. We have Charlene So and Bill Maddox with Urban Crossroads. They will be here to answer any questions if they come up as it relates to traffic and air and noise. We know that landscape is premiumly important, especially as it relates to the promenade. And so our landscape designer, Tim Davis with Wilson Davis and Associates, is here for landscaping. And then we're going to talk about something very important, and that is this flood control channel and the gravity of the size of the flood control channel. We have Chris Morgan from United Engineering Group, who has done many, many projects here in the city of Paris. So one other thing before I bring Greg Simonoff up is staff mentioned it, and staff has been wonderful going through this whole process. Not easy, okay, but definitely clear on what they wanted. Really, in the past 2 weeks, I've just been getting peppered with, the Planning Commission wants this, get me that exhibit. Planning Commission's going to want to see that, get me that exhibit. And you know what, much to my appreciation, my team behind me really rose to the occasion and literally turning things around within hours. And so it's been a good experience. One thing I do want to mention it in just to bring it home is that there where you see Empire Gardens on the map is another 4.5 acres that we're reserving for future commercial. So we're retaining that. We think that's going to be another commercial opportunity. When we started this process, that was not there. It was going to be all industrial, and the industrial building was larger when we started the process. But we heard the feedback. We heard from this commission, we heard from staff, and we went ahead and reduced the building size and retained that commercial frontage on Paris Boulevard. And we've gotten some inquiries there. Nothing committed yet, but a couple of markets have contacted us, and we'll see how that goes. At this point, I'm going to ask Greg Simonoff to come up, and he's going to walk you through the Ramona Promenade. Again, I wouldn't necessarily want to walk you through a shopping center, but we're really trying to fill a niche here and bring something that I'll tell you what, is deserving of being in the city of Paris. So Greg, You're
going to guide me through this.
Yeah, I will guide you through this.
My name is Greg Simonoff. It's Simonoff. So we get that. And I'm with SMS Architects. We're located in Irvine, California. So Mike and Gary came to us and they were familiar with some of our other work. We're doing the Dana Point Harbor, we did Pacific City, Lido Village, and a lot of high-end Orange County, high-end retail establishments. And they said, we really need something special here for the city of Paris. And we wanted you to, we looked at various ways of how to work the site and how to do it. And I think we came up with a scheme that we all sort of kind of fell in love with, which was creating the buildings, but giving them that separation and reworking the roof lines and stuff so they look like they're individual buildings that kind of make a frontage along Ramona Promenade, and giving it the people space in the outdoor areas that allow us to have that programmable, pedestrian-friendly space that we can use. We call them like little living rooms out in front of the buildings, and they really take the inside space, bring it out, and some of the walls will open up completely. We'll have restaurants that open up to programmable entertainment areas and so on. What you're looking at in the aerial view here is how the site would look, and that is actually with the actual landscaping put in place and the actual tree selection as we propose it. A lot of shade structures in there. We have a central courtyard between buildings A and B, which will offer a dining experience, also entertainment, also a programmable space for various activities, community activities. We really want the promenade to become a community, not just a retail center, but a community center where lots of activities can happen and be promoted as we go through the project. So here, this is an overall rendering. You can see there, you're looking at the corner with the sit-down restaurant on the corner, and then looking across the promenade along Ramona Expressway. And then we wanted to kind of show you how those living room areas really work. So we have around 36 feet of sidewalk in front of these buildings. We really expanded that. We wanted our landscape area to be where people are going to use it. And to create these outdoor spaces, we added the built-up planters there, so you're not like right next to a car that's parked right there, but you feel like you're in your own room, in your own space. These spaces will work with the tenants, and these are the actual sort of elevations that we've come up with on the building. But we thought it would be good to kind of show you what it really looks like when you're in the space, and what the different materials will look like, how the roof lines will play. There is a water feature as you just come in. You walk through that leads back to the programmable entertainment area. This is looking across the promenade. We're showing some lounge seating there. It can be various things. At some point, it might be an art exhibit, or it might be something else. But it really becomes a public space that we hope will kind of lead into the sites around us and grow and expand and create something special along the Ramona Expressway. That's that central space. There it is set up as a sort of a dining area. The walls, those would be restaurants on each side. They would open up to the space. We can go through that. And you can see there it's set up for a concert. There is a stage in the back for music or presentation or just someone speaking. Our landscape architect is here if you have any questions on the landscape. Kind of ran through that real quickly, but I think if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. One thing we are looking forward to is seasonal theming. I did not bring the exhibit. It got a little messed up, but seasonal lighting, Christmas time lighting, Halloween, Thanksgiving. Again, this is a place we anticipate people to come and stay a little while. Our hope is to anchor on each side as something of the nature of like a tap room, a brewery with food. Maybe on the other side, we're looking for other restaurant uses. We have some interest in hibachi teppanyaki. You may hear from one of our potential users here tonight. And that's Ramona Promenade, and we're very excited about doing it. What I want to do now is turn the presentation over to our civil engineer, Mr. Chris Morgan. Chris? And he's going to talk about the flood control channel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name's Chris Morgan with United Engineering Group, MORGAN. Yeah, as Mike said, typically storm drain's not the sexiest of topics, but he asked me to kind of help illustrate the community benefit, and quite frankly, the community benefit is based on kind of the size of this. This map here you see on the left, that green area is 5,600 acres, give or take. That's all contributory to this Line E channel. It's gone through a number of iterations over the years. That map's from 1987. Webb's done redesign of it as recently as 2014. There's been different scenarios where interim facilities have been built, but the bottom line is Line E still has not been completed, connecting all of that flow to the Paris Valley Channel. So I haven't analyzed the extent of the existing flooding, but the city engineer can attest to there is still some interim flooding conditions up and down Ramona. The other map, and let me flip it.
And I have it on the screen for you too, Chris.
So this map shows the alignment of Line E as it goes through the project. One of, as I previously mentioned, Webb did some redesign on behalf of flood control, taking into account all the existing facilities that are in Ramona, a lot of the projects that were built with interim solutions, the commercial that's right there on both sides of the north side of Ramona and Paris that now kind of make a terrible spot to put a huge channel through. There was discussion to move it north and go around the back of the existing commercial. The blue line you see there west of Paris is where the proposed terminus of Line E will be when the property, as I understand it, that is already approved west of Paris will end Line E. We will then take it through the project and connect it all the way east of Redlands to the existing city-controlled basin that is at that location. And to put in perspective, it looks like a fairly small line on this map, but it's probably as wide as that desk that your very capable staff is sitting at, and it's 7.5 feet tall. So it's another foot and some change taller than me. It's big enough you could drive a full-size work truck through that culvert. In addition to the culvert itself, which is significant, flood control will maintain that facility, so they also will need easements on either side of it of approximately 16 feet. So that's the whole width you see going down through the project. On each side of that. And I know you're not supposed to technically consider the financial impact of project, but ballpark is that's about $3,000 a linear foot to construct that size of box culvert. In addition to, that's just the culvert itself. In addition to working with John to make sure we can get it either through the property, in Ramona, working with utility crossings, so on and so forth. So it's a significant project and community benefit. Thank you. I'm also available for any questions engineering related.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to jump back and talk about a couple of things, and then I will be through. Forgive me for jumping around. I had these all in separate PowerPoints, but they got combined out of necessity. You're looking at the parcels in the project area. In order to do this entire project, we have had to deal with 4 different property owners who have owned the property over a long period of time. They all have different interests. They all have different goals. It took over a year and a half in order to get the properties under control so that we can bring forward this development. We don't own these properties yet. We will close escrow on them as this moves through the process. I only bring this up is because oftentimes when people drive through the area, they see a big swath of vacant land and they have a viewpoint or a picture that something can go on that land. It's not that easy when you have to go deal with, again, 4 different property owners. Some are more interested to sell than others. Some want more money than their property's worth. Some need money right away. Some just want to keep it for a long time. And so getting 4 different families on the same page in order to move this forward was not an easy task, but we were able to do it, and we're here at this point. Let's see. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about job creation. By doing this project, one-time construction impacts will cause over 1,000 jobs, 1,090 to be exact, direct jobs. Indirect jobs, by virtue of the construction, will be about 205 over that period of time. Once the project is completed, it will have 829 permanent jobs and 233 indirect jobs. Now, we did do some scenarios where the warehouse might become a point of sale. So those numbers would only go up and be more beneficial if that did, but I won't camp on those right now. But overall, this is a job creator. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit. Staff mentioned the trouble that we were having with the condition to have one retail store open. And we were trying to find solutions around that. It creates a problem for us because we have to be able to get a construction loan to do all this, to not only build the industrial, but to build the promenade and to also build the flood control channel. The flood control channel is about a $12 million project, and the Ramona Promenade is about a $15 million project. And we will be building all of this concurrently, all of the backbone infrastructure, everything that is required to turn key and open these up. Literally, we will have in the promenade and the flood control channel $20 million in the ground. What is difficult about that is that when you're dealing with lenders who lend in excess of $100 million, et cetera, they look at contingencies such as that and shy away from doing it because they don't control it. And what I mean by that is that we have no doubt we're going to be able to lease the center. We're going to begin to start to lease the center right away, particularly while it's under construction. But when you get that certificate of occupancy, whoever buys the warehouse, whether it's an Amazon or whatever user wants to use it, they will not wait until you get a retail store open, because there's a lot of contingencies to get a retail store open. For instance, if we get a tap house, the tap house will need an ABC permit. He'll need equipment. He'll need to be approved for financing. The equipment has to be available. Right now, to get electrical equipment and transformers, there's a 16-month backlist. They're being shipped in from overseas. I mean, this is a real reality. And so we have the possibility where we have 2 buildings, okay? One we can't close escrow on, because we don't have a user. Now, you know, we were kind of chuckling, okay, we'll go get a donut shop, okay, or we'll go get a taco shop. But that is completely runs against what we're trying to do here at the Ramona Promenade. So it's not about just having one business open, it's about the success of the promenade. And I don't believe anybody would think that we would have $12 million in the ground and not be trying to lease the center. In fact, we'll probably be trying harder than anybody to get the center leased. But that notwithstanding, just to give everybody a comfort level, we said, you know what? Because we're very confident in this, we'll put up $1 million, okay? And if we don't have at least somebody open in the first year, after certificate of occupancy, we'll forfeit that $1 million. But we fully believe that's not going to happen. Because frankly, we can't let it happen. We'll have over $20 million in the ground already that, trust me, we have to make debt service on. It's not free money. We'll be making payments. So that condition, I would really appreciate reconsideration. I think what we're offering up is fair. You know what? It's a bit of a risky endeavor, but I think we can pull it off. And that's my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. What number was that condition? It was. Yeah.
Condition 41 in the planning conditions.
Yeah, that's, okay. Oh, okay, 41, okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and at this time, if there are questions for city staff or questions for the developer now, we bring it to the commission for questions.
Thank you so much for those presentations. My first question is in regards to the zoning, where it's at. So it's within the flight zone, Zone D, flight corridor buffer. What are the restrictions on what type of builds could be in that zone? Are there any restrictions or?
Yeah, and I apologize. The exhibits do show the MARB flight path, but the presentation does not. So a portion of the project is in Zone C1. The remainder of the project is in Zone D, and that is just a buffer zone. So that one is actually, there are really no considerations for that. There are no additional restrictions for the majority of the project site. Just that C1 does have some conditions for like not allowing certain types of uses like school or daycare centers and things like that. It's not allowing, I shouldn't say. It's just additional considerations for those. So again, the majority of the project site is in that buffer zone, as they call it, and it doesn't list any hazards that are in that, other than I don't even think that they consider that a potential for noise even. So it's just what they call their buffer zone. It's just what they kind of buffer the other zones with, just in that flight pattern. So.
Got you. So Zone D will allow higher density projects?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. I have one more question in regards to, a couple more questions actually. The EIR, I'm just gonna reread what it says here. It says the EIR concludes that all impacts have generally been reduced to less than significant or have been reduced to below the level of significance with the implementation of mitigation measures, except for the impacts related to air quality and cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, which have been identified as significant and unavoidable. Is it possible that a smaller project would turn it from significant to less than significant?
That's correct.
And has, maybe the applicant can answer this, have you guys considered a project that will be less than significant?
A couple of things. I may defer to our CEQA consultant and our air quality consultant who are here. We ran the numbers, and shrinking the building does not change it significantly. I know common sense would think that eventually you would shrink it, but by the time you shrink it down to below a level of significance, it's just not a project anymore. It is just not viable. Who would like to address that? My team, Yara, would you like to address that?
I can talk about some things generally.
Sure.
And if there's more specifics, but we did look at I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My name is Yara Fisher. I'm with Helix Environmental Planning. Should I spell my last name for you? Fisher. Thank you. So in the EIR, we looked at 4 alternatives to the project. the no project, no development alternative. We looked at a reduced industrial alternative where we shrunk it by 20%. We also looked at an all commercial, see what that would do, and then also a reduced commercial. Interestingly enough, the commercial is a huge driver. So even when you look at a commercial project, it actually increases trips by about 25,000 per day. So what we're seeing is most of the emissions for air quality and GHG are associated with mobile trips. So the size of the project, just overall, the acreage, the size, the square footage of both the commercial and the industrial uses, it's really hard to shrink them to get them below a level of less than significant. I think we couldn't even like get a square footage that really was workable at all for something to be feasible to develop.
So even with the commercial, if you're the alternative of having commercial, it was still unavoidable?
Actually having all commercial on the site was more impactful from air quality and GHG emissions because it's mobile trips, and there was almost 26,000 more trips per day with all commercial on the site.
Understood. Thank you so much.
I have a question on that one, because I'm looking at the all commercial, and this is assuming there would be a car wash, a gas station, convenience store, and car wash, right? So did we look at where those were not an option, or did we just look at these were an option? Because I know car washes, gas stations, all those have a lot of emissions. So did we look at an alternative where those were not included in the package?
I think we used some general retail numbers for trip generation on that, but there were some assumptions.
Yeah, are you referring, Commissioner Jimenez, to the Paris Boulevard site?
I'm looking at the EIR.
At the EIR,
Yeah.
okay, and I think that is referencing what we had to do in order to keep the integrity of the EIR was to plug something in on that Paris Boulevard site, and then, of course, run numbers from that. It's not an actual application for that site, but we had to assume something was going to happen there so that when we ran the traffic numbers, it had its integrity. So could you pose your question once again?
Yeah, I'm asking, did we look at, we're building a convenient gas station and that was not an option? Because you said you could have put options in. If you would have done all retail or restaurants and retail versus those types, did we do that kind of simulation?
You know, I really do not think it would move the needle very much. And that's really what we struggle with. Right now, the thresholds for greenhouse gas are so low that almost no project can meet them. And it's throwing so many projects into having to do environmental impact reports simply because legally it needs a statement of overriding consideration to move forward. So I hope I addressed your question.
You did. Also under the reduced commercial, I think the reduced commercial include reducing the size of the industrial too, right? We didn't do one where it was all industrial.
The reduced commercial, we actually left the industrial piece as it is proposed, and then just reduced that southern commercial piece. The Ramona Promenade, I believe we took it from 4 buildings, commercial buildings, to 3, but we left it as the industrial. We did a reduced industrial all by itself, and all commercial, and then the reduced commercial in addition to the no project.
Okay, so there wasn't one where it was all zoned fully commercial without those things, or where there was not the industrial included?
There was one where it was all commercial.
But that one included the
Yes,
the
and
items that I know are
that
high
I don't know
producing.
that the gas station or a car wash is a much higher traffic generator than a normal retail use. They're about the same.
They're about the same?
Yes, is what Urban Crossroads is saying.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. You guys have really nice renderings right here of the promenade, the Ramona Promenade. Do you guys happen to have material boards with you? I just want to get a better look of what.
The physical board, no. What we did have it electronically, digitally.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a better feel of what it was. Oh, there it is, right there. And can you explain or go over what type of screening will be on the north side of the promenade, screening out the industrial building?
Yes. The north, that's a very good question, and I thought you were going to ask that. The north side of the promenade will have a parking area, okay? And then you'll have a slope that leads up to the industrial, and then a 14-foot wall thereafter. If I may inquire of my architect, Ruben, did I get that correctly? All right, yeah, I got it correct.
So there'll be a berm going up to the industrial building?
Yes, there'll be a slope, and then a 14-foot wall.
Got you.
Right. We actually have that exhibit. Oh, excellent. Yeah, yeah.
I have a question for staff regarding the emissions. Do both passenger vehicles and trucks or diesel trucks, do they both emit or I'm trying to word this. Do they both put is it the NOx emission into the air the same, or is it equal? Because the reason I'm asking is because the response is the amount of traffic, right, will double or will be even more with commercial. However, we're not comparing apples to apples. We're comparing passenger vehicles to diesel vehicles that run on completely different engines. Can you please explain that to me?
Yes, so the different vehicle types generate different emissions. Your standard passenger car sedan generates different emissions than your pickup truck. That's different than a small delivery vehicle versus a heavy vehicle. Every vehicle is different. So in the modeling that's done, you have to assume a certain number of passenger vehicles, heavy trucks, and everything in between. So yes, it is not apples to apples, So if you generate more passenger cars, let's say you replace some heavy trucks with passenger cars. If you reduce one truck and add one passenger car, well, then you will have less emissions. If you reduce one truck, but you add 4 passenger vehicles, I don't know what the exact science is.
Right.
But maybe then you're coming out
Right.
Equal. So yes, without running all the modeling and everything, we can't say apples to apples.
And who produces the EIR that we received regarding the air quality? It specifically, Commissioner Lopez pointed out the impact that it will have, a significant impact that cannot be reduced. And the reason it cannot be reduced is because the city of Paris doesn't have the equipment to be able to monitor those emissions. And so there is really no way to figure out how that's going to be reduced, however, or controlled. However, do passenger vehicles also give off the NOx? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, NOx.
NOx, okay.
Nitrogen oxides.
Yes.
But yes, they do.
They do.
Yes. So in general, passenger cars are cleaner. In the sense of trucks, it's a bit different because the diesel engine operates differently, but
Yes.
certainly you'll have more particulates. That's why diesel particulates are such a main issue that you won't have with the passenger vehicles. But for clarification, it's not that the emissions cannot be reduced. The EIR concludes that with the mitigation, with what's available, based on the size of the project, it cannot be reduced to a less than significant level. The thresholds are a set level, and those apply to a project regardless of size. If you have a 1 acre site or you have a 50-acre site, we use the same thresholds. So in cases like this, where we're saying that there's a significant and unavoidable air quality impact, it's because the project is big.
Correct.
You know, the only way to reduce it to below those levels are either have, you know, all electric vehicles or something, which we're not there yet. We will eventually possibly be there. You know, we're going
Our
that
way.
way. Or reduce the size of the project. Commissioner Lopez, just to give you a little more information, I did a quick calculation over there. From the air quality standpoint, to get this project to a less than significant level, before I answer that, let me just say the different uses have different trip generating characteristics. So I can't say just sitting there at my chair, you know, okay, reduce the industrial building by X amount or reduce the commercial by X amount. I'm looking at the project as a whole. To get a less than significant air quality impact, you'd have to reduce the project size by about 55%. So what we're dealing with here is that it's a big project. Commercial uses do generate more trips per square foot than an industrial project does. They don't generate as many truck trips as a industrial use does, but more trips, vehicle trips per that. So apples to oranges.
Yes, thank you. That does, and that does make a lot of sense. And I think we also consider the fact that more passenger vehicles are going either hybrid or electric, and this can significantly go down as well.
They'll be going there sooner than the trucks.
And the
will
trucks,
be.
because I know it did mention that trucks after 2010 tend to have less emissions. But we cannot control the out-of-state trucks because those don't have the same regulations as the state of California, but they can still conduct business here. So that's something else we cannot control.
That's correct. As far as trucks for sale in California by 2045,
Yes.
the current law is that they have to then, trucks for sale starting at that time have to be electric.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for mentioning that as well. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have another question for staff as well. This may go to Matthew. Was there any talks with the applicant in regards to moving towards, because we're not anti-warehouse, we just want to make sure that we meet in the middle, because we're definitely an economic powerhouse right now here in the city of Paris regarding those buildings. However, was there any discussion in regards to creating either a larger commercial area, and instead of having the entire building be industrial, maybe provide what we really need is business offices and maybe a smaller scale warehouse?
I don't believe so.
I think within the context of, at one point, the industrial was going to go all the way to Paris Boulevard.
Yeah, that's what I was going
And so they cut off that acreage to make this building smaller. So we did have that discussion. So within that context, that was a discussion we had with them.
And how did that go? What were the concerns of the applicant regarding business park?
I think because this is not a business park, this is always commercial. They just felt like to do all the infrastructure improvements that they mentioned, Line E, for it to financially kind of,
Would it
from a
make
financial
sense?
standpoint, the balance sheet, I can't get into all the detail.
Probably the return on investment.
Yeah, so to balance all that out, they needed this approximate square footage. They can elaborate on that further, but that's the crux of it, the discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
As Kenneth mentioned, when we first came in, the industrial building was quite a bit larger. And staff came up with the idea, and we agreed with it because we thought it was a good use, was to reserve that approximately 5 acres there on Paris Boulevard. When it comes to talks about shrinking the size of the industrial or increasing the size of commercial. Again, Mr. Fung hit on it, but I'll elaborate a little further. It is a balancing act. What goes into being able to do this is you have to be able to purchase the land. The land has a cost, and then the construction has a cost, and then all the conditions have a cost. And your hope is that at the end of all this, that you can sell the industrial, build the promenade, put in the flood control channel, and hopefully there's meat on the bone left where it was all worthwhile. The moment you start playing with that balance, and the balance just doesn't come with throwing a dart at the dartboard like, hey, I think we'll do this. It's, as Mr. Alabasi mentioned earlier, right now the market for industrial is not doing too well. It was doing real well about a year and a half ago when we endeavored on this project, but it'll probably turn around and get better. So my last comment on that is, and I want maybe to just share this with you, is we understand the sentiment about warehouses, and we get it. I mean, my office is here in Paris. I keep track of everything. I hear all your comments, and we came in wanting to do something that would mitigate that for you real well, and something that the city has been wanting for a very long time. The promenade is a risk for us. We're going to have a lot invested in this, so we have to make it work. And we need you behind us to do that. We're taking a build it and they will come mentality. And because right now, vacant land, as much as you and I believe that it'll be successful, Commissioner Gomez, when they look at, you can call up the nationals and the sub-nationals and the restaurant, and they just say, show us your rooftops. And we make all the arguments that, no. I mean, it's really here. It's not a matter of rooftops. They don't even want to hear it, okay? And so we think having it turnkey is going to change things. And that's our risk, but we ask that you kind of walk with us in that journey.
Thank you. One more question for staff before I give the mic to someone else. This is definitely a very important topic for us today, so we want to be as thorough as possible. Can we, today we approved how many, the development that's coming up on Nuevo, the homes that are coming in, we named about what, how many streets? 33 streets. Okay, so there's your population density growing. We have Stratford that's being built out on Evans, and it's continuing to be built out. We have construction on, can you remind me, we have on Marietta, correct? And then how many units? Yeah, I just want to I want to make sure I get to the question portion. How many units are in the Jack in the Box apartments, about roughly?
I think it's between 250 to 300.
And then close to the Ramon Expressway, about how many units did we just approve on Ryder and Evans?
That's around 300.
Around 300 units. And that's dense population, right? Because it's apartments, not residential.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So, I think we're going to get to the point where, and I hope staff agrees with me that I think we're going to get to the point where the population density is no longer going to be an issue. So I think I understand where the applicant is coming from, and that's it for me right now.
I did want to ask the applicant, I got a flyer for this development, and I didn't see anything on there. I was reading it, and I know because I was in the ad hoc, there wasn't any mention of rezoning. It was presented very beautifully, like it was meant to be this way. It didn't say anything about rezoning. I wasn't able to go to the planned meeting that I could have gone to, and I know I had requested that in the past from previous developments. The one right off of the freeway, that when there was going to be a development, we were totally honest and transparent with the community. And I didn't see that on there. Was there a reason that was kept out?
No, and first of all, thank you for bringing that up. It didn't come up today, and you reminded me, we sent out 5,200. We sent everybody out there, and held it at Avalon Elementary School. Now, I know this, I believe I did mention it in the presentation when I gave the presentation at Avalon Elementary School. But I also, I got about 70 replies via email. If you look at the card I sent out, it said if you wanted a brochure, please email me. And those that did, I sent the brochure and a narrative. And in that narrative, I was very clear about the rezoning and about the industrial coming.
It would have been nice to have it on the first one instead of having to email or call, because I wasn't sure I was able to, because I had been on the ad hoc. That's why I didn't reach out to see what was on the other one.
Right.
But it would have been nice to have it right up front, and that's what I had requested a few times ago.
I understand. Yeah, I fully understand. Just sharing a little sentiment, not necessarily arguing with you at all. Man, I was a little concerned about sending out 5,200 flyers and wondering how many people would show up. But again, you know, in just talking to, again, you folks, I know how you think, staff, I know how members of the council think. We couldn't have done anything less. So anything less just wouldn't have got the job done.
And another question for applicant before you sit down. I noticed there was a lot of overflow parking, like it was 100 and something spots, and your landscaping is only at 12.3. Would you be open to giving up some of those spots? I know the Paris Boulevard site is not going to be built out originally, so I don't know if you would be open to giving up some of that space and kind of landscaping along Paris when we drive.
Yeah, so elaborate a little more. We're talking about the
About the
Paris,
industrial site, yes.
okay, off of Paris Boulevard.
Yeah, because there's a future commercial, but there's nothing planned yet.
Right. What are you thinking?
I was thinking some of those parking stalls that are right adjacent to that future commercial, maybe taking that and adding a little bit more landscaping through there so that when we drive by, yeah, we'll see that empty lot, but we'll also see some landscaping.
So you're referencing what would be part of the industrial that is on the Paris Boulevard side to maybe enhance it a bit?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, sure. Unless you have an idea now, perhaps you
Working
send
with
that back to staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sending with staff. I don't have an idea, just thinking about maximizing the landscaping just to make sure it looks as beautiful as we can.
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, I did. And a question for staff. This one's for staff. Is Perry Street truck route?
Good evening, Chair Hammond, members of the Planning Commission. It's not designated as a truck route, but it is part of,
Used.
it's used as trucks, correct?
Okay. And then I noticed we are gonna do those turns and all that way it's
Correct.
used the
The
way it's supposed
driveways
to.
will be reversed, and sides, while we go through final design, we make sure that they can actually travel simultaneously, so we work with the width and length of the driveways.
And have we thought about anything to do, because they're gonna go to Redlands, right?
Correct.
I mean, it's easy to turn right and go down to Ramona. Are we doing anything there to, besides a sign, to say you have to go left and go north to Hartley Knox?
Perry Street,
Yeah, once they get to, I think it's Redlands that they're gonna turn north on, right?
right, they have to make a left on Redlands they have to access through Redlands for ingress and egress, correct. But Perry Street is, it's kind of a local roadway. The width is not such that you can channelize it or provide restrictions. It's kind of a 40-foot
It is very
curb to
small.
curb.
So they could potentially turn southbound and head to
Well,
Paris.
we'll make sure there's adequate signage and monitoring
I
and
said no signs, we
controls,
don't use the S
but,
word. Yeah. On Paris there is, but on Perry there isn't. So when they get to Redlands, they can go right. Like if they're gonna take the 215 southbound, they're not gonna go up to Hartley Knox to come back down. It'll be easy to turn. And I have to say, our code enforcement has been doing a magnificent job. Every time I'm on Ramona, they have somebody pulled over. Yeah, yeah. They. You see them too? Yeah. Every time, and I want to honk and be like, thank you, but I don't. Okay, that's it for me for now.
You good?
Just one more question. Maybe this could be directed to the architect. The southwest part of the project, adjacent to the McDonald's commercial building, is that going to be landscaping right there? Or what exactly will be? What would they be able to see from the south part of that corner?
If you, Commissioner Lopez, could be a little more specific, do you mean on the south side of the promenade?
No, the west of the project, adjacent to McDonald, where it says McDonald's.
Okay, so next to the McDonald's, that's going to remain vacant because the same family that has the McDonald's owns that. And you have to forgive it that Google Maps hasn't updated it. The Starbucks should be on there, and it's not there. But there will be a square piece of land that'll remain vacant because they wanted to retain it. And we're buying a portion of their property for the promenade.
I don't think you understood. The north of the McDonald's.
No, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I didn't, sir. So you'll have, that's a good question. Let's ask the architect.
Thank you.
All right, Ruben? Ruben Choi with HPA.
Hi, my name is Ruben Choi, CHOI. I'm with HPA Architects. I believe you're speaking about that driveway, the auto driveway and south of between the auto driveway and the McDonald's, correct?
Yes, where it says, south of where it says future commercial. It's a dark
Correct,
gray.
correct. Yes, that is the landscape. It's part of the industrial. Client has a vision, and this is why right now, we haven't fully designed it, but the client has a vision of having a really nice area for outdoor amenities. So for right now, we just show the boxes of pickleball, basketball, lots of kiosks. But he has a vision of some kind of meandering landscape where people can walk around and be continuous to the building.
Sounds good. Yeah, I was just concerned of what you'll be able to view from there.
Right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
My engineer also just let me know that that's where some of our bioswales are, so those will be walkable as well. Is that correct? Yeah, yeah, water quality basins is what will happen. So.
And will there be any pedestrian access to the promenade from the industrial or to the McDonald's section? I'm thinking about the employees walking over to grab a quick bite instead of being. Yeah, we'd have to go all the way around. Okay, I hope not. That's far.
Yeah, I don't think for security reasons and privacy, I think there will be at least a 8-foot-high fence running along all the way along, except for the truck yards where we have 14-foot-high screen walls. So if an employee wanted to go to McDonald's, they would have to use the landscape, go around, walk to the sidewalk on Perry Boulevard in order to access the McDonald's.
No, it makes sense. There's
Yeah.
a lot of transients in the area. so,
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Did I remember my questions? No, I think they're pretty much done. I think I'm not going to belay that because we got a lot of public that wants to speak, so I'm not going to belay the point. Now I'm going to make some comments, real quick comments about this project. And looking at this picture right now, I'm really surprised that the truck parking isn't on the east side and not on the south. That would be common sense. I would have done that as a developer. Because on the east side, you avoid the trucks coming over the smoke to the people eating. So that's kind of standard 101 stuff that I would never have put the truck parking on the south. I would have put it on the east, facing another eastern porch, which is going to be industrial. That's just the point. Number two, my concern too is that separation. It may be a 14-foot wall, but you don't want to see that from a promenade. So you want to have really dense landscaping. It should be 25 to 30%. I mean, almost where you don't even see the wall. That is very simple for you guys to do. I'm not even asking anything special. But you don't want to see a wall if I'm out there eating and I'm looking at a wall. So that makes no sense to do that for me. And lastly, I think I'm surprised you didn't have a development agreement, because you're talking about this number and this issue. Development agreement is done on a lot of projects where, as opposed to saying we'll have $1 million, we won't put in one. I'm surprised it wasn't a development agreement that was agreed to, that we will, as a part of, like the project farther to the west has one. And so we're going to build it, period, and this is the way it is, and this is the agreement, contract, we will do it. That's their language. It got thrown, boom, real fast. I'm surprised that you'd have it in a condition of approval to say that, because it's a little iffy, to say a certificate of occupancy, you must have it. That's strange, but that's just from my experience of being up here. Obviously, lastly, Perry Street. I didn't think there was any mention of Perry Street being improved all the way to Redlands in the engineering. I didn't see it. If it's there, I stand corrected, but they've got to do Perry Street all the way to Redlands, because otherwise this thing can't go. So we have to have that stated, that this is going to be, if it's a collector street or whatever you guys call it now, local street collector, that street from this project all the way to Redlands needs to be improved based upon the standards of a collector, 66 inches, 67, half width. I don't see it unless there's something there that I didn't see. But I think that street has to be, we talked about it being narrow, but they've got to improve it, because that's where the trucks are supposed to go, and turn left, right?
Chair Hammond, the
Yeah.
improvements that they're providing along the frontage will complete the improvements all the way to Redlands.
Yes, but I'm just saying, I didn't see it on Perry Street. So is it listed there on Perry? Because I just didn't see it. Yeah, so Perry Street, in the engineering conditions, to say, but needs to be improved based on your standards that you always have, half width, sidewalk, whatever the case. And if it's going to be signalized there at Paris and Redlands,
Commissioner Hammond, the improvements that they'll be providing, the frontage improvements they'll be providing, it would actually complete the improvements on Perry.
okay.
all
I'm
the
just
way
looking
to
for the
Redlands,
wording.
Full width.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the wording. And when they get to Perry and Redlands, is it a left turn signalized, that we can determine that it's signalized at Perry and Redlands, because we want them to go left, right?
Correct.
Unless you're gonna have a four-way stop, and good luck.
No,
So-
Perry Street. No, it's here.
Whoa.
It's- Okay.
I'll let you do.
We'll have it.
Yeah, so, the Perry Street one, I just didn't see it. I'm stand corrected if I didn't see it.
It's actually engineering condition number 10,
Yeah.
Chair Hammond.
I mean, very specific about all the way to Redlands.
Yeah, actually, certain segment of Perry Street is already improved, so they'll be completing the rest of
Okay,
it.
okay. But I think the point is that they're gonna turn left on Perry to go up Redlands, right?
Correct, and they'll be required to turn left.
So
on
is there
Perry.
gonna be signalized there?
I think, again, I think those are,
Is that the
there's
cost?
controls in place.
That's the problem when you're on this for a long time, you pick up this. Big issue if you're gonna force people to go
Perry,
to.
yeah, Perry Street at Redlands is already a stop sign control for left turn. They have to stop before they make a left turn movement.
Not signalized, okay.
Correct, it's not signalized.
Okay.
It's not warranted, yeah.
Okay, so they're gonna stop at the left turn and just from a stop sign and just turn left.
To make a left, correct.
You better have to have some signs there, okay. Okay, I think they've covered pretty much everything. And I think I made the other points about condition number 9 and just wordy stuff. And obviously, talk about the 1-year maintenance thing, that's standard language for all of them.
I'm sorry.
But those are just some of my observations in terms of what is not in here. Whether we like the project or don't like the project, they're not here, and I'm not sure.
Chair Hammond?
Yes.
Sorry, I recommend that we keep it to questions right now, and
Okay.
then we can jump into discussion after the
Okay.
public comment.
Yeah, I just didn't see it in the conditions, so I was just wondering, since it wasn't covered, when would you vote on it? Because it has to be there to see it. So if it's condition number 9 or 10 or,
Chair Hammond, we can specify that in the
okay,
conditions. that
so
the
it is a
yeah.
condition under engineering, okay.
Uh,
Okay,
We'll expand on condition number 9.
okay, so it's
Yeah.
number 9. Okay,
I have one more question. I'm gonna keep it short, okay? But I do have a question. The screening that's going to be on the south side of the building, the potential building that we're looking at, did I not see that it's block, or is it going to be wrought iron? Because I thought I saw that it was going to be iron fence with screening. It says screening with the screening on there, and that's not customary, and that's not something that we approve normally.
So here's your wall and fence plan.
Okay.
As you can see that both truck courts, 14-foot tall
Screen wall.
screen wall. So if you kind of look at a portion, not all of the promenade, but a portion of that will just have that 8-foot tall tube steel fence separating the landscaped areas. So you'll have that landscaped area between the promenade, and you have that landscaping at the bottom of that cul-de-sac on the
Corner.
on the corner there, right? So where you have screening wall, there is a setback. Let's see, it's hard to see.
What's the decorative tilt-up screen wall?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we just need to describe that.
Yeah, I can't tell either.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard to see, but they're just asking what's there.
So,
What is a high decorative tilt-up screen wall?
So on the back side of the retail, you have the parking stalls and the driveway.
Yes.
And then you would have about at least 5 foot of landscape in between the end of the parking to the wall.
Right.
And the wall is a 14-foot decorative wall. So it would have paint, different schemes of paint and different score lines on them. And, this would be designed in a
Is it a
later
block wall?
time.
Is it
No, it's a
What's it made out of?
tilt-up concrete wall.
Oh, okay, the flat-looking concrete walls. Correct?
Right, it's a tilt-up wall, but it will be decorative. It won't be
Right,
just straight up concrete.
Okay, no, that's understandable. Actually, a rendering of it would have been much better so we could
Right.
see it. I understand what you're saying now. It is a concrete, tilt-up concrete wall, 14 feet high.
Correct.
Okay, the steel fence, if we can see those trucks on the side, it's still not good. That's
You will not see the trucks because you only see the trucks on the driveway or driving around.
Or drive around.
But
Yeah.
parked or using, you will never be able to see the dock doors.
Okay. And you're the architect, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So the word promenade to you, what does that mean to you? When
I'm
you-
not the architect for the retail.
Okay.
I'm the architect for,
Who is the architect for retail? Hi. I'll go ahead and say it again. What does the word promenade mean to you when it comes to retail space?
The word promenade to me is encompassing the outdoor area in front of the shops and how that is developed as a public space.
Okay.
So to me, it's like if you took the word plaza and you stretched it out, that's the promenade,
Okay.
okay?
It has a longer walkway.
It has and it has activities to it. It has spaces and rooms within it that provide spaces for people, for activities, for leisure. We see the promenade becoming more of a shopping experience versus a buying experience. Sometimes you go to a market, you're just going there to buy something. We want people to come here and spend some time.
And when I think promenade, I think large-scale retail.
Yeah.
Do you know where the concept of naming it promenade came from?
I think I named it that.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that we understand each other. So when I thought promenade and I saw that flyer, I was thinking, oh, we're gonna get something good because this is what we've been waiting for. And this is good. This is good, but it's like I want the Lexus, but I'm getting the Avalon or the Toyota. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I really want that big, beautiful commercial space, retail space, but I'm only getting a shop, it's really a shopping center, a glorified shopping center, if that's unfortunate. I think the concept is great, but it needs to be at a larger scale to be named a promenade. Because if my family comes down from Carmichael and I'm like, let's go to the new promenade, they're like, okay, let's go. And then they show up and they're like, really? This is what the city of Paris, you know? So I really wish it would be like a beautiful promenade where
Me, the
Temecula
word-
won't make
to
fun
me,
of
the
us.
word promenade is a walkway that connects things with.
Okay.
But yeah.
And I think your design is great. I'm just trying to make a point
okay.
of the size. I think
We're-
I'm trying to
we're
make a
going
point of the
to-
size.
We're going to move on.
I'm done, because
We're going to move on because
Wants to
we have
move on.
public comment. So at this point, we're going to have public comment because the hour's getting late, and we will come back for discussion, which we've kind of overdone. One of the reasons we were saying a lot of these things because they're not typed in there. So if you don't ask about these things, you're going to have streets. We're not going to know what we're voting on, literally. So that's why we're going a little more than we usually do, but it's just not there. So we normally don't do this, but we appreciate it. At this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. I've got some names in front of me, so I'll try. I'll try. And let's see, not necessarily anymore. Mr. Al Sanchez? Okay.
Happy holidays. So my name is Al Sanchez, S-A-N-C-H-E-Z, and I'm a member of LaUna. I've been a member for quite a while, and we're in support of this. I've been listening here to the developer, and he's hitting everything right. I mean, he's trying to make you guys happy. He's helping the community. He's just doing everything right. And by him using union labor, he's also giving us an opportunity. The project will be done with trained and skilled labor. It'll open the door for our apprentices to be able to go through their program and become journeymen. And also our journeymen will be getting paid a fair wage, able to buy homes in the area. Because believe me, it's different. Union pay and non-union pay, it's a little different. And plus our pension, our insurance, everything. It's just a plus for us. And we're really happy about this, and we hope that you guys see this through. And I see what you guys really work hard at your job too. So thank you for everything.
Thank you very much, sir. We have Jonathan Daly. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly. That's D-A-I-L-E-Y. I'm a Marine Corps veteran and proud member of LaUna Laborers Union as well. For me, it was a constant struggle exiting the military to find my place. And I, among many others in similar situations, I was lucky enough to find a home with LaUna, and more specifically with Local 1184 out of Riverside. Because of this, I can provide a stable life for my wife and son, and I am here on behalf of our members as well as all of our families, which is why these meetings are so important for us. This is a responsible developer who will provide great union contractors that provide a well-trained union workforce who builds to the highest standards. These projects are how we keep food on the table and are extremely proud while doing so, all while getting the pleasure in seeing this community grow. We ask you please approve this project because it will provide so many amazing jobs and opportunities for members like myself to work in our community, and for some, even a second chance at life. Thank you, and have a great evening. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We have Jerry Sepulveda.
Height challenge, I'm always. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. I'm Jerry Sepulveda. That's S-E-P-U-L-V-E-D-A. I'm the president of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the Planning Commission today. I'm here to express our support for the Ramona Promenade project a transformative initiative with far-reaching benefits for North Paris. The hazardous intersection at Paris Boulevard of Ramona Expressway, prone to flooding, has long been a concern of our community. The completion of Line E as a part of this project is a crucial step in enhancing safety for our residents and business alike. From an economic standpoint, the Ramona Promenade project is poised to make a significant impact. With this new construction, over 1,000 construction jobs are expected to be created, providing a boost to our local economy. Additionally, the prospect of over 1,100 permanent jobs resulting from the completed project is a welcome development, fostering long-term economic stability. We are particularly excited about the project's foresight in urban planning by unlocking commercial development and expansion opportunities. It aligns perfectly with our mission to create a business-friendly environment. As the promenade construction progresses, it will free up commercial properties, offering businesses the chance to thrive and contribute to the overall economic vitality of our region. In conclusion, on behalf of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce and our broader business community, we endorse the Ramona Promenade project. It impacts on safety, job creation, and economic growth, makes it a pivotal initiative for North Paris. We urge the Planning Commission to support this project, recognizing its significance in shaping a vibrant and resilient future for our community. And just since I have 1 minute, I actually grew up in that family right next to where Alabasi is going to build the hotel. I actually grew up in, it's basically a mobile home park. So the mobile home park's right behind, Farmer Boys. And so we were always missing what the promenade's going to be able to provide. And I know there's a lot of schematics. There's a lot of, you guys always ask great questions. So continue doing what you're doing, because you guys are good at what you do. But just know that I know growing up in that area, there was always something missing as far as being able to just go and hang out, because McDonald's doesn't do it. Working there at that particular McDonald's in high school, you just want to be able to have a place where you could just hang out. And Mike and Gary, they're going to be building this really a beautiful facility to where we have great potential. So thank you for your time. And if I don't speak to you, happy holidays.
Very much, appreciate it. I'm probably going to mess up this one, so help me. Kiko, you'll have to help me with that one. You can spell it. You do a better job than I would do, sir.
All right, Chair, Commissioner. Kiko Zenedjian, Zennedjian. I'm actually the owner of the Derby Room right off Ramona Expressway there as well. I'm working with the Promenade as doing a hibachi place in there. Currently, my partner and I, there's two. They're called Poppy Hibachi, one in Hollywood and one on the UCLA campus. I think it's a great addition to Ramona Expressway. I'm actually pretty well known in the industry, and I've had a few people come up to check it out. And Ramona Expressway scares the business people. Just a lot of dirt there right now, so I think this promenade is gonna really boost it up a lot. It'll definitely liven it up, especially with the project across the street as well. So I hope you guys really favor this, and I think it's going to bring a boost to the community and not have to make the residents drive to other surrounding cities for restaurants and places to go hang out at. It'll bring a lot of tourism as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have Joshua Nagar. Long time no see, my man.
Hey, how you doing, everybody? Happy holidays. Joshua Nagar, Naggar. Hello, staff as well, commissioners. I'm a lawyer and real estate broker in the community. Been doing that for over 10 years here. And I've been working with the business community, our business community, Paris's business community, about who wants to utilize this opportunity. And I've been working with the project and trying to get them to be intentional and conscious about giving some of our businesses in Paris, California, that shot at being at this promenade. Let me give you some examples of that. I'm talking to O'Dear and Abby. Everybody knows Lagar, right? It's where we do coffee here in Paris, California. And I'm talking about them getting their second location at the Paris Promenade. And why I'm doing that is I want people to come to Paris and know that beyond your ribbon cutting, beyond your first year here, second year here, we're going to get behind you and your brand. We're going to get behind your family, and we're going to be with you, and we're going to favor you as Paris citizens. And so we're talking with, Odir couldn't be here tonight. He's doing some work over at the shop. But we're talking about getting him his second shop, and it means a lot to me. I've been behind their brand and their family for a long time. And I wanted to tell you a Paris fun fact about Laguerre Coffee, because I'm into Paris fun facts. Did you know that Paris Coffee's hand-sourced beans from Mexico and El Salvador? Some of you probably did. Did you know this, Commissioner Gomez? They're hand-sourced from, do you know the farm? Fatima Farm in Mexico. And why is that important? They had the Bean of the Year in 2021. And why is that important? I like to think that our community, Paris, California, has the Bean of the Year. When our citizens go to the coffee shop and order a drink, they have a high-quality product. And the farm in Fatima pays living wages. And I've heard some of those national coffee shops who go to these guys and say, I'll pay you more per square foot. So they're giving up some of these guys that want to pay them more per square foot for an Odir and Abby who are going to the Fatima farm that gives living wages to their farmers. And again, some of these national chains have bigger farms down there, and the rumor down there, and I don't want to start anything with them, but the rumor down there is their workers are not paid as much as the Fatima farm workers. So that's what you get in Paris. You know, people talk about social justice or keeping it in our community. Well, this project has gone out of its way to go find businesses here and say, hey, profit aside, we're putting some of the meat on the bone for you. And they've done that with, I think we got a local barbecue guy that signed a letter of interest. Some of you may know Mike Rowe, Papa Rowe, director on the Chamber of Commerce. And if he doesn't want to take a swing at this leg up to be his first brick and mortar business owner, giving him that opportunity, then we got another barbecue guy we're looking at as well. And then you just heard from Kiko, right, with one of my buddies who wants to do the hibachi. Fun fact about Kiko, the Derby Room and I think Kiko were a Paris Pride Award winner 2 years in a row. So I just wanted to let you know they're being very conscious and intentional. And I just wanted to highlight that. So thank you very much. Hope you have a good night. And I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else in the public like to make a presentation or a talk or speak? Okay.
My name is Marwan Alabasi. I thought I left a slip there.
yeah.
Last name Alabbasi. And I'm here to support the project. I really compliment Mike Nagar and his team for this wonderful project. I mean, having the commercial, which we talked about earlier, it is essential as much as you can get the commercial. So if this commercial site can be developed as presented, that's a beautiful site. We work with them on traffic issues and the signal, and we actually use the same architect to try to be kind of complement both projects. So based on what I've seen here, the architecture and the design, and the biggest improvement, like our engineer here said, that you normally don't see is the drainage improvement. I've been developing in Paris since 2005, and I remember when all the streets used to flood. So constructing Line E is probably one of the biggest improvements that people don't see, but they're going to feel it when they're driving the street and don't see the flooding. So I think it's a great job, and I hope it gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Well, come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marisela Oviedo, Oviedo. I'll be honest, I'm really embarrassed because this is the first meeting I've ever been to, and I've been a resident here since 1989, when my parents moved us out here from Orange County. So I've seen the city grow. And when I received that flyer, my first instinct was like, finally, we're getting something. I work in Menifee, and it's beautiful, all these shopping centers. I'm like, we deserve that as well here. But with that being said, if I didn't go to the meeting that night, I would have no clue that it included a another warehouse. I would have no clue that it was rezoning our land. And with that being said, it was very disappointing when I left the meeting, because I do want the restaurants and different options for me to take my family to, that I raised my children here. So I'm asking, as a resident, to really consider for us that live here. I live off Ryder. I drive by all these other warehouses already, and I really hope that we can, at some point, get the promenades that we deserve without having to build another warehouse. So, and I apologize, I'm really nervous and didn't even think I was going to speak, but I just really hope you guys consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got through that just fine. Anyone else?
Hello, everybody. Hello. My name is Christian Amperano. It's Amperano. First things first, I want to shout out to my union brothers. Shout out to the laborers. I'm also a union member. I am in the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12. So I just want to say, first things first, don't worry about us tradesmen. There's work for us out there. Whether this project goes or not, there's work for us out there. Now I'm going to talk to you as a resident who lives out here. Excuse me, I'm pretty nervous. I grew up out here. I'm 27 years old. I used to live in Old Paris. Now I live in North Paris. And I'm just going to say, I could speak for us who live in Paris. We've been through a lot. This city's kind of growing kind of slow, but it is what it is, right? I think the best things take time. So I would say don't jump the gun. Wait on it. Something better will probably show up. I just ask that you guys think about us. We're tired of all the warehouses, tired of all the traffic. I'm tired of gaining flat tires when I'm driving around the expressway because of the messed up roads. And it is what it is. I would say just take your time and think about us when you guys vote. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. We got you on the right one this time, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Nanette Placencia, Placencia. Okay. I just wanted to say that I did go to his presentation, and it also was an eye-opener, and a lot of us did have concerns when we found out that they wanted to rezone, and they wanted us to take the warehouse with the promenade. And then how small it is, it's like we're getting the short end of the stick. So before we couldn't get we couldn't get those good restaurants and all that, they would say only warehouses. Now they're saying, oh, now we can give it to you, but you gotta take a warehouse with it. Like, okay, so then if we wait a little bit, then next it'll be no warehouse and then the nice entertainment areas for the families. So I think that would be best if we can wait, and we'll get better, soon. The other thing is that I wanted to say is, I know that, they're talking about the union and good jobs. Hey, I totally understand that. I mean, we all want, livable wages, and union jobs are very good at providing that. But the jobs that these union workers are fighting for are temporary, in our community. And the thing is that us residents are going to be stuck with the eyesore and dealing with the warehouses after it's done. The person who wants to make this warehouse doesn't even let us know who eventually will go into that warehouse, which is important, because if it's somebody like Amazon, that is not a good thing. I'm just saying, for which I know because I work there. And they do not provide livable wages, and a lot of us are fighting to unionize the facility as it is. On top of that, Amazon already recently, you can see it in the news, they had a memo that came out, and it talked about certain politicians, mayors in the surrounding cities that they had in their pockets. So I don't know if this person has some sort of, backhand, shape going on to provide Amazon with the warehouse that he wants to build. We don't know because, but the leaked memo did say a lot about how they're trying to come out here in the Inland Empire and do certain things here. And they have certain people in their pockets. So I really think that you should please reconsider rezoning that area. It's commercial again, just like I said, I feel like a broken record because I was up here earlier saying the same thing. But we're doing this again. It's commercial for a reason. And I think that, it's owed to the people who live here, the residents, the community. Let's not, basically, it's like they're selling, it's like they're robbing us of the little bit of land that we have left here to be able to make good things for the community. So the little bit we have left, we need to really think twice about, giving it away for warehouses, and let's, use it more for our children, because we want them to stay here. We don't want them to go to Temecula and Marietta all the time to do, or we don't want to go there no more. I always got to go to Menifee to do family things. Let's keep it here, but we need the land first to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. No one else? Okay, we close the public comment portion and we go back to the developer. If you would like to respond, feel free.
Yes, and I'll keep it very brief. I believe it was one of the ladies who spoke earlier about wanting more promenade or more of these type of developments. And on both sides of us, to the east and to the west, is vacant land zoned exactly to do that. And I believe if you build it, they're going to come. A rising tide lifts all the boats. And I really believe that at some point in the future, you're going to see a nice commercial corridor started by the Ramona Promenade, giving everybody the incentive to build, again, to our left and to our right. And of course, not to get too into the weeds, we're looking forward and hope that Marwan's project with the hotel and restaurants across the street is successful as well. I want to just finish with this. If you can just imagine what we're imagining, that when you pull up to the promenade, you smell barbecue. You smell barbecue because one of the restaurants there has their barbecue in a nice kiosk right out there on the promenade. Imagine, Joshua talked about the Fatima bean. We're going to require what coffee shop we get there, and we'll end up getting some form of coffee shop. But we want it roasted on site. So you pull up and you smell the coffee roasting. How about the bakery? You get up there and you smell the cinnamon buns. And all of a sudden, maybe there's some music being played, thematic lighting, maybe it's hot of the day and you coming for lunch from the distribution centers, or maybe it's in the evenings where there's going to be entertainment. We're shooting for the quality of user, as I said earlier, like a tap house, a brewery, food, hangout, that type of thing. In order to do this and get this here, this is how we have to plan it. So that's our vision for what this is going to be, not just another shopping center. We're taking a risk, and we ask that you just take the risk with us. I think it'll work. I think it will work, and all the infrastructure that you saw in the exhibits of the promenade by our SMS architects, that's not a shopping center. Okay, that's way more materials, water features, seating areas. I didn't bring the exhibit, and I wish I did. We had exhibits of children play area and thematic lighting, and then we had a public art, which is something that we're going to be pursuing as well, public local art as well. And I can kick myself for not bringing that exhibit, but I will. But This is the type of things we're going to promote. So imagine art shows, drinking your coffee, hearing local music. I mean, that's the sense of place that we're shooting for. So you have been very gracious, not only with all the speakers, you've given me free rein to make our presentation, and I really do appreciate the way you've listened and the questions that you've asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we close that portion of the public comment and speak, and we come to the commissioners for a discussion, which we apologize.
I just want to start off by saying there's a lot of great futures to this project that were presented to us. The inclusion of the infrastructure, millions of dollars of infrastructure that's extremely beneficial to the city and could help out a lot with future development along Ramona Expressway. So I thank the applicant for including that to along with this project. I think the promenade, the details to it are immaculate. It looks beautiful. I think the details are, you hit on the head. The screening, the berm, you're not gonna be able to see the industrial building behind it. I think it's perfect. But my biggest concern is the loss of commercial zoning. The amount that we're losing is crazy. It's compared to the amount of commercial that we're gonna lose with this project. I just wish that the applicant included more commercial. I understand that they're looking for profits and industrial is profitable for them. But more, maybe reducing the amount of industrial and including more commercial. I could already imagine more stuff that could be there, like a movie theater, a grocery store that the north end of Paris could use. I think stuff like that could have been better included into this project. That being said, I'm left with a very difficult decision, and it leaves me with a lot to think about.
Okay, Lisa, I can go next. Here we go. I've been actually anticipating this meeting here today because I share a lot of the concerns that our residents have shared with us today. I was very excited to see this project come in. I saw the flyer and, oh darn, I missed the meeting, which was also a concern because it states on there that the meeting was held at Avalon Elementary because it was the closest one to the project, but in the EIR, it says the closest school is actually May Ranch Elementary. So I'm curious to know why that school was chosen and not May Ranch, but I'll leave it at that. I love the fact that I wrote down names. That Mr. Joshua Nagar mentioned the keeping businesses in here, because that's something that we all share. We want to keep the businesses here. We want to keep our tax dollars here. I love Lagar. As a matter of fact, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the owner or one of the founders was also a UCR graduate. So, and I'm also a Highlander. So for me, that means a lot too, bringing it back to your community. So we share a lot of interest in seeing the growth of our city, which I think that's the wonderful part. However, we're still so far apart as to what we want. And we need a promenade, but we need it to scream promenade, not whisper promenade. And that's what's missing here. I believe that the speakers today who are business owners understand where we're coming from, and they also see the potential of the possibilities and the success of these retail shops and restaurants. And I actually feel that the hotel should actually be on this side where this is being built, because it's just like a better position for me, since, you guys mentioned that you're using the same agency. So again, that's something that not there, but somewhere else, like, let's work a little bit more with staff on that. I want to see something bigger. We're not anti-warehouse, but we're definitely not meeting in the middle. I just feel like we're not there. So I really appreciate the LIUNA, who's always here to support, and they also understand our concerns. I myself am a steel worker, 7600 out of Fontana, so I completely understand, the brotherhood and the sisterhood of a union, and I totally support the work that it brings for you as well. In saying that, I really appreciate everyone's comment. Mention, please, speak to your neighbors. Let them know when you find out about these. Bring them with you, drag them if you have to. We want to hear from you as well. Thank you.
I also think the project, the promenade section is impeccable. That fits exactly what we've been looking for in our city. Our kids definitely need more to hang out. Completely agree. They don't have a lot. I have a daughter who's 14 and one who's 18, and they're like, there's nothing to do in Paris. There is nothing to do in Paris. I grew up in Paramount. We always had stuff to do out here. Nothing. Poor girls. And I also want to thank LIUNA for always being here. There's different needs for different people. My daughter went to university. A lot of her friends went into trade and they joined unions, and they're loving it and they're thriving and learning. And there's a really strong brotherhood, sisterhood, and support system there to help them thrive. And we need everybody in order to make our world successful. So thank you for always being here, staying late, being patient. And I want to clarify, we're not against warehouses when it's zoned for that. They're not fans of warehouses, but we are not ever against a warehouse when it's zoned for it and when we make the needed changes in order to meet the needs of our city. But we can't say that we are against warehouses. And Ms. Plasencia actually made a comment with the first time around that really stuck to me, because I've said very many times before, I bought my house without doing my homework and seeing what everything was zoned around. I listened to people and said, there's gonna be a Target, there's gonna be a this, and I believed them, not knowing that it was zoned for industrial. The airport had all this impact, and I feel like I should have done my homework beforehand, but I also feel like when you buy a piece of land and you know it's zoned for something, you should walk into knowing. I wouldn't purchase a piece of land that I know is industrial now and try to build a house on it. That probably wouldn't go through. It would be non-conforming. There's words and terms for that. I feel the same way with when you buy something that's commercial and you're trying to force something that's industrial in there, knowing ahead of time that when you purchased, it was zoned this way, it was going to stay this way. I also feel like we're making progress, excuse me, with the city and where we're going. I don't feel like this is a turnkey. I think we already conceded, and our turnkey is the one that's going to be right off of the 215. And that was the one that I said they weren't clear in their advertisement, but they got the principal in here and a bunch of people in here to speak. I like this one also was not completely transparent when it went out. I have had a lot of people reach out to say they were really disappointed that it wasn't more clear until they went to the meetings. I just feel like we could have done with a lot more promenade and a lot less industrial. And with all the new houses going up, I think there's potential in the future. It's going to be in commercial and not that. So I would rather sit on something and see a great potential than jump on something and forever wish, oh my God, if we would have waited, we would have had this beautiful many feet type thing with a movie theater, hotel. I'd rather wait and have something beautiful than jump and always regret it. And I just, even with the numbers, when I was doing the comparison, when they did the EIR, when they did as is, it was 900, it was 819,419 square feet. When they did the commercial only, they actually increased to 982,275. So there's a square footage difference of 162,859. And just thinking about losing, like we don't have a lot of commercial in our city. Between the one across the street and this one, we're at risk of losing 48.6 of what we have as commercial. That is land that we will never get back. Once we give it up, we've given it up. And we will always wonder what if. So I feel like 36 acres is a lot to give up, I think. And they did concede. It was a lot larger, and I appreciate that because they were very, when we had our ad hoc, they were very open, listen, very responsive. I appreciate that, but I really wish there would have been a much larger difference. I think if it was even a 50% conceding, it would be like meeting halfway, but I didn't see that. So I think losing 36 acres of commercial land that can be prime, especially with the new apartments that are gonna be on Evans, the ones behind Jack in the Box, all the new houses that are coming up on Ramona, there's some behind Sierra Vista, there's the ones across in Orange Vista. Those are all potential people that are gonna be shoppers in this area. And if it's a warehouse, they can't shop. They can't go walk, they can't take their families. And I appreciate you have your business here in the city, but we live here. You're here for a couple of hours a day, gone on weekends. We're here all day, every day. So this is something that we have to drive by and see day in, day out. So I do appreciate that you have your business here, you invest in the city, but it's different when you live there full time. And I work in the city, I live in the city. I do this for the city. Like, I really believe in our city just like you do, but I feel being up here has given us a different lens where I'm exposed to this day in, day out, and whatever decision I make, I have to live with day in and day out with the city. Thank you.
Well, one of the considerations that I've been at 33 years. Okay, so there was nothing out there, you know. And in 2005, they talked about industrial, and it was John Hooton, or whatever his name was, the economist, that said, you're going to have warehouses. And I didn't believe it then. They said, oh, you're going to have them. And we have them. And one of the things was the March Air Force Base. That stopped all arguments. So in 2005, the general plan came. That was the end of discussion. And the city council said, this is the way it is. And I knew that city council. Okay? But it was understandable because you could not put things there and you could not get people to build. One of the problems, especially around Lake Paris, I was against just having houses there. I said you should have some entertainment, things like that. But it's not just a decision I can make. There's lots of things I didn't want, but the general good is you have to vote and you have to see what's best for the community. So you look at it, what's best for the community. They've been saying for 20 plus years, in fact more than that, the need for grocery stores on Ramona, that whole area is non-existent. And the old argument was not enough numbers. You have like those 80,000 people now. It's kind of hard to use that anymore. And ask whether there's people buying here. I think that solves that problem. Okay, 200 people in line, I think you solved that problem already. The problem with Ramona that people don't understand is that it's a heavy thoroughfare. So there's a lot of customers. So I'm not buying the argument that people not support businesses on that street. I'm not buying that at all, because I'm a Paris resident and I will do it. I'm just tired of driving to Menifee. I'm tired of driving these other places that have them. But Menifee is an example. I'll make this real quick of just a big, gigantic retail stores in that, and it's too much, and they don't have anything else. So you go the opposite other end. All they have is key coals and all nothing else. You can't live off of that stuff. On the other hand, you have a lot of retail here, and that's a money driver. So what do? There has to be a balance. There has to be a balance. You can't just have all one and all the other. The big box stuff, good luck finding those being built. It's hard to get those built right now. So that's a reality you have to deal with up here. You're just not going to build those, the Walmart. They're not going to do that. Not going to do it anymore. So my thing on this one, I see that, and I know the industrial is an economic arm. That drives the other part. I already understand economics. That you have to, you may hate it, but you got to do it or nothing's going to get built. The idea is how you build it to where it's aesthetically pleasing, where it's going to be built to where, I would hate it on Paris Boulevard. We have been adamant about Paris Boulevard, but all we can do is make recommendations, right? But adamant about Paris Boulevard. You still have future commercial on that side, which we will never allow. We have it right next to you. We hope that's commercial, and we're hoping farther as it goes east, there's a commercial buildup. But you got to start somewhere. And I think this design is about as good as it gets. The idea of you looking at local businesses, which is, we always want to promote local businesses. Where are you going to put them? So local businesses is the key, not just having another, brand name. I think that's what sells it for me. I think might be against warehouses, but you can be against them, but the reality is you're going to see them. So how do we do it? We look at it from aesthetics, we look at it from truck traffic, we look at where we can take it off the street, how we screen it. Those are things that we can look at. Youth and landscaping. I think for this promenade thing, the idea is that should be a starter. I hope it's a catalyst for other things, because that's the key to this getting anywhere. So then maybe you'll get a grocery store. Then maybe you'll get something, a bowling alley. Maybe you'll get some other things. As you go farther east, then you can start talking about theaters and movies. You can't do it in that air passageway. You just can't do it. But as you farther east and south near Everett, I think that's where we're going to have to start generating that. And that's not just up to us. That's the people coming in, the developers, and actually want to do it, and also with conjunction with city council. So I'll say that I don't really have a problem. At the big giant one, 900,000, that was just not going to happen. Okay, go all the way to Paris Boulevard makes no sense. But I think what's selling it for you is that promenade and the intricate design there, and that's really something that can be part of the community. If they have to put art and get the community involved, which is the key to anything, get them involved in artists. And they may want to put art there and murals. The community comes in and does that. That makes it a part of Paris. So that's the saving grace for you. So I don't really have an issue with that, as long as it's not on the main thoroughfare on Paris Boulevard, and the main thoroughfare going there is still commercial. I can live with that. We're going to probably be very tough on other projects, I can tell you. But the idea is that someone is coming in and actually developing things that we've been asking for 30 years, okay? How do you go 30 years and not have stuff? Okay, that's amazing. But to the west, they just came in with it, and they had a warehouse to the south. But they came in, and they went to the community, and they got the support. And that was key. They went to the community, and they overdid it. Even sent it to my house, and I'm not even close to it. What am I getting a card for? I'm way over on that side. We're going to send it to you. Then it becomes a community thing. So we don't want to be shocked and that here's a warehouse, boom, another warehouse. Yeah, people don't want it. But you have to get the community involved before you start bringing stuff in. I think that's the key. So that's about all I can say. I probably put on this as long as you could, but I think I don't really have an issue. I think some of the things that we need to address, some of the things we need to add to it if it ever goes through, I just think we kind of picked on it a little bit, and I know our city attorney is looking at it, but they were not in there, so that's the only reason we're asking questions. We nitpick, but then we nitpick for a purpose, because we're very precise here. Because if we're going to vote for something either way, we want to send it up right if we send it up. Okay. So I'm done unless someone else has something else. I think we probably talked it out. And I appreciate your patience out there. We do. I know it's been a long meeting. Nothing further to add to it. I'll read this. Oh, gosh, I'll read it. For the record, I have to read it, so try to stay awake. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05047. Tentative Parcel Map 23-05306. TPM 38606. Conditional Use Permit 22-01580. And Development Plan Reviews 22-00006 and 22-00019. Our proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of OLC3, we're calling it OLC3, a Ramona Promenade project consisting of 4 commercial buildings totaling 45,000 square feet on 4.34 acres. Yeah, 4.34 acres and a 774,419 square foot industrial building on 36 acres. Number 1, specific plan amendment to amend the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan to rezone approximately 36 acres from commercial zone to light industrial zone. 2, tentative parcel map 22-05306, TPM 38606, to consolidate 8 parcels into 5 parcels totaling 48.35 acres. And number 3, conditional use permit to allow a drive-through retail establishment and alcohol sales for on-site and off-site consumption. And 4, development plan review for the review of the site plan and building elevations for the proposed industrial commercial components of the project. Requested action, adopt Resolution 23-40, recommending that the City Council certify the final environmental impact report, SCH 20230438, adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, and approve specific plan amendment 20-0547. Tentative parcel map 23-05306, TPM 38606, Conditional use permit 22-01580, development plan reviews 22-0016, and 22-00019 to facilitate the construction of a 774,419 square foot industrial building on 36 acres and 4 commercial buildings totaling 45,000 square feet on 4.34 acres. Based on the findings and the condition of approval, and I believe we added some items to it. COA number 9, change the wording. I think you got the wording. I can repeat it if you want. Amended to say that by the Planning Commission to be submitted for approval by the City Council. Minor stuff. Also, number 37, to add a language from your Public Works that talks about the 1-year maintenance agreement. There's certain languages that's been in all the rest of them. Boy, I got so many other stuff. Now, the only thing is condition number 41. As it is, that's the recommendation concerning the, and I don't want to read the whole thing, but yeah.
Yes, I think the applicant, I wasn't clear if he's accepting of that, or he still wants to strike that out, or he's willing to move forward with that condition.
We need to reopen?
Yes, you can just ask for the question.
Okay.
What condition was that?
41, I think.
41, the reference to the $1 million escrow account.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. What we're trying to do, and I won't be tinkly, is we want to ensure everybody in the community, this is real. It is coming. There will be no ambiguity. When you see the industrial get built, you will see the promenade built, and it'll be beautiful. So we would proffer the 1 million, and we're already trying to lease it out now. Real trouble is we don't have a project yet. So I really hope you send this forward with a approval to the city council. You won't be disappointed, and we accept the tree condition, no problem there. Okay, that was the off-site trees. And we would wish that you would recommend the $1 million bond, okay, in lieu of having a retail store open to get certificate of occupancy for the industrial. Thank you.
What do you think, their city attorney, or? I don't know how to word that.
That's the discretion of the.
So the wording is a bond as opposed to?
It could be bond, let me think this through for a second. I'm working the mechanics of a real estate deal in my mind, okay? So I'm trying to see, does a bond, Madam City Attorney, get it done? I mean, we'll put up.
I do want to clarify that. I think that when the city normally does this, if they do, it is done as escrow, not a bond. Yeah.
We can do that. We'll do it. We'll get it done.
Okay.
And I did have one more request.
Because I have no idea what this.
Now, you know what? We'll see to it that the $1 million is put in escrow, and there it will sit, and it will be defaulted to the city after 1 year if we don't have at least one business open. But trust me, it'll cost us more than $1 million if we don't get more than one business open. So we're going to be moving very aggressively once we know we have a project.
I did want to ask, would you be open to extending that 14-foot wall on the south side all the way to the end? Just because the promenade people that park on that easternly side would be able to see, and I know there's landscaping, but they would see the trucks queuing. So we extended the 14 along all the way to the end of the promenade, just to make sure it's all shielded.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. I want to make sure that's not off-site for us, though.
Okay.
If I could just, may I inquire?
We could have that discussion with
With staff.
city
Yeah.
staff
Well-
if we.
Go ahead.
Yes, I think it extends to the length of your property, it wouldn't extend beyond your property boundary. There's an exhibit that Matthew had.
That overlapped, and there was like a little gap where it was like, I think,
Yeah.
6 parking spots.
Yeah, IT, can you bring up the staff's presentation again for this item?
And just anecdotally, while he's looking for that, something that I neglected to mention is the flood control channel runs side of our property, and we're gonna have to acquire the property next door to us in order to install that channel. It's a very large and complicated, it's a lot of different moving parts.
So what she's asking, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Is just to
Right
extend
here.
that orange line where it's green right now, so that that portion of the promenade isn't looking at the trucks as they
Absolutely.
queue out of it.
Yes.
And I don't know how the commission feels about extending it to the west, because McDonald's is on the south and the gas station, I think, so. The whole property line, 14. That, on this side is landscaping, but they'll see the trucks queuing all the way here.
She's talking about
Yeah.
So that would be the walls. I'm not sure what number that.
We can, I can
We can
look for it
discuss.
right now.
Even
but
if
we
it's
can-
not the length, even to like where the truck corridor kind of ends.
Commissioner Jimenez and members of the commission, if this is important to you and it gets us over the hump with you, absolutely, we're willing to work with you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All the way. Okay. I know. So item 41, obviously, we're talking about escrow, the word escrow, as opposed to bond. I'm just going by whatever the city wording that you would deem. I don't know that stuff, so. And this would be item, the wall, what number would that, I know walls is in there, I just don't want them too lazy.
Yeah, it would probably be, make the most sense in 76A. We can amend that
76A.
language to
Okay.
extend that.
Okay, 76A, thank you. Okay. Wow, okay. I don't think there was anything else.
Chair Hammond, it was the extent of improvements to Perry Street.
Perry Street, on the engineering condition.
Yeah, so condition number 35. And we can expand on that for the improvements to, the extent would be from Paris Boulevard to Redlands Avenue. And the other conditions that engineering had previously added.
Yeah, right, the changes.
And Chair Hammond, if we can add also the planning condition to require the one tree, did you mention that already? The one tree per 5,000 square feet?
Yeah, I
of
mentioned, I didn't know what
warehouse?
number
Okay.
that was, so.
That was going to be at the end?
Oh, at the end, a new one, okay, number 80?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Condition list, right? Okay, all right. Don't ask me to repeat that, no way. Okay, just need a motion with all that stuff, okay. No. I can't repeat it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Commissioner Gomez, just to clarify, is that a motion to approve the project with the extra conditions listed just now during the meeting?
No.
Oh, so it's a motion, can you clarify your motion for the record?
Yes. I would like to make a motion to have this, I would like the applicant to go back to staff and bring back a much better, a bigger promenade. If this goes to city council and they present this here, we need to show that there was an agreement that we all could agree on, something that we all need in the city. So my motion is for the staff to continue to work with the applicant or it could be a denial, but I don't want to do a denial, because if I do a denial, it's going to go to council. But I would like them to work with staff and bring us something better than what they know exactly what we're looking for. So I think we can definitely work with the applicant, if the applicant wishes to do so, to bring it back so that we can review it again, because this is not what we want.
Well, we probably would have to reopen the public comment if we're gonna let the applicant.
Oh, to allow the applicant to speak? Right, we would have to reopen the public hearing at
Okay,
this
so
point.
we're going to reopen the public
But,
hearing.
there
Did
is-
you have more, did you have
there-
more to say? I
she's-
didn't mean to
There's
say-
a motion, though, as of now, that's like,
So before we even consider it, we,
I mean, I guess to your discretion, do you want to allow the?
yeah,
and-
yeah.
Do you want me
Not
to
saying it's going to change, but you may have other things.
finish my
to-
motion with the
you can finish
specifics
it,
that
yeah.
we're looking for?
Yeah.
So we would like, in exchange, we're willing to work with the applicant, but in exchange, we need a much larger, significantly larger promenade that the city needs in exchange, because we need to meet in the middle more. So in that case, it would have to go back to staff to work on, to bring it back. And if the staff can help me with my wording, because I know that I don't always get it right.
If I may.
There's too many issues that we have, too many conditions that we put in. We'd also like to see those implemented.
I would just, before the applicant respond, and I just wanted to clarify what that would mean to the applicant so he understands. So when you said a bigger promenade, you're referring to along Paris Boulevard, is that correct?
Well.
Or along Paris? I would only say that is because if you were thinking about Paris Boulevard, it would probably, that was never analyzed, that a portion along Paris, along Ramona. That would imply updating the secret and possibly recirculating the secret. I just want to let you know what that implication is, so that he knows what that means and when he responds. So
Along
that-
Ramona Expressway?
Yes.
So along Ramona Expressway, there's already a promenade.
No, that was never analyzed beyond the boundary that he had for the promenade. So the only area that he analyzed for potential future commercial as a baseline is along Paris Boulevard. So if your suggestion is to expand Ramona Expressway, that could potentially require recirculation of the secret document.
Okay.
Just want to throw out that implication because that's, if he agrees to that, that's what it could potentially mean. We can't figure that out at this meeting, but I'm just throwing out the potential implications.
Even if it means shrinking the industrial building.
Because the secret didn't analyze beyond that project boundary, so when you're adding more land, that was never analyzed before, and typically in those situations, you have to recirculate. So just wanted to have that implications out there.
CEQA didn't analyze beyond Ramona Expressway Promenade?
That's correct, because that's not a part of their project boundary.
But it did analyze the industrial.
It did analyze industrial, it did analyze the commercial along Paris Boulevard, because that's their project boundary. So within those project boundaries, they have different alternatives, smaller commercial, bigger commercial, larger industrial, smaller industrial, but it's within those boundaries. And anytime you expand the boundary of a secret document, then that typically requires a just in general practice, that's what typically is what is needed. So I just wanted everybody should understand that, if that was a suggestion, that could possibly mean recirculation of the secret document. And that's what the applicant would, if he agrees to that, that would what it would typically imply. And Michael Brown can elaborate further.
I believe I understand what it implies.
Commissioner Gomez, are you asking for an increase of development area beyond the existing project site, or are you simply asking for more commercial use within the existing project site?
Yes.
The second one?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to
Then-
recirculate on that?
Possibly, because we're changing the land uses. Now, there was an alternative that
But we're
looked
not
at.
changing the land uses because they're requesting to change the land uses. So the land use is the same.
Right. No, I'm saying the EIR did look at an alternative that was all commercial. So, there's something in there maybe with, some kind of updated analysis or something that might fit within that. But I think the most important thing here is confirm that you want to stick within the existing project site, that you're not looking to extend further along Ramona for the properties that currently do not have access to, that you're basically saying smaller industrial building and more commercial.
Yes, within the already
Within the
acquired
existing
land.
project
Yes,
site.
yes.
Okay, then we'd have to see. It depends on what the project ends up being.
Okay.
But
Okay,
we got that clarification.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes.
so I guess now we need to hear what the applicant has to say.
May I comment? A few things. When we go out to do these projects, we try to balance everything. As I think I said earlier, you balance the cost of the land that you're buying, you balance the cost of, seeing what the promenade's going to cost to build, you balance what the flood control channel's going to build, you balance what type of user or sale you can get for the industrial, and then you move forward and see if you can do it. In this case, we cannot, and I'll tell you why. Number one, the CEQA aspect that was just brought forward, it is literally a redesign of the project. And even if we decided to do it, the only way to do it in this case would be to narrow the industrial building and deepen the promenade. And that would make the industrial building just functionally obsolete. It would just make, nobody would buy it, it'd be useless, in which case you wouldn't get the promenade. So there's a problem with that. The other problem is it took almost 2 years to put these properties under contract, giving us the option to purchase them. Those options are going to expire, and so that may not really be important here. We're going to run out of time to where people are going to say, well, you know what, you ran out of time. I need to emphasize it was no small task. It wasn't easy going to 4 different property owners and convincing them to sell their land. If this doesn't go through, those puzzle pieces break apart again. And why that's significant is anybody who comes forward to develop this land, this approximately 45 acres, will have to do that again. They will have to meet with all these property owners. And why is that significant is the person who comes in was going to do the same amount of balance calculation that we have done. I don't know, I understand the dream and the desire to have more commercial, but I want to paint a contrast. That's 45 acres. Promenade Mall in Temecula sits on 25 acres, just to kind of give you that kind of a contrast. It is not real feasible to think that somebody is going to assemble these properties again under the risk of bringing that much commercial without certainty, okay? And they're going to do the balance calculation that we're doing here. So it's for those reasons that we couldn't do it, not because we're being obstinate. A lot of care and thought went into what we're preparing. And I want you to have faith, if you will. We've designed this so that to the left and to the right of us, that's the west and to the east, those commercial opportunities can expand. Case in point, I was talking to the gentleman who owns the property to our east. His name is Bardo Fermori. We're going to have to deal with him. I mean, here's a calculation. We have to buy his land, which is a whole nother conundrum because in some ways, he thinks this is a wonderful opportunity for him to make something. We'll deal with it. We'll do what we have to do. Nonetheless, when he comes to develop his land, he's got to see you, okay? And you are going to want him to be consistent with what we're doing now. And I think you're going to be able to accomplish exactly what you're hoping to accomplish on both sides of us. If you just help us move forward, I think we're going to do it. As I said, this is risky for us, but we think it's a good risk. We think we can do it. So I don't want to be redundant. Thanks for listening. I really wish I can jump those hoops for you, Commissioner Gomez, but I hope I explained it worth the darn.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Okay, we close the public hearing.
Chair, I recommend permitting for public comment since we have reopened the public hearing.
Okay. Is there any public comment? That's why we have a city attorney. Okay. Any more public comments? Since we did open up the public hearing. Mhm. We'll wait. Either one of you.
Maricela Oviedo, OVIEDO. I just feel like you mentioned, if we stick to the philosophy of you build it, if we build it, they will come. I feel like just give our city the opportunity and not give up so much of our land so easily with the hopes of having this little promenade. And like I said, I saw the flyer, I was telling my husband, my kids, oh my goodness, it's finally coming. And I truly feel, my opinion, is that most of my neighbors that also received that same flyer just assume we're getting this promenade. Because when we went to the meeting, there wasn't that many people. So this is an eye-opener for myself, just to be more aware of what's going on in my city. But I also ask again, please consider all the factors. And I know, they're businessmen as well, but I am a resident here. Again, I've been here since '89. I've purchased 2 homes here, raised my children. And I'm just asking to give us a little bit more of a chance to have our city grow on its own without just handing out the land that we do have left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Jose Garcia, GARCIA. I also am a proud member of the LIUNA Laborers International Union of North America. And what I'm hearing tonight, I mean, we have a great project in front of us. We got a willing developer. And I just wanted to bring up, because I'm from the age of going to the mall and to the swap meet and to go buy things and try them on. But society is not doing that no more. We're putting ourselves in this pinch for warehouses because I'm going to tell you, I've only ordered offline twice, but I know there's a lot of other people, and my kids to include, they don't want to go shop no more. So warehouses are being brought in for that reason, to fill our need. And we're not seeing that. And instead of frowning so much, we should be taking advantage of these because we're going to be the hub. Lake Elsinore is full of stuff to do. We go there all the time. Menifee the same way. But we need something local. And if we don't look at, we have a problem in front of us. We need to figure that out because I don't see anybody in the upcoming generations leaving the tablets or leaving the ordering online. It's gonna get more bigger. And with the reduction of all the electric vehicles coming, I think we're gonna be all right. And this project is covered all the way around. You guys made sure that that's great, that we won't even see them. That's awesome. It's rare that you'll get this opportunity in front of you for that much public infrastructure to be done. I've lived my whole life off of building infrastructure, and they're not temporary jobs. All our jobs are seasonal as a construction worker. They're seasonal because they start and they end. I pick berries, and there's a season to pick berries, and it ends, and we go on to the next one. So I'd just like you to take that into consideration. We don't have developers always walking in wanting to provide the community with meeting at least halfway of your needs, providing everything for our community, and improving our community in that way, you're not gonna see it. And it's almost like a leprechaun. He's the other side of the rainbow right here. So please take into consideration all that you have in front of you. I know it's a long night. I wouldn't stay here if it didn't matter. It matters, but it matters because all our kids will need jobs. We need these jobs. My kids work in Menifee. I'd like them to work here, closer, where they can go to the UC Riverside, where they can be less traffic accidents, less everything. We got to take that all into consideration. And the most thing we have to take is the younger generation. I'm short and chubby. It's hard to buy pants. I have to try them on. They don't have short and chubby pants. So just to let you know, I mean, it's hard to order offline for us older people. And just thought I'd throw my 2 cents in. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, it's time. Okay.
Nanette Plasencia, Plasencia. Okay. All right. So on what he said, yes, we do need to think about our kids. That's why it's important to us residents who are here and why we stay here this late, because we are thinking about our kids. If the land we have right now needs to be developed commercially, we're not saying that there has to be malls or anything like that, but we're just saying, hey, it's a precious resource. We only got a little bit left. We have plenty of warehouses that provide jobs. There's no shortage of them here. Trust me, we got signs all over the place on all these hundreds of warehouses here saying they got open jobs. So we're not short on that. What we're short on is entertainment and things like that we need for our family and for our children growing up and the teenagers and 21-year-olds that we have. We are short on that here in this community. So we are looking, I know we're all together here thinking what's best for the community. We are, but when you think about it, we're good on warehouses for jobs. If we're talking about jobs, we got plenty of them. You could go get a job if you wanted to down the street. There's a lot of available jobs right now. But what we're short on is the stuff that we need for our family, the entertainment, the restaurants, those nice things that we want to keep our youth here for. That's what we're short on right now here. So that's the most important thing, to think about. So that's why it's important to not, rezone it, keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
David Castillo, Castillo. I wish my mentor was here, Vince Castelluccio. Like, he's the guy. He's the guy. Businesses will come for Vince Castelluccio. He's the guy. And he's here. He's my mentor. Well, he will be here. So I feel I have a foot in both worlds, one in business and one with the vision as a resident. And my mentor sells businesses. In 2021, we sold the business for $2.9 million. So I understand the 2 years that they poured into to get it to that point. The thing about Paris is that there's plenty of land. That's where the vision could come. Maybe it's off Paris and Evans. Maybe that's the next project, is to develop that land. And that's the thing. I love this town. We have a castle, right? We have a lake. Movies were filmed here, downtown Paris. And the thing that we do have to help, or really, is the homeless. Like, there's a lot of homeless out there, and that's more of a economic issue, but that's more of a, you guys are the planning department, so it's your vision with the developers as a partnership with the community to see what's going to last 100 years from now, 200 years from now, once we're gone. And that's, you guys have, you guys have the pencil in hand. But I would say, my sister, she's talking about, it's tough, like to get to a project to this point, just to change it on a whim, on a dream. I think the promenade, I believe that's a good start. That really is. It's going to be high end. It's not going to be low end. Not a strip mall. With how the buildings are built, and it's the energy. That's why Vince Castelluccio, businesses will come for him, And then I have my other friend on the East Coast, and businesses go to him, And then, I have my region, and it's a little team but we help businesses. Vince could speak more on that, and one day, it's called Chase Group Business Brokers in Temecula. Vince, he's building his team out there. I'm part of it. We're looking to dominate in that mergers and acquisition world, and in that commercial real estate world. So I have the buyer. I have the person who wants to build their sushi restaurant inside that location. So we'll get the details ironed out. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment again. I don't know what time it is. Anyway, we close the public comment. I know what you're going to say, so they have the response. Okay, and if you can stand in, if the developer would like to respond before we move on to the commission.
No, just thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. We close the public comment portion in the public hearing. I don't know if we want to comment again. They had a motion on the table, so do we need to?
Right, so my understanding is there's currently a motion on the table, so that's either going to get a second or fail for lack of a second.
I just wanted to clarify, I just looked up, you said Temecula Promenade was 25 acres. I just looked it up, it's 120. And then I looked up Victoria Gardens, that's 147 acres. And those places are always packed and hopping. And I didn't look up Irvine, but I go there a lot too. And that also takes up a large space. I just want to clarify that I was not, and I think I heard 25, I may have misheard, but it's 95 acres. It's 120 for Temecula. And I also wanted to say, I agree with our public speakers. Ms. Oviedo was saying, I work in education, and every Monday, one of the things we do is ask our students what you did over the weekend, and I can't remember the last time any of them said they did something in Paris. They're usually going to Temecula, they're going to Marietta, they're going to Menifee, they're going up even to Moreno Valley, northern part of it. I can't remember the last time any of my students, and there's over 600 students at my school, and I work with all of them, so I ask at least half of them over a period of a month. I can't remember the last time any of them did something here in Paris. And my husband's in transportation, and every time I talk to him, he mentions there's another trucking company that shut down. He just mentioned one last night where USPS is starting to do their own shipping and delivering. The one he used to work for is on the brink of closing down. So you're right, the demand isn't for that. And I see a lot of effort from the community here. Mr. Nagar, Mr. Zinaja, I'm sorry if to bring people in. I wish that passion would come through all the time. And I love that there's such a close connection between everybody here. And I love that effort because I know you believe in the city. I know that there's a lot of passion. But I think that same passion could have been implemented for something bigger and something, I can't say better because it's beautiful, but for something larger. I think you could have had a lot of people on your side. There's a lot of small business owners. And I agree with her. We're maxed out with employees for the warehouse within our city. We don't have any careers. We don't have a lot of jobs for our high school students that are trying to get part-time jobs here and there. So we have a lot of jobs, just not a lot of careers. I can't imagine my daughter coming back from college and finding a job here in Paris. I can't. And my 14-year-old, I know when she goes away, like, it's hard for them to come back and find a niche within the city that they grew up in. So we have to think long-term, 100 years, 200 years, what's going to be there. Go around and look at the cities that have had a lot of warehouses. City of Industry is a perfect example. When I grew up in Paramount, that was a place that had all the warehouses and a lot of mobility, and you go back and it's interesting to go to City of Industry now.
Okay, well, I think we've gone quite a bit on that one. I think, in essence, it still comes down to, what do we want to do with this project? And this project is, there are other areas to the east that are commercial. To the south, that's commercial over by the lake. It's just a matter, and really, to me, it's an economic development question, not so much a planning commission issue. And I don't want to get into the area. We have economic development. The city, and that's beyond our level, should be looking at that overall. And that's one of those things, is bringing businesses, but also land use. They can discuss, we can't. The only way we discuss is when they come here. But that's something for other levels of government. That's other people in the city that really need to get that. Infrastructure is paid for by these warehouses. Your sales tax in e-commerce, that's what's paid for by it. That's the bottom line, whether you like it or not, it is. We would not be surviving if we didn't have it. The problem is you don't have office. See, my kids can't come here because there's no office space. There's none of that stuff, and they're telling us you can't do it. But that's one of the issues, is the office. Not getting jobs in these places, it's the office. And so that's beyond here. So anyway, suffice to say, we've heard the speakers. I appreciate the patience of everyone out there. And, it's something to think about up here. So I think we've added anything to this. I think we've heard the speakers, we've heard the public, we've heard all of that. It's just a matter of what we want to do. So there's two, I'm not going to read this whole thing again. There's a motion to approve it and send it to the city council with the amendments, or if you're going to do the opposite, then you still have to look at the amendments and say what you're going to do. So it's a matter of denial or acceptance.
Sorry, Chair Hammond, there's currently a live motion, so that's either going to fail for lack of a second, or...
Yeah, she was adding some stuff. I wasn't sure she was adding things to it. I think you were talking, we had them come up, but...
Well, if there is no second, then the motion will fail.
Can we repeat what the motion was? Okay.
Yeah, so the motion is, I'm just going to go ahead and go. The motion is to have the applicant go back to staff to be able to talk about expanding on a larger scale promenade, because they are requesting a zone change as well. And a zone change is definitely taking away property, commercial property from the city. We have plenty of industrial space, or light industrial, so I don't feel there's a need for another zone change to light industrial. But if they insist on a light industrial, then to go back and create a much bigger, a larger scale promenade that the residents will be able to enjoy in lieu of giving up commercial space for our city. I hesitate to let it go, to deny it and let it go to council, because I already have a feeling how it's going to go. And it's gone in the past. And the reason that's happened is because we had one go through, and the others are going to follow. So I have a strong motion for the applicant to go back to staff and do as I have requested.
Commissioner Gomez, so your motion is to continue the item, essentially, because you have to
Yes.
act on the project before you.
Yes, it would be to continue the item, to go back to staff. I don't want to deny because I already know how it's going to go once it goes to council. So basically, if we deny it, we're just pushing it through. But I don't want that to happen, because we're seeing a standard here. And so that's why I would like my planning commissioners to consider a second on this motion, because this will have to come back to the planning commission. so that we can approve it and then request approval to City Council.
If it's short, we'll reopen the public hearing.
Yeah.
Reopen, okay, okay.
Forgive me, and please do not interpret this in any bad way, but we can't accept the continuance. A denial would be more favorable, and going into the city council. We don't have time. It doesn't work to go back, and what you're asking for is a wholesale redesign, which would blow up the whole project. So what you're asking us is to just deny it, is really what you're doing, because it would blow up the whole project. So I don't mean that in any disrespectful way, and I respect your opinion, but if it was a matter of sending it back a denial, because it blows the whole thing up. So without any disrespect, if you're going to deny it, then we just as soon go finish the process. Of course, we hope you don't deny it, but that's another story.
So,
You have to continue it to a date certain, and they've already, they're not willing to do it, so.
Can I request a 5-minute break at this time?
agreement in place and so forth.
That done was very interesting. We had a 6-foot-tall fence around our back. Jumped it like, jump it, yeah. It's amazing. It's amazing when they do that. 6-foot walk. Yeah, I need something. The lower center of gravity. You would go in and then they dig. It's great. Trying to thread the needle. The next round. He's going no. I've been in enough of these and done the presentations before, but no. People start saying, yeah, my kids already said it's yeah. He's not as bad anymore. He used to be. No, she's her barber. This one here is no longer with us. Yeah, exactly. It's purgatory. But you don't get to use her. There was this, when I took the picture, there was this, to get their attention. Definitely right.
Okay, let's reassemble as quickly as we can. Thank you for your patience. We had some questions for city attorney, so we had to resolve those. Okay. Everybody here? Right here? Okay. Got to figure out where we're at. Oh, on the floor. Yeah.
Well, chairs can start.
Turn the thing, turn the sound on. You were making the motion, and make the motion, and then they have a date?
So to clarify for the record, I just
To
want to make sure
deny.
that everyone is understanding where we are currently at. Commissioner Gomez, you've made a motion to continue the item with instructions to the applicant to work with staff to, can you finish, consider a larger,
To consider, in lieu of making a zone change to light industrial from commercial, to create a larger promenade, okay, that will suffice the needs of the community, what we are asking for, what we need here. With, of course, including the conditions of approval that have been set. However, it needs to be clear that we need to see some changes in order for this to move forward.
and your motion for continuance is to a certain date? Do you have a date that you have in mind for or is it no?
For continuance, the date is going to be, I would,
Or do you want to get feedback from staff on that if there's?
I would like to get feedback from staff.
So if the desire is for the applicant to make changes and he was going to make some changes, and he's willing to do that, I think we need that to be at least February 7th. If, and I think we heard from the developer, he doesn't intend to make changes, so he might have a different mindset later, but if he doesn't plan to make changes and he just wants to come back, it would be January 17th, but if the direction is to kind of work with the applicant to make some changes, at a minimum, we would do February 7th, and then,
Yes. So, yeah, give the applicant application to think it over and make changes with staff. If they decide to, then they can come back on February 7th.
Okay, so your motion is to continue the item to February
Yes.
7th with
Yes.
instructions for staff to explore the project
I'm
as you
sorry,
requested
Madam
to
City
Yes.
Attorney.
the
No.
applicant, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that's currently the.
The motion.
The motion on table.
and it needs to be second.
Right, it would either be second or it would fail for lack of a second at this
Correct.
point.
I second.
Madam, Mr. Chair, number one, we do not assent to a continuance. We will not change the project.
We'd have to reopen the public hearing.
If you do not
If
want,
we-
that is
I
up to
don't
your
really need
discretion,
to.
Chair Hammond, if
I
you
would
would like
say
to
no.
reopen the public hearing or not.
You
It's up
have
to
a-
you guys. No.
No, you have a project before you that I requested it either be approved or denied. We are not making changes, and any changes that you would like us to make, we told you we're not going to make. You've indicated that you thought that if you denied it, it would go up to the city council and get approved anyway. So what I find this to be is nothing less than a delay tactic.
Okay, we don't want to get into discussion. What we're going to say is,
But listen, Mr.
before,
Chair, we just.
I just need to reopen. If we're going to reopen it, then we need to open the public hearing. Do you want to do that?
I would never think I would be arguing for a denial, okay? But you will financially harm us if this does not move forward, and it cannot be continued. It's just that simple, and I'm putting it on the record.
Chair Hammond,
We have-
Okay.
we
have you reopened the public, if the
If
public
we
hearing is
reopen
not
the public
reopened,
hearing-
he
I
cannot
thought
be
he
providing
did.
testimony.
I thought he did.
We have to have consent. It's up to you guys want to. Okay, so we'll reopen the public hearing. We just, before you can talk.
I would never think that I'm standing up here arguing for a denial. You will hurt us financially if this gets continued. I ask for an up and down vote, and then we'll move on. The project before you is what's up there on the board. That's what's on our application. We do not intend on changing it. We're not changing it any more than we described tonight, unless it's within reason tonight. But if we came back 2 weeks from now, it will not change. Nothing will change. So all you will be doing is delaying us and putting us in financial jeopardy. And I must insist that if that's the intent to continue, that you just deny us outright now. With all due respect, I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the compliments that you have given us. I understand that you want a bigger commercial. I'm telling you, it is not possible. Not by us. It can't be done. And I have real estate contracts that are going to expire that your continuance will cause. And this thing will blow up completely. So lastly, to reiterate, you will put us in financial jeopardy. We do not assent to a continuance, and we insist that an up and down vote be called. And that, regardless, I have to, with your permission, sir, regardless, if you continue this, our desire is to appeal it right up to the city council, even the continuance. So this body is meant to give a recommendation to the city council, okay? And if we want that recommendation, even if it's a denial, then it needs to get set up to the city council, particularly since we are refusing to change anything 2 weeks from now. All we would doing would be harming us. And you don't want to harm us, I would hope that. But you see my vehemence. I hope it gives you the gravity of what we're dealing with here. Literally, you'd be harming us. And then maybe when we get to city council, maybe they'll deny us. And that's just how the world spins. Or maybe they'll approve us. And that's how the world spins. Who knows? But a continuance will financially harm us. Thank you.
Did we open the public hearing? Did we open the public comment again? If there's a public comment, we're going back to the process. If you have a public comment, remember it's on this item and this item.
David Castillo, Castillo. I'm for it. You know, it's just, it's, yeah, the dream and so forth, but the reality of building and hiring and so forth and development and so forth for something down the road where the option is now and there's already plans in place to get something going and then eventually build and develop Paris. And I believe this is a great opportunity and I'm for it.
Maricela Oviedo, Oviedo. Well, as you guys know, I'm against this project. And I understand business is business and money is money. But at the bottom line, it's our city. We're the ones that live here. It's our community. We're the ones that drive down that street with my children. My youngest is learning how to drive, and he has to drive down Ramona, Ryder, Paris. So we're the ones that deal with the warehouses. And it's hard for me, I'm new to this, to understand why it's so adamant that we have to have this giant warehouse to have this little promenade for our city. Myself, I'm in my 40s, my children, we deserve to have good things in our city, and I just don't feel like we have to give up so much to have the little that you guys are offering. So I'm not for this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're all exhausted, right? Okay. We closed the public hearing part.
The applicant gets,
Oh, again? Okay. Okay. The applicants, welcome them forward.
I don't think I could say anything that I haven't said before. So I won't be redundant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we close the public comment, the public hearing, and bring it back to the commission. Even at the late hour, if you want to discuss it, or you have had enough discussion and on the table, but Again, it's up to you guys. So go ahead. I do too.
I'm not filing a motion to hurt anyone or developer. I mean, we approve warehouses all the time because we have to. But this is a commercial space being turned into a light industrial area that is not needed. There's so much other space, take it somewhere else, okay? And the thing is that every time we have requests for changes, the developers who want to stay in our city, who see our city with the value that we do, they agree to make those changes. And they've made changes. And we see those changes go in. So this is the first time, myself being on this planning commission, that I hear a developer say, I don't want to make any changes. If the city doesn't want to approve it, just deny it so I can get it approved somewhere else. And you know what? At least it's on record that the residents of the city of Paris do not want this project. We are voices for the city of Paris, for its residents. We have a vested stake in this city for our future, for our children's future. We can make decisions, we can leave the city, but I decided to stay and build deeper roots. That's why I'm here. That is why we are here. That's why we stayed these long hours. And that's why we go through these applications and we review them over and over again. Because we're investing in our families and in their future. So if the developer believes that a sliver, that a few storefronts and a few restaurants is good enough for a, how big is it? For 774,419 foot square industrial building on 36 acres, and that is all we deserve, then I'm sorry, but you are wrong. We deserve better and we deserve more. So if you want to continue to be a partner with the city, listen to the residents. You can take it to city council and get what you're looking for. However, this is the voice of the residents, and it goes through here first, and we recommend what the city needs. And that's just how it goes. Thank you.
Likewise, our intention, or my intention would never be to financially hurt you. Like I said, you were very open to working with us and making all those changes initially, and I really appreciate that. I just wish, and I don't think we were asking for much, just a little bit more, just so that I think our conscience would feel a little bit better about giving up a lot. So we're not saying turn it all into commercial or do major changes. We were, I think, even with minor tweaks, at least that effort again. I think on the east side, there was like 2 rows of parking and you have all that extra parking, like that's an extra little sliver, or even that little pocket that has some landscaping on the bottom, just like tiny little things that we could, I think, work with. So I know you would. That's why we were saying.
We can't.
Yeah, so. No, I hear you, and yeah. And I don't know, Kenneth, is there some wiggle room within the CEQA that it doesn't have to be changed, or does even like the minimum amount of square footage change throw everything off? Or are those some of those alternatives that they looked at still a potential, or? I just don't want to set it up to where they have to start over, because starting over a CEQA again is a lengthy process.
At this juncture, we have to look into it. We have to look into the alternative options that was looked at and just see if it still falls within that scope. So at this point, I can't make a kind of a concrete statement for you, but it's something. If it's within the parameters that was analyzed in the alternative, then we could consider it. But I just can't elaborate on during this meeting. But have to go
Without
back.
looking at it. So if we put it back, do you think 2 weeks would give you time to look at that and negotiate that or achieve that, or would it need to be more than that?
Yeah, I think because the applicant has made it very clear that he's does not desire to make any changes. So, I mean, I don't. It's just because the applicant has stated he does not desire to make any changes.
I don't know if we were clear on what we wanted, though. I think that's why there is some hesitancy.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can't, otherwise we got to reopen, and we don't,
The remedy here,
we know, we
Yeah.
just can't. We'd have to reopen and go back. We'd love to, but I think we've heard.
Yeah.
And any changes if any changes, if the applicant agreed to it, would require some review by staff, sorting through it, preparing a report to summarize those changes.
So it still takes
So
a long time.
So any potential changes, that's why I suggested it would be February 7th. With the holidays and everything else, it just, logistically, it didn't, we could not get it back to that hearing date that quickly. February 7th would be the most realistic schedule. And that's even being very aggressive.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. I think, wow, we can, all I would say is that we have a motion to continue to the 7th? Or do we have to go back and close that and come back?
So currently, there was a motion by Gomez, and then it was seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. So if there are no further comments from the commissioners, then you may call for a vote at that point.
Yeah, they want to be clear, though, and it's in all fairness, we're going to say we're moving to the 7th, we have to say we're moving to the 7th for a reason. If you're moving to 7th, that here's some potential, I'm not saying whether it's with me, I'm just saying there's potential things. One is the reduction in size in the actual warehouse building to accommodate possibly parking on the, this is just one alternative. You don't have to agree. I'm just saying these are one of the things they're talking about. Expansion of the commercial, it would have to go across the street, but expansion of that commercial into that other section is one of those other things. That's just another thing. The other thing is all the amendments we talked about. There's like 14 of them or 15 of them that would also have to be added on, even if it's continuation. If for some reason it went to the next level, that would be one of those things that would go up to the next level. So I think we had amendments about changing certain things. That would be some of those listing things that would be added on. So if they take it to next level, you'd say, okay, why did they do it? Well, these are some of the things we talked about. If you don't want to do continuance, that's up to them, but it's up to us. Decide that. He may never agree to it, they may never do that, but that's not the point. It's up to this commission. And that's your choice, whatever happens in between there. We leave that to you, but it's the commission's purview.
Well, let me go ahead and, I'm going to do this, okay? I'm going to do this. It's on the record. I'm going to withdraw my motion, all right? And we're going to go forward with the denial, okay? But let it be very clear where we stand as a city. I hope future developers understand that we deserve better. And I know this is going to go to city council, and I advise our residents to go to that meeting and express their concerns as well, so that this can move forward, because everyone has families and it's already 11:41.
Can I add, if from here into city council, if you might just look at it a little bit again and see if there's any place to add a little bit more commercial, even just a little bit, just so it's not the full 36, from here until you go to council. Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez, again, just to clarify for the record, you withdrew your initial motion. You have now made a new motion to recommend denial of the project to the city council.
Correct.
Correct? And then can you also offer some findings for the denial or the recommendation for denial resolution? That way staff can prepare and have, or unless staff has further things that they'd like to clarify at this point.
No, other than, I mean, one of the findings even to approve the project is just say that the benefits, the economic benefits of the project outweighs the negative impact in terms of air quality and things of this nature. So you can make the finding, one of the findings you can make is that the benefits does not, the economic benefits does not outweigh the project in terms of the commercial and industrial developments. That's one, and then you can add other things along those nature that we incorporate into the findings for the final denial recommendation.
It was the air quality was one, and the other one was the zone change where we're losing commercial zoning to light industrial, which is also the impact on our city. And
Greenhouse emissions.
the greenhouse emissions as well. It's basically the negative impacts that were unable to get mitigated in the EIR. And the applicant is unwilling to work with staff. And I want that to be presented to council. The applicant was unwilling to work with staff to make changes and to make a larger scale shopping experience for the residents that is much needed for the residents of North Paris.
Okay, and then I would just add that the land use is incompatible, and then that the project could be potentially detriment to the public with the additional air quality impacts.
Yes.
And to the traffic, which is kind of mentioned in the, what would be required to overrule, to find out a statement of override considered, this would be the reverse of that determination.
And you included traffic, right? Because I don't think we looked at the traffic study at Perry and Redlands, because that's a
So
stop sign.
traffic is no longer considered a significant impact under CEQA,
Right,
and so we wouldn't have that in.
so we couldn't add that, okay.
Yes.
Is there a second for that, Chair? Do you want to call for a sec? Is there any?
Okay, so the motion for denial, which is changing from the
To
other.
clarify, to recommend denial
Recommend denial, right.
to the city council.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Gomez, seconded by Commissioner Jimenez.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Chair, Vice Chair Shively. Thank you.
Well.
Chair
not
Hammond.
much I can do. Okay, yes. 'Cause I know what's gonna happen.
With a vote of 4-0, this motion is denied. The motion passes to denied, yes.
Recommend denial.
Recommend denial. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Well, we're moving on to, I know, we're gonna try. Item 6D, conditional use permit 23-0, and I appreciate those who are still here for 6D. 23-05184, proposal to establish a barber shop in a 975 square foot tenant space within an existing business park located at 485 East Morgan Street in the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Requested action, adopt resolution 23-39, approving conditional use permit 23-05184 to allow the establishment of a barber shop within a tenant space in an existing business park. Based on the findings in the staff report and subject to condition of approval, is there any ex parte communication or any site visits?
No, not for me.
I'm familiar with the business and I drive by the site.
Drive by the site.
Yeah, I actually went into the businesses over there and kind of drove through it, so yes. You're still awake.
Yeah.
Oh. I think he's asleep. Yeah.
Was it? Yeah.
I don't know, other than a drive-by, no.
Okay. Well, good evening, Commissioners. So tonight, we also have conditional use permit 23-05184, which is an application to establish a barber shop within an existing business park. The project site is located at 45 East Morgan Street, which is on the southeast corner of Morgan Street and Paris Boulevard in the Paris Valley Commerce Center Specific Plan Light Industrial Designation. The site is surrounded by industrial development to the north across Morgan Street, a contractor storage yard to the east, industrial development to the south, vacant land to the west across Paris Boulevard. The project site consists of 4.9 acres and was developed in the late 1980s as a business park, consisting of 6 multi-tenant buildings. Most of the businesses on site include automobile-related uses. This is an interior picture looking directly at the tenant space. So you're looking north here. This is an interior picture looking northeast towards the tenant space. This is the site plan. The proposed tenant space for the barber shop is 795 square feet. The site has full access via 2 existing driveways, one from Morgan Street to the north, and a second one from Paris Boulevard to the west. 53 parking stalls are provided, of which 3 are ADA compliant. Here we have the floor plan for the barber shop. It includes a waiting room, 6 barber stations, a wash station, a sink, a storage room, a break room, and a restroom. The project exceeds the parking standards per the Paris Valley Commerce Center Specific Plan and the Paris Municipal Code, Chapter 1969. 223 parking spaces are required for the entire business park, and 226 parking spaces are provided, which leaves a surplus of 3 parking spaces. A total of 6 employees will be at the barber shop at any given time. No site improvements are proposed, only interior tenant improvements. And the anticipated hours of operation are Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Staff recommends adoption of Resolution 2339, finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA, Section 15301, Class 1 Existing Facilities, and approving Conditional Use Permit 23-05184, based on the findings contained in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. I am available, and the applicant's also here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And if the applicant would like to come forward? Yeah. First, thank you for your patience. And state your full name and just spell your last name for us.
My name's Arlene Ortiz, Ortiz, and I just want to thank you for your time here tonight. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions for the applicant and/or city staff?
I have a question. Maybe this question could be directed to the applicant, but due to the provided waiting space or the waiting room, do you think it's sufficient with the amount of clients you guys are going to expect?
Do I have to say my name again? Okay. Yes, I believe it is.
So there shouldn't be an issue of people standing around and stuff like that?
No, there shouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from staff or?
I'm not familiar with the industry. Do you think, but I go to a hairstylist. Do you think one wash station, I don't know barbers, so I know with a hairstylist, they usually have a little more. Is it typical to just have one wash station for 6 chairs in a men's barber shop?
Francisco Ortiz, ORTAZ, and thank you guys for your time. And yes, for the amount of barbers that will be inside there, yes, it's enough.
Thank you.
It's, I'm plan checking again, but the only thing I have is that I don't, does the applicant wish to have any washer or dryer in the facility?
For the towels.
Yep.
No.
That was
I have
simple.
one last question. Just for staff. A question for staff. The picture shows the building, it's a little outdated. Do we know if the owner of the building is going to update it anytime soon, paint it or anything like that? Hey, just putting it out there for the record.
Yeah, we are not aware of that at this time, and the applicant is not proposing any changes to the site. They will be doing some tenant improvement plans inside their unit.
Okay, no, that's enough. Thank you.
For signage, would they just come back and talk to staff, or do they have to come back and see us again because there's no signage there? I'm assuming they're going to want to put some up.
For signage, they would submit an application to planning, which we would review and go through the permit process. In addition to planning, they would also need a building permit to install the wall sign.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think they only can, I drove all the way through there and it was pretty packed. And I'm just concerned about parking for your clients. So that's the only issue. But they're saying 226, you have to park on the other side because it gets crowded. As you know, it gets really crowded in there. And I went there specifically to drive around. A lot of auto stuff and repairs and tires and all that thing in there. So it's really packed in there. But they say there's 226 spaces, I'll leave it alone. Okay, I don't have anything else. Anything else? Thank you very much, staff. Thank you very much out there. And we open it for public comment on this item. And he thinks it was kind of late. So no public comment at this point, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for any discussion, if there's any. Getting late, you don't have any, right? Okay. Okay, no discussion. And obviously, there's no discussion, we don't have to go back to the.
No, I don't, the only discussion I have, and I think it's, having a barber shop there would definitely serve the community in that area. Being a busy intersection, Roman Expressway in Paris, Paris and Morgan. I know the area somewhat quite well. I know it hopefully will be as successful as it should be, so.
This is probably 40 years, at least 40-year-old complex. This is the way they did business parks in the 1980s. They need to learn that this is 2023. Nobody builds anything like that anymore. They would never get past this group like that. But that's past, right? So whatever we can help and bring up that area. Actually, it was a dance studio. It was supposed to be on the east side, and some kind of 6 or 7 person dance studio was in the same complex. I said, oh, really? Dance around the cars, I guess that's what they're going to do. So I said, but thank you. Yeah, that's it for me.
Can I
as
add?
a barber.
Can I add? Yeah. I just want to piggyback off of Shively. I'm up myself, so it's nice seeing someone take a stand in the city and build their business within the city of Paris.
And with that, Without any changes, do we have a motion? Let me read it. I know it's a barber shop. I'll read it. A proposal to establish a barber shop in a 975 square foot tenant space within an existing business park located at 45 East Morgan Street in the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Now, we're saying it's in the business park, or is it the light industrial zone? It's kind of a strange one, but anyway. Business park in the light industrial zone?
Yes,
Okay, okay. It's too late tonight, I'm not gonna go there. The Paris Valley Commerce Center requested action, adopt resolution 23-39, approving conditional use permit 23-05184 to allow the establishment of a barber shop within a tenant space within an existing business park, based on the findings in the staff report and subject to conditions of approval. And we don't need to add anything to that. Okay, just need a motion. Moved by Commissioner Jimenez, seconded by Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
We got her
I think you
traumatized.
know. I think you know.
She's like, oh my God.
Are you kidding, Ms. Booth?
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote for 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, too. I know. I know. Just we move on to our final one, item 6E. Conditional use permit 23-05112. And thank you for our secretary, commission secretary, too. She's still alive and doing it. A proposal to expand an existing 1,170 square foot brewery, Good Day Brewery, into the adjacent 1,170 square foot tenant space to the north to continue the beer manufacturing use and provide beer tasting as an additional service. The project is within the Walnut Business Condos located at 130 Walnut Avenue in the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center's specific plan. Requested action, adopt resolution 23-38, approving conditional use permit 23-05112 to allow expansion of the existing brewery, Good Day Brewery, into the adjacent tenant space and provide beer tasting as an additional service based on the findings in the staff report and subject to conditions of approval. Any ex parte communication, any, I hate to say drive-by, any site visits? No site visits? Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Getting
I know
late.
the business and I've driven past it.
Okay.
I know the business and have actually been in the business and done business there.
I haven't been to the business, but I know where it's at.
You should.
Have not, still waiting on an invitation.
I actually, in 33 years, I never knew that park was there. I never knew it was there. I used to the guy in the corner doing about the laundry, and that's as far as I go. Yeah, I've never been down there. So I appreciate even the best knowing it's there. And with that, we turn it over here. And you're still awake. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Good evening, Chair. I have my coffee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Our last meeting of the year. Wow. I am honored. Yes, I am, aren't I? Or the first of the day. I don't know, right? As mentioned this evening, we have before you the conditional use permit for the Good Day Brewery. The project is located in the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan within the Walnut Business Condominium Center. It has a light industrial land use designation and surrounded by light industrial land use designations to the north, east, west, and south. For reference, to the north, we have Stronghold Engineering, which kind of hugs the property on the north and on the west bound sides. To the east, we have the existing prime storage facility, and to the south, across Walnut Avenue, we have an existing construction storage yard. And for added information, tasting rooms require a conditional use permit in the light industrial zone. Here is an internal view north of the establishment. Here is a northwest view along Walnut Avenue at the location. And here is an internal view looking northeast at the brewery. A little bit of background on the project. The Walnut Business Condo Park was approved back in 2004. The Good Day Brewery was established at the subject site on September 11th, 2020. The brewery is currently a beer manufacturing facility, and beer manufacturing is allowed in the light industrial zone. The applicant has been approved by the Alcoholic Beverage Control Committee, or ABC, to have a tasting room at their location. And this evening, we are to allow the tasting room, the applicant is processing the conditional use permit that we are reviewing this evening. Here's a site plan of the existing condominium business center. So currently, right now, the area that is hatched is our project location, and combined with the expansion would be 2,340 square feet of the brewery location, with full access to the subject site via existing 2 driveways. The entire center serves with 87 vehicle stalls, and out of those 87 vehicle stalls, we have 5 handicap spaces. Here we have the floor plan, and it's actually, to give it true representation, this image would have to be rotated vertically, but we would lose details, so I have it horizontally. But the area that I am highlighting for you right now is the area that you would see off Walnut Avenue. So currently, that is the existing 1,170 square feet of what is to be used as a tasting room. And the expansion is to be to the northern part, and that will move the manufacturing facility to that area. And there will be a 6-foot wide opening to give access to the employees and patrons to move from the front to the back, if you will, or even have access to enter or exit the subject site. Okay? And this has already been reviewed by our building and safety personnel, our fire chief, and our fire inspector as well. With respect to the parking standards, they are met at 87 spaces still. A little bit of the operational characteristics of the site. There will be a total of 4 part-time employees that will be working at the brewery. For security measures, the applicant will install cameras and hire 2 security personnel during the weekend hours of Saturday and Sunday. No improvements are being proposed to the subject site right now, only tenant improvements, which will be just interior modifications like plumbing, drainage, low pony walls, electrical, etc. As far as the hours of operations, it is Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And with that said, this evening, staff's recommendation for the Planning Commission to adopt Resolution number 23-38, finding that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA under existing facilities, and approving CUP 23-5112 based on the findings contained in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions that the commission may have. We also have the owner, Mr. Miguel Delgado, available this evening from Good Day Brewery to provide any additional information that the commission may require.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And if our applicant would like to come forward, you're welcome to come forward at this time. Any presentation? Thank you for being so patient. The next day.
I'm somewhat awake. Yeah, my name is Miguel Delgado, last name Delgado, and I'm here to answer any questions or concerns that you may have tonight.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a question. So it looked like on the north end of the parking lot, there's an added, or I don't know if there's something added to it. Can you explain what that was?
The north part of the parking lot.
Yeah, there's like a little red box. Oh, it's right there. Oh, was that the or you see to the right of the blue?
To the right of the.
You see how the lines are dashed on the parking stall? What?
That's the ADA parking
Oh,
stall.
yeah, I think it's the loading
access aisle.
space.
Oh, okay.
Loading
It's like-
zone.
it's like a ramp?
That is, or designated area where someone would, with disabilities, correct,
got you.
open, or maybe a little
Oh, got
elevator
you, got
might
you.
fall
Oh,
to
I-
kind of load the person. I'm not sure if I'm
understand.
using the right terminology.
Yeah,
right?
no,
I
I get you.
apologize.
I thought it was something added to it, but okay. Thank you for clarifying.
And it's not a loading zone unless it's designated as a loading zone. If it's an ADA parking stall, that's, it's either gonna be the van accessible parking stall with the ADA access aisle next to it.
It usually says no parking, and it's painted blue.
Okay. Sure.
So they already use both of those locations, right? What is it, A9 and A8 and A11? They already use all of it? Are they just requesting to change the use of one of them?
The one that's along Walnut is currently used right now. I believe that the one in the back, or the northern one, has just been acquired.
Okay.
Correct.
Because I don't remember there being a passage.
Yeah, has
Go
just been
along.
acquired, but before Mr. Delgado could move forward, we need to get the CUP approved.
In order to
That is correct.
make a transition.
That is correct.
So where is it brewed now? Where is the beer brewed now?
I'll let
'Cause-
Mr. Delgado
Answer
expand
that?
upon his
Yeah.
business operation.
Because, not very big.
Yeah, no worries. Right now we're contract manufacturing, so it's like a co-packer, pretty much. We work with Brewity in Riverside, so we give them our recipes, they brew it for us, and they bring it over. But with the expansion, we're going to be able to keep everything in house now.
Oh, good.
I just have a quick question. I know it's the next day now. The vats, what is the size of the vats? I've looked at them online, but the size of your vats that you keep and maintain there, what are the size?
Oh yes, the fermenters. Yeah, each one of those on the plan are they call them 10 barrels, so it's 310 gallons each. So 4 310-gallon batches.
So they won't explode or anything like that to your neighbor?
Oh no, they have all sorts of safety valves. The only thing pretty much you'd have to worry about is like the CO2 that the beer releases during fermentation, but it has a safety valve on it where it'll just let it release.
Okay. Yeah, the key element, if you're going to have any tasting, whether it's wine or anything, is the control.
Yes.
In other words, people don't go out of control. You have to have trained staff that understand that, you can't go over the limit.
Yes.
People get happy, and then we have issues with the sheriff.
Yes.
So that's one of the key things with this one. And nighttime, you're going to have lighting. One thing I noticed about this parking lot is the parking is really, you got to get there because it can be tight. Then you go around. I went all the way around the other side and looked in the back. I said, oh boy, it's a lot of cars. So like the other one, you just have to, find space. Now my only thing is the narrow door. I just saw that door when I went there just for yours, and it was very narrow. Are we talking about how wide is that space in the front? Because you have the State Farm or some insurance next to it, and the Marin Concrete, very narrow.
What door are you talking about? My apologies.
The front door.
Oh yeah, the front door is 6 feet, 2 3-foot doors. The double doors in the front, so they swing wide open. They're doubles, not singles for those ones. And then it also does have a separate other door as well too. But the one that we go through is through the front one right there with they swing wide open.
It looked awfully narrow. With that one, if you look at the picture, it's just that it looks very narrow. So you're saying it's a double door?
It's
Or going to be?
Oh no, they are double doors. I don't know if we can go. Oh yeah, so if you see,
Okay, now I got a better picture.
yeah,
Okay.
the where the D ends
Oh, yeah.
right now, that's one door, and then where the capital D, the A is, that's the second door.
Okay, you
And
got
then
it.
to the right's just a glass panel, and then all the way to the left is another glass panel.
Okay, I got it now. I think there were cars parked there. It was hard to. Okay, you got it?
Yeah, you intended to serving any kind of food or deli type food, or I saw a little ice cream bar, something like that?
Yeah. At the moment, we have that reserved spot that you see right there in the picture. We're intending to, at the moment, it's not 100% sure, but we're thinking about possibly getting a food trailer. But at the moment, we sell all packaged.
Okay. And what is what's the requirement by law, and how are you going to manage the removal of the waste of the mash?
The waste of the mash, local farmers. They pretty much it's all how can I explain it? All the grain that's left over from when we extract the sugar, all the animals, the local farmers come and they pick it up and they feed it to their animals, so they get free food.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I did have one more. So you're gonna have, I was trying to see that 32 wrought iron fence is only where like the fermentation tanks are at. And then the others are like pub table, just like a regular pub height. Because it says there's a 32-inch wrought iron fence.
Oh yeah, yeah. So these that there's that border, the pony walls between the pink and the white zone right there. There's gonna be a pretty much like the best way to explain, like even though it's gonna be a fence, it's gonna have like a 12-inch like a 2x6 on top, so people can sit along the railing, so that they could also see the process while they're in there.
Okay. And that's only 6 feet wide. Do you think that's wide enough for, because if somebody's sitting at the pub table, and I really like that you have the urinals on that southern side. Do you think that's enough room for people if they're standing around the bar area for somebody to walk behind them to try to use a restroom, or if they parked in the back?
Oh, yeah, we got with their engineer. We went in there and we even got into a wheelchair ourselves. And we were,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
we were in there and playing around with there. Like if this was our mom or family member, would we feel comfortable bringing them here that way?
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have to do it, even though it's 12 something. We open it up for for public comment. Anyone in the public wishing to address this particular item is welcome to come forward at this time.
David Castillo, Castillo. I was outside, so I missed the first part of the presentation. Is the building built already? Is it okay? Okay. Where's it at?
Paris and Boulevard Walnut.
What's next to it? I'm trying to comprehend or think where it's at. Paris and Walmart.
There's a storage. There's a
But-
storage on the corner.
Is it next to the Dollar Tree? Is it? Like where's it at?
There's a storage on that street, and then you go, and there's a restaurant. I don't know if I forget the name of it. And then you go farther west. I didn't know it was there.
It's an existing,
That's on the other side.
multi-tenant industrial.
Okay. I believe that's a great idea. A brewery. My friend, he has the one in Temecula, and he's selling it right now. So if you're looking for equipment, I could pair you guys up. But yes, it's great that people are investing, and that's the thing. It's taking a risk. I mean, he's putting loans out, money, and so forth, and hiring and process and project. And how long is that going to take? You happen to know? No? Oh, okay. But yeah, I love it. It's my first time here. The planning department. And how often are meetings held? Okay.
Yeah, first and third Wednesday.
Okay. Okay.
Every month.
And it's more than planning, it's economics too, right?
No,
Because
no, ours is strictly planning.
okay,
Yeah,
okay. But the
economic-
byproduct is the economics and so forth. But my colleague Vince Castelluccio, he'll be here at the next one. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, we close the public comment. Who? Comment on this? Okay. Might be consistent. If the applicant would like to comment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We close the public comment, public hearing. And is there any discussion on this item at all?
I have no issues with this project.
Yeah, also no issues. It's a great local place with great material. It's a really nice place to go and hang out. There is a lot of people that actually, like, they bring their kids, and Thursdays, sometimes they have food trucks. I know a while ago, they used to have like little flatbreads that they made outside that were delicious. So bring those back if you can. So it's a really nice place to just go and relax and connect with the locals. It's very chill. It's really relaxed.
Okay. And with that, this is conditional use permit, it's getting late. 23-05112. Proposal to expand an existing 1,170 square foot brewery, Good Day Brewery, into an adjacent 1,170 square foot tenant space to the north to continue the beer manufacturing use and provide beer tasting as an additional service. The project site is within the Walnut Business Condos located at 130 Walnut Avenue in the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Requested action, adopt resolution 23-38, approving conditional use permit 23-05112 to allow the expansion of the existing brewery into the adjacent tenant space and provide beer tasting as an additional service. Based on the findings in the staff report, subject to the conditions of approval, we've added no amendments. Shocking. No amendments, no changes, and therefore we look for a motion to approve. It's been moved by Commissioner Lopez and seconded by Commissioner Gomez. Gotta get that.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively?
Yes.
Chair Hammond?
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Good luck.
Happy holidays.
New item 7, business items. I think we can pass the business items. Public comment, we have to do it. Public comment, we open up to public comment on any item that's not on the particular agenda. So we're welcome to come forward at this time. And I see no one coming forward, so we close the public comment, move on to commission members' announced or reports.
I'll start off.
Remember, it's December 21st, guys, okay?
Oh, is it really? Dang, we went to the next day. I'll make it quick because I know we've been here for a long time. I was fortunate to walk the parade 2 weekends ago. Yeah, it was such a great time. There's a huge turnout. I think the city does a great job at advertising these type of events because there's always a lot of people that show up. It was lots of fun seeing and talking to all the city staff. Yeah, and besides that, I just want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Where we won't see each other until January.
Yes.
So
17, whatever.
yep. So I hope everybody has a happy holidays.
Yeah, all right. Well, I want to thank everyone for their patience today. I know it could have been a little shorter, but it's just, I just wanted to point out that said applicant did, they did extend it to today. This could have happened the last meeting, but just goes to show that sometimes hard decisions have to be made. And our city deserves it. And I hope that it sends the clear message to our leadership that we can always ask for more and we deserve better. I do appreciate everyone's patience and assistance with the entire process. I too was at the Christmas parade, and it was really nice and brought the whole town together. And I do want to wish that everyone have a safe and happy holiday, and I look forward to seeing everyone in the new year.
I also was at the parade. Initially I was at the band competition a few streets down. I thought I was gonna miss the parade, and I want to thank Vice Chair Shively because he called me to remind me and then tell me where we were and encourage me. So it was nice because the band competition actually ran late. So I thought I was gonna miss it. So here I was running with my broken toe in my shoe, my little boot to catch up, and I was so happy to catch up. And my intention was not to walk, but being there and seeing everybody and seeing the emotions and being with my fellow commissioners that are amazing. I walked and it was so much fun. I love being a part of that. And hopefully, again, we're all there next year without any broken toes or injuries or anything. And I had been, the week before, I had been at another city's Christmas parade, and I'm not going to say the name, but it was such a drastic difference to what we have. It was a wider street. There was hardly anybody there. It seemed like the city had rented every single convertible in California and surrounding states, and everybody that was like any city staff, anybody that was on the council, their planning commission wasn't even invited. There was anybody who was a dignitary was sitting in the back of one of these convertibles, but it felt very disconnected and very detached from the community where we're walking and we're waving, and they were, but it doesn't have the same feel when you're right close to them or walking towards them and you're making eye contact. And just the feeling from our city's parade and the planners is phenomenal, because I've been to a few with the bands, and you could just feel it. Like, ours is fun. People are there for the fun. They're waving back. They're saying Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad. Like, it's so much fun. So good job to our staff for really, really making it something that feels like home. Oh, yeah, and happy holidays to everybody.
Well, I'd like to also say happy holidays, everybody. I enjoyed the parade very much. Glad I can encourage Commissioner Menendez on it. My encouragement was, well, you're going to walk down there anyway, so why don't you just walk with us? But I'm glad she did. She's always part of this group, and she's important for us as much as everybody else. But I did see, I think what I saw more this year than last year was there's more entrants, and there's a couple entrants from Moreno Valley, which I was quite surprised. But most important, I think there was more residents there than the previous year. Very much so. I would love to see if there was a way to actually count the attendance there, but that's a pretty task. Yeah. But I wish everybody, again, a happy holiday, a good holiday, and hope they have a good New Year's Eve and be safe. Be careful when you're out there on New Year's Eve, and we'll see you next year. Well, some of us next year. Some of us will be seeing each other again today.
We're going to get to the directors. I just want to thank you, not only from that, but from the tree lighting. From the tree lighting, which was a wonderful time, because this city really acts more like a community. As you go to cities, you're like, okay. You just feel like you're lost out there. This one really comes together. And I will say that the staff makes you feel that way on the commission. They put up with us tonight. They have to. But the staff really makes you feel warm and really that kind of way. And I've been with staff that don't. But I appreciate even from this, she's still awake. You see what a commitment she has. But what I'm saying is it's so wonderful because the whole atmosphere was there. And they forced me to get up on that stage, too. But then also the dinner, I was there at 7 o'clock. I don't know why. And you were there at 7 o'clock. It must be crazy people. But everything was done very well, and you guys had fun, and it was worth being there. So I appreciate it. And also, too, the dinner. the dinner we had was wonderful. It's probably the best I've seen. And we didn't just sit there like, oh, I'm just here. No, we always talked to each other. We actually felt with each other. And it makes a difference in the city when you have that cooperation. You know, and thanks for putting up with me for 12 months, because I couldn't be there last year, but now you're probably regretting this year. Right? but onward and upward to better things. And I think there's going to have to be some discussions at the council level about economic development, because these are things that has to be at that level. Because when it comes here, it's what's before us. That's the group that has to start dealing with how you deal with these developers. That's the group that has the ability to talk to anybody. We have to be very restricted here. So we can say so much, but it's still that level. So we have great economic development, but they can go wide where we have to be. So it's that's what we can do. We push up what we can push up, but in the future we're going to have, hope we can have a tour with you, our engineer, because you're telling me things, and I want to show you some things. So hopefully next month, and we'll have some fun. But anyway, I move everything over to the Director of Development Services, reports and/or information, if Kenneth is awake.
I'll let Patricia go first.
I want to echo the sentiment about the Christmas parade. It was my first parade here, and I thought it was wonderful. I was so lucky to be able to ride in the truck, pulling the float, the Paris float, and I felt like the president, because everybody was waving at me and wishing me a Merry Christmas in Spanish and English, and I was just waving, and I felt so special. So I really enjoyed it. With respect to our upcoming meetings, because you've been so wonderful, we're going to cancel the January 3rd meeting, so we will see you then. But we do have a meeting on January 17th, and that is to hear the continuance of Vida Christian Church on Paris Boulevard. And that's the only item we have for that meeting so far.
So we can get some information on updates that meeting, right?
Yes, we will bring you some fun stuff to update you.
Started out positive. We got In and Out open, we blah, blah, open.
So with that, we say tonight, goodbye 2023, and welcome our prosperous 2024. Yay! And that's all I have to report, unless Kenneth has anything additional to report.
I just want to note that we also have a cold case for that meeting, another abatement case that's currently on schedule. It could change, but we have one that's scheduled for that date. And I just want to thank you for this year. We've worked through a lot of projects, and we'll probably provide you a summary during that second meeting in January, just kind of summarizing what we've done this past year. And sometimes when you look back, you just realize, we've done a lot. So this commission has been very integral in making sure that we develop in a productive and an exciting way that brings development that people can enjoy and appreciate, even though there might be industrial, but we put a really good project together. So other than that, because we're such an exciting group, this last meeting, we went through 2 days. This is the first time it's happened, to my knowledge, so just wanted to highlight that. The second one. Yes. Other than that, I just want to mention that I and Commissioner Gomez was at the Christmas trolley event this past Friday. Yes, the toy drive. We stopped by 2 parks in the community and just in some disadvantaged area in the community, and we were handing out a lot of toys. It's just exciting to see kids get toys, especially kids who are not typically are getting nicer toys. So it's just fun and exciting to see these kids there, and it's a treat that like sometimes that you don't expect, and sometimes those are the treats that have lasting memories. Other than that, just happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Enjoy your time off while we take a short breather until our next meeting, but enjoy your new year and stay safe.
Yes, happy holidays, happy New Year, Christmas. I was just about to mention him. If he's still, yeah, he's there. He's still awake. And our IT people who I never underestimate the greatness, probably the best in Riverside County. Thank you to IT.
Thank you for the Grinch.
The Grinch, yes.
Yeah, okay. And thank you to our wonderful Sylvia there.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for the food. Now, that's why I'm still awake.